His Excellency Governor Martin Roper, Honorable Dwayne Seymour, Minister for Health, Environment, Culture and Housing, esteemed presenters and panelists, members of the Healthcare Conference Organizing Committee, members of the listening and viewing public, good morning. Thank you for joining us for this 11th Annual Cayman Islands Healthcare Conference, being held for the first time in a virtual format. My name is Nellie Pucci, and I am the Acting Chief Officer for the Ministry of Health, Environment, Culture, and Housing. I, along with Ms. Lizette Yearwood, CEO of the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority, will be your hosts for today. We have a packed agenda to get through with a lot of important information around the conference theme, Re-envisioning Life with a Pandemic. Before we get started, I have one housekeeping matter. For those of you in the room, please ensure that your mobile phones are on silent so that we have as little disruption as possible. Thank you for your cooperation. I would now like to invite His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, to deliver the official welcome. Governor Roper has played a crucial role in the country's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, facilitating the repatriation of thousands of foreign nationals to their homelands and to the return of Caymanians back home to our shores, creating an important air bridge between England and Cayman and the rest of the region, and helping to secure any resources we needed from the UK. We are honored that he is able to join us today at this conference. Governor Roper.
Good morning, everybody. Honourable Minister of Health, Chief Officer, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today to officially open the 2020 Cayman Islands Healthcare Conference with a difference, as we're doing this virtually. So it's a new experience for all of us. We do indeed live in extraordinary times. I don't think any of us could possibly have imagined at the beginning of the year that we would have to wear masks when we left our homes, stand 6 feet away from other people in public, or be even unable to travel overseas to see our loved ones. Curfews, designated days for supermarket shopping, exercising, going to the beach, daily government press briefings and Zoom calls became the norm as we grappled with this virus. It's quite interesting that many people tell me they're quite nostalgic for the supermarket shopping days, so I do think psychologists need to look at this at some point in the future. Although most of the COVID-19 restrictions have been lifted, I would like to take this opportunity to remind us all not to be complacent. This virus continues to rage around us globally. It's really important that we remain alert and not let our guard down. Going forward, hands, face, and space will remain key to protecting ourselves, our elderly, and vulnerable. We need to continue with good basic hygiene, wear masks when and where asked to do so, and stick firmly to the regulations around social gatherings. But in that context, I am so pleased that the Healthcare Conference is taking place this year. If ever there was a time that healthcare needs to be brought to the forefront and the various trends and developments taking place in the industry be discussed, it is now. Even more important, the Cayman Islands has a success story to share, and this conference is one of the forums that can be used to communicate that narrative. And let me just pay tribute to the Honourable Premier, the Minister of Health, Cabinet colleagues, Dr. Lee, our Chief Medical Officer, and his entire health team, and everybody in our community for their contribution to getting the Cayman Islands to where we are today. There probably aren't very many other countries in the world just now who are going to the lengths that we are here in our islands to protect our population, particularly our elderly and vulnerable. We remain one of the safest places in the world to be currently, and we're all determined to keep it that way. Our performance on testing to date has been impressive, and we have the capacity to ramp it up quickly. The response to the recent Red Bay incident is a very good example of that, with 1,000 tests done very quickly. And the quality of our testing remains high, as confirmed by PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization, and indeed the World Health Organization itself. So we can all take pride in what we have accomplished so far, but as I've said, we are far from out of the woods yet. We do have much work still to do, and we rely on the cooperation of everybody in our community, particularly returning travellers, as the recent cases yesterday underline. But I am extremely pleased to see the theme of this year's event, Re-envisioning Life with a Pandemic. As we tackle the day-to-day challenges of this very difficult virus, we do need to step back and look at the bigger picture, both around vaccines and how we can prevent pandemics like this happening again. In his virtual address, the United Nations General Assembly on 26th of September, the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced a series of new measures to help lead the world out of this crisis, and set out an ambitious 5-point plan to prevent future pandemics. The plan, developed in consultation with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Wellcome Trust, starts with a proposal to develop a worldwide network of zoonotic hubs to identify dangerous pathogens before they leap from animals to humans, as COVID-19 is believed to have done. Other measures include boosting manufacturing capacity for treatments and vaccines, improving pandemic early warning systems, agreeing global protocols for health crises, and removing trade barriers. The UK Prime Minister also announced a contribution of up to £571 million to COVAX, a new initiative designed to distribute a COVID-19 vaccine across the world. Of this sum, £500 million will be for the COVAX Advanced Market Commitment for developing countries to protect themselves. And as we know, Cayman has signed up to the COVAX process, and we also have a promise from the UK to provide Cayman with vaccines from its supply when they are available and safe. The reality is that we have to find a way to live through this pandemic and to get on with our lives. And I believe this conference will give attendees the tools to do just that. The topics cover various aspects of a public health crisis, from the mental and emotional toll, the physical effects of the virus, coping with professional obligations as an employee or business owner, new ways of interacting and connecting with our physicians, and addressing some of the myths and fake news that circulate, causing panic and fear during a national crisis. We have a group of distinguished local and international speakers who have been at the heart of the response. You will also hear the unique perspectives of some of our members of our community. We're all living through this pandemic, but each of us is experiencing it in different ways. So this conference promises to be an informative one, and I hope the wealth of knowledge that will be shared today will help you and your loved ones move forward as we seek to navigate our way through this extraordinary situation that we're all facing. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference, and very best wishes.
Thank you, Governor Roper, for that wonderful, inspiring message there, sir. Before we move on, I would like to say thank you to our major sponsors, Health City Cayman Islands, the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority, Compass Media, and Kelly Holding Events and Communications. Without your support, we would not be able to host this event. I would now like to invite the Honorable Minister for Health, Mr. Dwayne Seymour, to deliver his opening remarks. Minister Seymour is the elected member for the largest electoral district in the Cayman Islands and has been the Minister of Health since May 2017. He has worked tirelessly throughout this pandemic to keep us informed and inspired. We are grateful for your leadership and commitment to making this conference a reality, despite all the challenges the country has faced so far this year. Following Minister Seymour's remarks, we will show some more of the videos that we played before the start of the conference, featuring individuals in our community talking about their experiences during the COVID-19 pandemic. Minister Seymour.
A very good morning to you. It is my pleasure to be here at the 11th Annual Cayman Islands Healthcare Conference. I would like to add my welcome to His Excellency and also thank everyone who listened to the viewing this year's virtual conference. 2020 has indeed been an unusual year. Our lives have been completely disrupted by a global pandemic. COVID-19 has changed the way we interact with one another, affected how we move about our community, and altered our mindset as it relates to work, social activities, and travel. It is against this frame of reference that the Healthcare Conference Organizing Committee had to consider how to host this popular event, which is a permanent fixture on many people's calendar. Different scenarios were put forth and debated, and ultimately the consensus was that an online event is the safest method of delivering the conference. This approach not only ensures that you as attendees have the opportunity to get the information you are seeking, but also provides an added level of safety and security for everyone involved. I want to thank the members of the committee for quickly adapting to the new normal and finding a way to ensure the event goes ahead this year. Despite the challenges we as a country are facing, they have collaborated with public and private sector colleagues, as well as international healthcare partners, put together a comprehensive, relevant, informative agenda that addresses the many issues we have as individuals and a collective are tackling as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. You will also receive practical advice and solutions that will help you navigate through this unprecedented time in which we find ourselves. Today will be a full day, but I promise it will be a worthwhile investment of your energy. We have an impressive lineup of healthcare professionals, experts in their field, who will offer thought-provoking and beneficial presentations on timely subjects. In addition, I am excited about a panel that will be moderated by Cayman Islands Government TV's Donna Bush, featuring various stakeholders and community group members sharing their COVID-19 experiences from their unique perspectives. There will also be videos shown throughout the day highlighting the personal accounts from essential frontline workers, students, the elderly, recovered COVID patients, and more. Every one of our stories is different, yet we are united by this one event, COVID-19. What a humbling and comforting feeling. First on the program will be our Honorable Premier speaking to us on the topic of a resilient Cayman. In my opinion, a nation is only as strong as its people. As a government, we have been heartened and impressed and inspired by the strength of the community. Spirit has been displayed by the residents of Cayman in response to its public health crisis. You have rallied behind us, the Public Health Authority and the law enforcement, complying with our instructions and regulations, even if you did not necessarily agree with our methods of reasoning. At this year's conference theme, Re-envisioning Life with the Pandemic, suggests COVID will be with us for a while, and we will have to learn to peacefully coexist. However, the Cayman Islands' initial response to the pandemic was quick, decisive, and consistent, which has resulted in these islands leading the way in testing, contact tracing, and overall public safety. We have been able to control the spread of the virus in our community so far, and now we must regroup, rebuild, perhaps reinvent some things in order to attain this new existence that includes living with the pandemic. I'm looking forward to hearing the Premier's thoughts on this matter. We have only been fighting a virus for the past 8 months, but we've also had to combat streams of misinformation and misperceptions, both about the disease itself and our efforts to suppress it. With so many channels of communication and news gatherings available to us locally, regionally, and globally, it is easy to get mired in information and overwhelmed with data. Some of it false and dangerously misleading. It is important that we separate ourselves fact from fiction. Today, we are fortunate to have Dr. Courtney Cummings from the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority, Dr. Archita Joshibat from Health City, Cayman Islands, Dr. Yaron Rado from the Doctors Hospital to give us the truth about COVID-19, debunk the myths, and talk about the latest trends. Everyday scientists are discovering more about the novel coronavirus, so as I hope that this session will give you a better understanding of what the experts are learning from the research, patients, and those on the front line. I am pleased to welcome Dr. Javier Perez Fernandez, Medical Director at Baptist Hospital Critical Care Unit, who will talk about age-related risks and COVID-19. He will be joined by the Health Services Authority own Medical Director, Dr. Delroy Jefferson, who will discuss keeping patients in Cayman connected via telemedicine. The elderly population is one of the most vulnerable segments of our society, and it is important that medical practitioners and caregivers adapt their way of connecting with older patients in order to protect them from COVID-19, while ensuring they continue to receive the medical care that they need. Dr. Perez Fernandez will speak about advanced technologies being implemented in the management of elderly patients from the Baptist Health South Florida perspective. Dr. Jefferson will demonstrate how the Cayman Islands is leading the way regionally in its implementation of telemedicine technology, thus allowing patients to continue their course of treatment and maintain relationships with their doctors. The coronavirus pandemic has been especially challenging for those of you who are living with chronic illnesses, such as diabetes, high blood pressure, asthma, arthritis, heart disease, cancer, and multiple sclerosis. The lockdowns in particular have prevented the diagnosis and treatment of these patients because of the absence of in-person care. Dr. Vinita Binoy, consultant medical oncologist at Health City, Cayman Islands, will share with us how to deal with chronic illnesses during a pandemic, focusing on how the technological innovations can lead to a new way of delivering care to these specific patients. I think this session will be enlightened and give people greater assurance of a more efficient management of their health moving forward. We're also pleased to have Dr. Arturo Loaiza Bonilla, Vice Chairman of the Department of Medical Oncology, Chief of Medical Oncology and Medical Director of Research at the Cancer Treatment Centers of America, joining us today. We'll be joined by Dr. Lundy Richards, Consultant Medical Hematologist, Oncologist at the Health Services Authority. Both physicians will be talking about COVID-19 and cancer care from the Cayman Islands and the U.S. perspective. In light of the pandemic, I'm sure that many cancer patients in the community are concerned about the continuity of care, as well as treatment methods that will both help and protect them. At the same time, healthcare providers and the facilities in which they practice are also tasked with the challenge of how best to administer treatment and safeguard themselves. This session will provide important information about best practices for both patients and physicians. Wrapping up our program today will be Dr. John Lee, Chief Medical Officer in the Ministry of Health. Over the past 8 months, Dr. Lee has become the people's doctor. All of us have looked forward to his report at the government's press briefings, not only to hear the latest COVID-19 test results, but also be assured informed and motivated. His straightforward, measured, consistent temperament has allayed many of our concerns and fears. He has been unwavering in his commitment to protect the people of these islands. His counsel to the government, which is grounded in the science behind the disease and just good old-fashioned common sense, has played an integral part in the Cayman Islands success story. I must admit that being so close to Dr. Lee and the Minister of Health, during the pandemic, I got a lot of calls of people wanting to propose to Dr. Lee. I didn't have the heart to tell him. For his outstanding contribution to health services in the Cayman Islands, Dr. Lee was just recently given an Order of the British Empire Award, an OBE, as part of the Queen's 2020 birthday honors. Congratulations to him and all the healthcare workers, volunteers, and other public servants who will be receiving various honors. Dr. Lee will not be giving us any test results today, I don't think. Instead, he will be speaking to us about working through a pandemic, giving us some unique insight into the massive amount of effort that has been put forth to keep Cayman safe during this public health crisis. I can attest to the fact that thousands of hours have been spent by Dr. Lee, the team in my ministry, and the National Emergency Operations Center tackling this crisis. It has been a stressful period, but also worthwhile as we now observe the enviable position in which Cayman finds itself. I think you will agree that based on content of this year's very packed program, we will all come away from this event enlightened and equipped with information that will help us see our way through this pandemic. I also believe that what we've learned here today will also change the way we think and about healthcare services in the Cayman Islands, how we can better access it and make it work more efficiently to meet our individual needs. This would be an opportune time to thank our sponsors for helping to make this year's conference a reality. We appreciate your investment in the vision of healthcare conference, especially during a time where we know that budgets are stretched to their limit to accommodate these unforeseen circumstances. Your support allows us to secure quality speakers, such as the ones I have just mentioned, and offer a solid program to attendees. Your concern for the health and well-being of the people of the Cayman Islands is indeed commendable. To our esteemed speakers and panelists, both local and those joining us from overseas, thank you for being here to share your research, knowledge, and experience with us. Your input is invaluable, and we look forward to hearing from you. And to the attendees tuning in today, thank you for your commitment to enhancing your lives and the lives of your loved ones, which has compelled you to seek out information at this conference that will ensure a healthier and safer future. Finally, I would like to thank CIG TV for broadcasting the conference live on both its cable and YouTube channels, as well as the Cayman Compass for live streaming the event on its Facebook page. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time. Enjoy the conference, and God bless you all. Thank you.
The pandemic has had minimum impact on me personally due to the nature of the job. We are essential workers, and fortunately, Cayman is small. And the people of Cayman have been very compliant with the police, Overall, I believe we had overwhelming support from the public.
How COVID impacted me personally was that I was sad. I couldn't see friends, I couldn't go to school, but I was also happy because I was with my family. I knew they were safe. How it affected me emotionally, it kind of made me scared. When COVID came to Cayman, I was just like, oh no, what if I get it? Oh no, I really don't want to get it. But like, I knew that I wouldn't get it because I'd have my family.
While working from home, my boss had me doing booking appointments, helping with appointments. And then when I came back to work, I had to, do a spreadsheet for all the past patients that from the time we were shut down to open up back time. Then every morning my hours were changed. I used to come in like from either 7 o'clock or 7:30 every morning, knowing that I had a young child at home, had to work from home. So not every evening I would go home, so my family back home would have to take care of him, then come back to work the next day, and then had to maintain him with homeschooling, make sure that he was on time for online classes. But I managed to cope through everything. And my workplace was okay with flexible time to work, and they worked along with me, and I thank them a lot for that.
The personal impact of the pandemic on me has been that it's tested every coping mechanism that I've ever used to get through any difficult situation. So even small tasks like running errands, going on the road has taken a lot of adjustment because of new policies and national decisions and implementations. So something that you wouldn't have given a second thought to, you had to readjust your life. So it's tested everything. There's also been a call for balance, because as a professional you have to put a face forward that I know what I'm doing, I have all the answers, when you don't, because policies were always changing, there was always new emerging information, but you also had to be a role model for the community to present a sense of reassurance and calm that we can get through this. The Cayman Islands has been in kind of a safe space and has done pretty well, but there are still some anxieties as to what the future holds, what our new normals are going to be. When our borders open, how are we going to get through all of those? But we continue to hold our heads up, we continue to step forward, and we hope that we will get through this safely.
In terms of how the pandemic has affected me personally and emotionally, I think it gave me an opportunity to slow down a bit and to really just focus on my family and my family's mental health. And I think that has been an actual positive thing that came out of the pandemic, is it forced, I think, lots of families to focus on the things that really matter and spending time together and growing together emotionally as a family.
They tried to make me an old man in 4 months. But I came out of that. For weeks and months I didn't go outside the gate. So it was very now breaking. But I think we came out with flying colors. I must praise our government for doing an excellent job.
Covering the pandemic as a journalist has been an experience that I would say is difficult to encapsulate in a few words, but for me, being part of the coverage in a small community like ours has been life-altering for me personally, because it gave me an opportunity to actually interact a lot more with the community. It gave me an appreciation for the role that I play as a journalist, the importance of that role, and how much people really depend on us as journalists, as a newspaper, to give them the information that they need, not just to inform them about things that are happening in their community, but in this particular case, to basically keep them alive.
I hope that you enjoyed that. I am sure most of us are able to relate to a lot of what was said. The pandemic has impacted all of us. Hearing these personal stories proves that we are all in this together. Thank you to these individuals for sharing their thoughts. Our first presenter and keynote speaker, the Honourable Premier Alden McLaughlin, unfortunately is not able to join us today as he has lost his voice. Premier, we wish you a speedy recovery. Premier McLaughlin has been the backbone of Cayman's response to this pandemic. Despite enormous pressure, he has not wavered in his commitment to do whatever it takes to ensure that the people of these Cayman Islands are safe. The Premier has been a solid presence in the Cayman Islands government since he was first elected to the Legislative Assembly in 2000. He has served as Minister for various ministries during his career, including Minister for Health from 2015 to 2017. While Premier McLaughlin is not able to join us today, he has asked Honourable Minister Seymour to deliver his prepared remarks on a resilient Cayman. Minister Seymour.
Thank you. Good morning again. I am convinced that the Premier also wants me to get laryngitis, but I agreed to come because I knew some doctors would be here. I bring remarks on behalf of Premier McLaughlin. I bring apologies for the Premier, who has given his voice a rest after a bout of laryngitis. We were in the Legislative Assembly this past week, where he gave a couple of lengthy speeches, alas. He found himself where no politician wants to be, at an open mic with a failing voice. But I am more happy to be with you today, albeit virtually, for some of you, for this 11th Annual Cayman Islands Healthcare Conference 2020. While I'm missing the opportunity to mingle and chat with all you in person at the conference venue this year, I am grateful that the Healthcare Conference Committee stuck to its guns to ensure that the conference continued on this year, and what an appropriate theme, re-envisioning life with a pandemic. Today I've been asked to tell our story of actions we took to protect the health and lives of those who call Cayman home as we try to envision life with COVID. 2020 has taught us much on how to re-envision many things, from working at home to holding Zoom meetings while still in our pajamas, but sporting a blazer. It has also given us time to learn about trivial but interesting facts. For instance, the World Health Organization, colloquially known as WHO, say the word, don't spell it, has announced that dogs cannot contract COVID-19. Happily, dogs previously held in quarantine can now be released. To be clear, who let the dogs out? Sorry, just a little levity to get us going this morning. While COVID-19 is a serious matter, we must remember to keep our sense of humor. It's good for our psyche. I know humor has helped get me through some of the hardest days of this pandemic, as I had to the rest of the government worked with our medical teams in the private sector to help keep us COVID-free. When we knew in January that COVID-19 was likely to be a health crisis, I, the Premier, and the entire government started to focus on the potential impact should the virus arrive here. At the forefront of our minds were the lives and the health of our people we knew had to be resilient. Today's topic is a resilient Cayman. If COVID-19 hasn't taught us anything else, it has reaffirmed the resilience of the Caymanian people and those who call these islands home. Psychologists define resilience as the process of adapting well in the face of adversity, trauma, tragedy, threats, or significant sources of stress. Fortunately or unfortunately, Caymanians, those who live in our beloved islands, know a thing or two about resilience. From eating out and living and raising a family in 3 small islands in days gone by to major hurricanes, experiencing one of the largest earthquakes ever recorded in the Caribbean in January, the COVID-19 pandemic, and a hurricane scare more than a week ago, all significant sources of stress. And while these have been stressful times, they have given us an opportunity to turn to faith for peace and for reassurance. Anxiety is the lie that your higher power doesn't have a plan for you. But I believe God is sovereign and in control of our lives, and He has given us all we need to live life abundantly. When I felt stress creeping up on me during the worst of the pandemic, I turned to some favorite scriptures such as John 14:27. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid. It was with a prayerful heart that we held a press briefing in February to let the public know that the Ministry of Health and the government were taking the pandemic seriously. Along with our lead doctors, we offered the public useful information on the virus and provided assurances that we were diligently preparing them to manage the virus when it arrived here. Later in February, we made the hard decision to deny a cruise ship to anchor because a crew member had isolated with flu-like symptoms, again with the intention of protecting our people and residents from the dreaded COVID-19. While our borders were still open at the time, we took another hard decision the next month to close our borders to cruise ships, knowing the drastic effects that decision would have on our local economy. That decision was made before our first and only coronavirus death occurred when a cruise passenger suffering from heart issues was admitted to the health city Cayman Islands in late February. He developed COVID-19 and succumbed to death on March 14th. The circumstances regarding his testing positive for the virus, an unfortunate death, was indeed a watershed moment for the Cayman Islands. In addition to closing our borders to cruise ships, we also closed our airports to all but repatriation flights, implemented isolation for 14 days for arrivals, closed our schools, and at the end of March went into a full lockdown which lasted for 58 hours, telling all non-essential workers to stay home. To get to the ideally good place we are in now, we had to close our borders, put curfews in place to limit the movement of people, required most people to stay home, requiring face coverings, restricted access to the elderly care homes, hospitals and prisons, closed access to beaches. Basically, we were locked down. The impact was devastating to our island's economy. Not only did our tourism sector come to an unprecedented halt, but all of our local businesses suffered. The impact of COVID-19 was hard for businesses, all of our people regardless of age, and even government. But while we regret the negative effects on our economy that lockdown caused, I have absolutely no doubt that the strength of our response, coupled with the understanding and compliance of our people, helped us to almost eradicate the virus and let us return to some semblance of normalcy. It was government's hard decisions and the people's willingness to work alongside us to keep COVID-19 at bay in the Cayman Islands that proved the true mettle of our resilience. Also helping us return to a sense of normalcy was our strict regime of testing. By the end of March, the number of positive cases had increased, and many residents, students in particular, were returning home from the countries with large numbers of COVID-19 cases. We mandated quarantine facilities with the help of various hotel properties and implemented a protocol of testing of those quarantined prior to them being released into the community. The testing, coupled with mandatory isolation, helped ensure that we are not allowing imported cases of COVID-19 from readily entering the local population and adding to whatever numbers were already here. We also insisted on social distancing. At the end of March, our first case of community spread was confirmed, causing us to take our even stricter measures, which included nighttime curfews across all 3 islands, limiting the number of people allowed to congregate to 2. Of course, there were exemptions for some businesses, such as supermarkets, but all public transportation was shut down. At this point, everyone was to shelter in place, with individuals allowed to travel to essential places such as pharmacies and supermarkets on their named day within certain hours. In April, with the help of the private sector, government purchased 200,000 test kits from South Korea to allow us to increase our testing strategy beyond those who were symptomatic or who we thought potentially had COVID-19. We also received extraction kits and swabs, which along with the equipment already here on the island, helped support the massive testing protocol of all frontline staff. By the end of April, we had the 4th highest per capita COVID-19 testing rate in the Caribbean, and we were number 46 in the world among the list of 173 countries that were testing. At that point, 1.4% of our population had been tested, giving us the highest rate than the Netherlands, Sweden, France, and the United Kingdom. By June 6, we were approaching the important milestone of having 20% of our population tested, putting us in the top 3 countries in the world per capita for testing. As we increased our testing capacity, we also increased the number of critical care beds, as well as available respirators and personal protection equipment. Soon we were all prepared as we could be to remove restrictions safely, provided we did so slowly and continued increased testing, including screening frontline people at supermarkets, banks, the Health Services Authority, pharmacies, restaurants, and so on. Because of the success of our actions to keep COVID-19 at bay, we were able to begin reopening of our economy of the Cayman Islands at the end of May, putting about 6,000 people back to work. And we lifted the curfew on Little Cayman, and some restrictions were taken away on Cayman Brac. On Grand Cayman, shelter-in-place provisions remain as the country continued to fight to suppress the virus. Nighttime hard curfew and Sunday curfew remained. Our planned reopening was based on a 2-week cycle, and things went on so well that 2 weeks later, we lifted more restrictions. Every 2 or 3 weeks, we would lift some restrictions, waited to see how that went, and then lifted a little more. At this point, the relaxation of restrictions was an important achievement for our society and economy because it increased our outdoor recreation and added economic activity by allowing more businesses to operate, including hardware stores and Home Depots, in readiness of the reopening of construction and the development sectors in late May. On June 21st, we eased even more restrictions. Helpers and child care providers were allowed back to work, and educational facilities could open with appropriate protections in place. The nighttime and Sunday curfew regimes also ended. The message changed from Stay Home Cayman to Stay Safe Cayman. The majority of people were not allowed to move about their life, were now allowed to move about their life with some sense of normalcy, and on the 19th of July, we eased even more restrictions. At that point, we were conducting 27,000 tests and had only 2 positives from 3,000 tests in July. A decision was made to set the 1st of September to begin a soft opening of our borders, but we delayed that action until the 1st of October because we needed to be assured that home isolation would really work when we did allow people to come back from overseas. Today, our resilience has allowed us to begin the soft opening of our borders, and we've increased the number of people allowed to gather to 500 people. On the 1st of October, we began allowing a limited segment of visitors to enter the Cayman Islands, with the caveat that they undergo a COVID-19 testing and remain in isolation either at home or in a government-run facility for at least 14 days. Only those testing negative were released from quarantine after a negative PCR test on the 15th day. And we have turned to the modern medical technology to help us monitor those who quarantine at private residences. Each person is given an electronic device which is worn around the wrist, tracks the user's whereabouts, and sounds an alarm if the wearers leave the permitted area or damages the tracker. We are using the month of October to pilot the home quarantine program, and will make tweaks and adjustments as needed. We will review what happened in October and see how we move forward in November and December, but we know that there will be no immediate return to the traditional tourism. But even with that knowledge, we are looking at ways to bring in business, including a proposal for bubble resorts and a global citizens initiative to attract residents to live here in Cayman and work overseas as digital nomads. The Global Citizen Concierge Program is strategically designed to welcome high net worth individuals who are global professionals with the flexibility to work remotely. The program is aimed at eligible professionals and families that can support themselves while on an island, are willing to quarantine as prescribed by current regulations, and intend to enjoy a longer stay in the Cayman Islands. While those who take part in the program cannot earn citizenship to the Cayman Islands, they will get to experience the Cayman-kind lifestyle that can only be found on our shores. Throughout all of our decisions making during COVID-19, we have relied on the science and the advice of medical professionals, and we will continue to do so as determine how and when to move through each phase of reopening the Cayman Islands and our full economy. And while we are trying to figure out the best, safest way to reopen our borders, we keep uppermost mind in the health and well-being of our people and the residents of these islands. I noticed on the agenda for today's meeting that there will be a session about mental health. I believe each of us struggled in our own way with mind care during the lockdown phase of COVID-19 in Cayman. It started with panic buying and only grew worse for some as we had to shelter in place. Isolation can do odd things to the psyche. That will be brought to us by Ms. Sutton Burke, the clinical director and psychotherapist of Infinite Mind Care. Our own medical director of the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority, Dr. Delroy Jefferson, will deliver a session focused on telemedicine. We in government realized early on that while social distancing was needed to help us fight COVID-19, healthcare facilities and registered medical practitioners would have to continue delivering necessary healthcare services not related to the virus. My ministry works with the Health Insurance Commission to ensure that registered healthcare facilities and registered medical practitioners could provide healthcare through telemedicine and be reimbursed by insurance companies. It was another way in which government was able to help stop the spread of COVID-19, but keeping patients out of healthcare facilities while maintaining their health through telemedicine. Throughout the day, you will hear discussions about COVID-19 and how it has affected elderly patients in critical care, chronic illnesses, and working. So back to the topic at hand, a resilient Cayman. I believe the actions government took on at the early start of the COVID-19 pandemic have helped make Cayman even more resilient. It has helped us appreciate more fully what we have within these beautiful islands, the people and cultures of everyone who lives here. Our response to and recovery from the virus has been and is still concentrated on protecting life and health. We also need to ensure that as we recover, we build back stronger and better. I am confident that Cayman Islands will rebound from this dreadful pandemic. Caymanians come from good stock, people who know how to survive adversity. As we work on ways to effectively, safely open our borders, government may still have to make some difficult decisions that affect the lives of all who call these islands home. But I can assure you that none of the decisions we have made or will make are done lightly. Saving the lives and the health of our people was and continues to be the mantra of this government. Before I close, I must thank our many sponsors who help make this important community event happen each year. Sponsorship means that we can offer attendance to this annual event free of charge, enabling as many residents of these islands as possible to the opportunity to explore with us the health issues that face our nation. I also thank our many healthcare professionals and others who are today's speakers and panelists, both local and international. I appreciate that you have taken the time out of your busy day to join us as we examine COVID-19, how we reacted to it, and more importantly, how we safely come out of it. And for those joining us virtually, welcome. I look forward to a time when we can all gather together and welcome overseas participants to our beautiful shores once more to share our knowledge and experience at a future Cayman Islands Healthcare Conference. I commend the Healthcare Conference Committee for putting together another stellar conference this year, and the Government Information Services team for making this virtual conference a reality to those joining us remotely. It is my sincere hope that everyone becomes armed with knowledge on how to cope, get help, and work as we learn to live with the pandemic. I do hope you enjoy today's conference. Premier can be assured that laryngitis has not set in.
The pandemic has had minimum impact on me personally due to the nature of the job. We are essential workers, and fortunately, Cayman is small. And the people of Cayman have been very compliant with the police. Overall, I believe we had overwhelming support from the public.
How COVID impacted me personally was that I was sad. I couldn't see friends, I couldn't go to school, but I was also happy because I was with my family. I knew they were safe. How it affected me emotionally, it kind of made me scared. When COVID came to Cayman, I was just like, oh no, what if I get it? Oh no, I really don't want to get it. But I knew that I wouldn't get it because I'd have my family.
While working from home, my boss had me doing booking appointments, helping with appointments. And then when I came back to work, I had to, do a spreadsheet for all the past patients that from the time we were shut down to open up back time. Then every morning my hours were changed. I used to come in from either 7 o'clock or 7:30 every morning, knowing that I had a young child at home, had to work from home. So not every evening I would go home, so my family back home would have to take care of him, then come back to work the next day, and then had to maintain him with homeschooling, make sure that he was on time for online classes. But I managed to cope through everything. And my workplace was okay with flexible time to work, and they worked along with me, and I thank them a lot for that.
The personal impact of the pandemic on me has been that it's tested every coping mechanism that I've ever used to get through any difficult situation. So even small tasks like running errands, going on the road has taken a lot of adjustment because of new policies and national decisions and implementations. So something that you wouldn't have given a second thought to, you had to readjust your life. So it's tested everything. There's also been a call for balance, because as a professional, you have to put a face forward that I know what I'm doing, I have all the answers, when you don't, because policies were always changing, there was always new emerging information, but you also had to be a role model for the community to present a sense of reassurance and calm that we can get through this. The Cayman Islands has been in kind of a safe space and has done pretty well, but there are still some anxieties as to what the future holds, what our new normals are going to be. When our borders open, how are we going to get through all of those? But we continue to hold our heads up, we continue to step forward, and we hope that we will get through this safely.
In terms of how the pandemic has affected me personally and emotionally, I think it gave me an opportunity to slow down a bit, and to really just focus on my family and my family's mental health. And I think that has been an actual positive thing that came out of the pandemic, is it forced, I think, lots of families to focus on the things that really matter and spending time together and growing together emotionally as a family.
They tried to make me a old man in 4 months. But I came out of that. For weeks and months I didn't go outside the gate. So it was very now breaking. But I think we came out with flying colors. I must praise our government for doing an excellent job.
Covering the pandemic as a journalist has been an experience that I would say is difficult to encapsulate in a few words, but for me, being part of the coverage in a small community like ours has been life-altering for me personally, because it gave me an opportunity to actually interact a lot more with the community. It gave me an appreciation for the role that I play as a journalist, the importance of that role, and how much people really depend on us as journalists, as a newspaper, to give them the information that they need, not just to inform them about things that are happening in their community, but in this particular case, to basically keep them alive.
Thank you, Minister Seymour, and thank you again to those who participated in the video testimonials. Hearing their opinions and how the handling of the pandemic could be improved may be helpful in planning for the future, and the range of voices from adolescents to senior all provide crucial insight into what different segments of the population were experiencing. That video is an excellent lead-in to our next presentation called COVID-19, Myths, Facts, and Latest Trends. You're about to hear from 3 of Cayman's leading medical experts, all of whom were members of the task force put together to combat the pandemic. Dr. Courtney Cummings from Health Services Authority, Dr. Arkita Joshi-Bhatt from Health City, and Dr. Yaron Rado from Doctors Hospital. Thank you for being here with us today. Throughout the pandemic, you have modeled a spirit of teamwork. Your collaboration is one of the reasons Cayman's response is an example for other jurisdictions to follow. For those of you attending via Zoom, if you have time for questions at the end of this session, we will accommodate you. So please type your questions in the online chat, and our team will select a few to pose to the presenters. Where possible, we will provide answers to questions on our website, healthcareconference.ky, within a week of this broadcast. Panel.
A very good morning to the Honorable Minister of Health, members of his ministry, Dr. Lee, Dr. Jefferson, Dr. Williams from Public Health, and all those present here. Also to all the colleagues who've tuned in online and members of the community. I thank the organizers and my colleagues from the National Task Force for this opportunity. And as we can all guess from the very theme of this conference and its mode of presentation, COVID-19 has put us through unprecedented and unimaginable challenges. And the only good thing, or one of the few good things that I see coming out of this pandemic, is the medical community coming together, both practitioners and physicians and scientists from the public and the private sector coming together against this fight against the virus. And I am very happy to be a very small and humble part of this endeavor. So I thank you for this opportunity again. My job here today is to give you an overview about COVID-19, talk about the epidemiology, the myths and facts around this viral infection. So I start right away with what is COVID-19? COVID-19 is actually short for coronavirus disease 2019, and it is an infectious disease which is caused by a newly discovered strain of coronaviruses, which was first identified in Wuhan in China in 2019. As of October 2020, earlier this week or last week, there have been over 37 million cases of COVID-19 and over 1 million deaths reported by the WHO worldwide. Just to look at where we are on that scale, and I apologize because this is an older figure, Cayman Islands had reported 221 and now 225 cases and only 1 death. So I think we are very fortunate, and thanks to the endeavors of the government and, of course, the entire healthcare sector here, that we've had very few cases here in Cayman Islands. Talking about the virus itself, COVID-19 is caused by the SARS-CoV-2, which is an enveloped virus with a positive single-strand RNA genome, and it belongs to the family of beta coronaviruses. How it derives its name is interesting. If you may see the structure in the picture given there, the virus has a membrane, and it has spike-like projections out of that membrane, which give it the appearance under a microscope of a crown, and hence the name coronavirus. And this virus primarily affects airway and alveolar epithelial cells in our body, which are cells in the lungs, which present certain types of receptors known as ACE2 receptors on their surface. However, this virus can also affect or infect any other cells in the body which present this receptor, including the endothelial cells, the vascular smooth muscle cells, and hence its widespread manifestations. Just to understand how it really does this job is the virus uses its projections, the spike protein, to get into the host cells. And once it gets into the host cells, it starts replicating. It produces its own proteins and assembles them together to replicate. This viral replication, in turn, leads to a lot of inflammation. The body recognizes this as a foreign particle and then releases pro-inflammatory cytokines and chemokines, which then lead to infiltration of cells into that area of the body, in this case, the lungs. And the local inflammation, the battle that goes on there, then spills onto the systemic circulation, hence causing the damage. Just to understand how this virus is transmitted, as we've been hearing over the last few months, the most common mode of transmission is through droplets. So this virus basically is most commonly a respiratory virus. And so when we talk, when we cough, sneeze, we release certain particles, respiratory particles known as droplets, which are coarse particles. And these are the most common mode of transmission of the virus. The distance these droplets usually travel up to is about 2 meters or 6 feet. And the best way of preventing this mode of transmission is individuals maintaining a good social distance and everybody wearing a mask so that we don't spread our own droplets. Wearing eye protection can also protect against mucosal exposures, and remaining outdoors or in well-ventilated spaces can be beneficial. The next most common mode of transmission is through fomites. These are inanimate objects or surfaces where the droplets actually settle down, and which we often touch and then touch our face or our eyes and then or our nose, and we transmit the infection to ourselves. The best way to prevent this mode of transmission is by frequent cleaning of hands, so hand washing or using hand sanitizers. The initially disputed but now accepted another mode of transmission is through aerosols. And aerosols are much finer particles of respiratory secretions which can stay suspended in the air for longer. And these are generated usually during medical procedures when we are performing nebulizations, suctions, intratracheal intubations, endoscopies or bronchoscopies, but occasionally also when an individual shouts or sneezes. And these can remain, as I mentioned, suspended in the air for a longer period of time. The way of preventing this mode of transmission is wearing masks, maintaining social distance, and having good ventilation in the room. The common symptoms, well, before I discuss the symptoms, I want everybody to understand that individuals carrying the coronavirus can remain asymptomatic and usually have very mild symptoms. Like any respiratory virus, the common symptoms are fever, dry cough, and shortness of breath, or difficulty in breathing, but it has a varied presentation. And individuals can present with just tiredness, aches and pains, nasal congestion, sore throat, conjunctivitis, nausea, diarrhea, or a new loss of taste or smell, as well as certain skin manifestations with rashes or skin discoloration of the fingers or toes. The clinical manifestations in the various organs are because of the effects of the virus, as I explained earlier, that it can affect cells which present ACE2 receptors, which could be in the lungs, as we discussed, and this is the most common form of manifestation, in the form of pneumonia or ARDS, acute respiratory distress syndrome. It can cause elevation of liver enzymes, it can damage kidneys, it can cause diarrhea due to affecting the intestinal cells. Again, in the brain, the microvascular complications that the virus can cause can lead to strokes, sometimes seizures. It can cause inflammation in the eyes and nose, and of course in the heart and blood vessels, which may lead up to heart attacks or clots. To understand the course of the illness, again, as I mentioned, about 80% of the individuals will recover from the disease without needing any hospital treatment, and they have a mild course of the illness. However, 1 out of 5 people who get COVID-19 can become seriously ill and can develop some difficulty in breathing. Older individuals and those with underlying medical problems like high blood pressure, diabetes, heart and lung disease, diabetes or cancer are at higher risk of developing serious illness. However, what is important to remember is that anyone can catch COVID-19 and can become seriously ill. Now, there was a myth where initially everybody believed that younger individuals would not develop serious illness or children cannot contract this virus. However, it is not true, and we've seen now the facts and figures tell us that anybody can get COVID-19 and can become seriously ill. So we need to remember that. The period of infectivity due to this virus actually begins before the onset of symptom and can be up to 1 to 3 days before symptom onset. However, the highest risk of infection and the highest viral loads are around the day of symptom onset and gradually decline over the course of the disease. So the duration of PCR positivity, this is the common test which is done to detect the virus, and Dr. Rado will of course be talking about it later. It remains positive for about 1 to 2 weeks for asymptomatic persons, but can remain positive in mild to moderately symptomatic for 3 weeks or longer, and in severe disease for much longer. Infected persons without symptoms can also transmit the infection and infect others, and this is very important to remember, and this is known as asymptomatic transmission. And hence bringing me to the next point, that prevention is better than cure, which is an age-old adage, but in this case, prevention is better than having no cure. And so, as we all know and have been hearing over the last few months, washing hands is the best method of preventing this infection. Washing hands with soap and water for 20 seconds or more, using alcohol-based hand rubs with 60% alcohol or more, maintaining a good social distance. Like I mentioned, the mode of transmission is through droplets, which travel over up to 2 meters or 6 feet. So maintaining a good social distance of about 2 meters. Avoiding shaking hands, hugging, and kissing when we meet and greet. Good respiratory etiquette, where we cover our sneezes and coughs with a tissue paper and then discard them into a closed bin, or use the crook of our arms, or the elbows or our sleeves to cough into or sneeze into. Not touching our face or eyes with contaminated or unclean hands, and of course frequently cleaning surfaces that can be contaminated with the virus. Again, a very important aspect, and of course the much politicized aspect of wearing masks. Well, wearing masks in public and public places and indoors is a very important aspect of preventing transmission of this virus. And again, there's a very common myth where people believe that the mask protects you alone from acquiring this infection, and I want everybody to understand that yes, this may be true to some extent, but masks are usually more important for source control. So they prevent the spread of infection of the virus to others. And if all of us wore a mask, we would be preventing community transmission of this virus and hence protect each other. Now, when I talk about masks, I think it's very important to just quickly talk about how to wear a mask, because especially since there are members of the community listening and tuning in, I would want to make a point that wearing masks appropriately is very important. Just wearing it because we have one and we have to wear one doesn't make sense. So as you may have seen, there are people who wear masks around their ears, around their chin, not covering their nose. A mask is meant, either a cloth mask or a surgical mask, is meant to cover both the nose and the mouth. And one should make sure that we only use the straps of the mask to handle it, to take it off or to wear it on. Make sure that it is either discarded into a closed bin or put into a wash if you're using a cloth mask, and you wash your hands after it. So that's an important aspect. There are some more myths about this disease which I would want to clarify. And among the general population, ever since this pandemic started, and there are ongoing beliefs that people believe eating certain nutritional supplements or consuming certain vitamins can be protective. Well, unfortunately, we have no scientific data backing this belief. And we have seen a few cases, and I'm sure my colleagues in the room and online would vouch for this, that there have been individuals who've in fact overdone certain supplements, and that has caused more harm than good. Again, eating garlic, adding peppers to your food, drinking alcohol, they have no proven benefit over this, over prevention or treatment of COVID-19. Also, a lot of people believe that using thermal scanners or a thermometer can screen individuals for COVID-19. And I would like to clarify that thermal scanners and thermometers are only looking for individuals with fever. And there are many causes for fever. Hence, there is no guarantee that somebody who doesn't have a fever, they may be asymptomatic carriers, or individuals who are having fever may not necessarily be infected with COVID-19. Again, antibiotics have no role in the prevention or treatment of COVID-19. Rinsing your nose, using, introducing objects into your nose to clean it are not beneficial and have not been shown to be beneficial against COVID-19. And again, a common misbelief that wearing masks for a prolonged period of time can lead to low oxygen levels or retention of carbon dioxide is not true. Wearing a well-fitted mask with a breathable fabric, or even wearing medical masks, which are N95 masks, does not lead to carbon dioxide retention or low oxygen levels. So I'm going to probably hand over the podium to my other colleagues now. Dr. Rado will be following, who would be talking about the investigations And I thank you for your patient listening. Any questions that you have, we will reserve for the end, and feel free to post them online. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to talk about testing and give an overview about different testing techniques, their promises, opportunities, and the pitfalls that we have. Okay. There's first. You turn it off? Test? Good. Thank you. There you go. Doctors Hospital was quick to react to the COVID threat 2 days after Dr. Tedros, Director General of the WHO, declared SARS-CoV-19 a global pandemic. We had our first PCR COVID testing machine on island, and 6 weeks later we started the island's first drive-through testing, and since August also offer PCR and antibody testing centrally at the Cayman Bay facility. I want to give you an overview of the different types of available tests. And the first question we have to ask is, do we test for who has or who already has had the virus? And as Dr. Tedros said, testing, tracing must be the backbone of coronavirus response. So testing has been the call all over the world, and the Cayman Islands have been a world leader. As of today, 44,000 people have been tested, and early into the crisis, we were on 3rd place in the world index on per capita testing, just behind Monaco and Gibraltar. There are 3 different test types: the reverse transcription or quantitative polymerase chain reaction, the antigen test, which promises in the future to be a cheap and quick test, and the antibody test that detects a patient's body response to having or having had COVID. What we understand as COVID testing today on island is PCR-based testing, which offers the highest accuracy test available today, meaning the highest sensitivity and specificity. This is offered and performed by the Health Services Authority and Doctors Hospital, and all 3 healthcare organizations, including Health City, offer the antibody testing. This graph shows the differences between the 3 tests. PCR and rapid antigen tests can pick up the disease before the patient shows a symptom, and also even if the patient does not even feel the disease and is asymptomatic. PCR tests are more accurate and offer a wider time window than antigen-based tests. Antibodies are a patient's body reaction to COVID 2 weeks after exposure. A positive test result does not help us containing the disease or protecting patients from infecting others. PCR tests have the highest accuracy rate by having the highest sensitivity and specificity, but do sometimes show a false positive result, wrongly suggesting in a healthy patient exposure and infection. That is why we always retest positive results in accordance with the WHO guidelines to improve the test sensitivity and specificity. False positive results have many negative consequences that can be health-related, financial, or psychological on a personal level, but they also impairs the test guidance to public health decisions affecting the whole society. It takes us 1.5 to 3 hours to run a PCR test at Doctors Hospital, depending if we run 1 or 94 tests per plate. These are the steps involved in the PCR test, and recently published new approaches in an attempt to make it even faster. We at Doctors Hospital already combine the sampling in inactivation step, but we also have been doing some in-house research on passing the extraction part. We believe we found a solution to pre-fill the tube where the freshly sampled swab is being put into, and then theoretically allowing us to combine steps A to C into one. More on that in a moment. When you look at the slide, A is sampling the nasal swab. Many of us have had this experience. It is uncomfortable but painless. B, the inactivation step, kills the virus so that our lab techs have no risk of getting infected by handling the test tubes. C, the RNA extraction process cleans the COVID fragments out of the tube solution, and this then D is transferred to the plate that can hold up to 94 tests per test run. The plate is then put into the PCR machine, which uses the enzyme polymerase to start a chain reaction, thus called PCR, to multiply the COVID fragments within the solution. Each self-multiplication is called a cycle, each squaring the virus fragments. If enough fragments are in the solution changes its color, which is then detected by the machine. The dotted line in E, where you see the S-curve, represents the relevant fragment amount needed to call a test positive. More COVID fragments in the original swab means less cycles are necessary to detect the virus in the swab solution. We also test for human RNA parallel to the COVID fragments to see if the swab was done successfully. If the human RNA is not detected in our test, it has to be repeated. What you see here is a test result that we give out. In the findings field, you have the first line that shows your COVID result, which is negative if no COVID fragment is detected by 40 cycles as per WHO guideline. That is ample. 2 raised to the power 40 is 1 trillion. The second line shows the false positive control. This is a sterile water column that should show nothing. The third line shows the result of the human RNA control. This proves the swab has been properly performed technically and human cells have been successfully sampled. This protects us from false negative results. And the fourth line, the positive control, shows that the PCR was overall successfully activated in the plate, and again that protects us from another false negative result. Coming back to the paper from Nature, you can see here on the right side of the screen the S-curves, and you see that the curves are actually, each of this curve is less concentration of the COVID in it, and this is an attempt to do it without the RNA extraction. And you see something we saw in our research as well, that it doesn't really do what you expect it to do. What you would expect to do is the less COVID you have in the solution that you put in, the more the S-curve should move to the right, the more cycles it should take. But that is not what happens. The curve gets depressed. The paper doesn't really go further into this, but we have found that actually our scientist, Dr. Köntgen, who is the brain behind our testing lab, found the problem was the RNA stability in the solution. And here you see in one of our internal tests where we tried this out, and we found a way to overcome this by changing the buffer. And we think we could bypass not only the inactivation step, but also the extraction portion of the PCR test, something we talked about early into the whole testing problem. That would make the test faster, cheaper, and less prone to the supply chain issues the world faces. I want to point out that we are not using this extractionless process in the moment, and we keep to the established and approved protocol. Another solution to the same problem is going a different route, and like a pregnancy test, antigen tests promise a cheap and fast solution to the testing problem. First generations of the test lack the necessary sensitivity. Patients would test negative despite them being infectious. So the question is, if we cannot trust the test, why should we use it? But new promises are being made. 3 weeks ago, President Trump, together with Abbott Laboratories, announced a new rapid antigen test that combines being quick, cheap, and easy to administer, It even promised to come with an app that displays a temporary health pass. So that leaves me for the last of my presentation, the antibody test. Antibody testing are overall less accurate. The hope for antibody tests was in the beginning that having been through a COVID episode would give you lifelong immunity so one could not get sick again. People were hoping a positive antibody test could work as a health pass that would allow us to regain our freedom to live our lives again as we could just 8 months ago. The first evidence, even though this has not gone through proper peer review, was published in August, where on a fishing vessel everyone got COVID, but the 3 men that had antibodies before were spared. When they set sail, everybody else came back and they were good. So that was the first proper idea that we had the feeling this antibody thing might help. This is from The Lancet from a week ago. And The Lancet published online first a paper of a young patient in the United States that got first infected in April and then reinfected in May, June a second time by a different COVID strain. The second infection was clinically even worse than the first, dispelling the hope antibodies would at least offer some protection against a second infection. What you see here is the viral genome sequencing. I don't know how good this comes out on the screens, but at 3 o'clock at the start of the circle is the Wuhan original sequence of the virus. At 8:30 is the first infection of the patient, and at 1 o'clock is the second infection of the patient. So you can see how the virus changes, and that from the first to the second infection, that did not help. To sum it up, a positive antibody test does not offer the previously hoped for and expected guarantee of a COVID-free life after having gone through the disease once. The hope now is vaccines, and that they can be designed to focus the immune system against specific antigens that elicit better responses. Dr. Cummings, Deputy Medical Director at the Health Services Authority, will walk us through the vaccine topic next. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Protocols have been established before, and I'm sorry to learn of the Premier's battle with laryngitis. I too had that problem a couple of days ago, and I have good news to the Premier. These mints will help you, sir, if you can see them. I will talk with Dr. Jeff, who's our medical director, and he's an expert in telemedicine and teletransmission, and he can transmit some of this for you at no cost to you. Failing that, I will try to find a female doctor who might get some for you. My task today is to, and by the way, I'm COVID negative, if you see me coughing. My task today is to complete this clinical session that was started by my distinguished colleagues, Dr. Archita and Rado. From the outset, I want to submit that despite the social distancing, the masking, the hands hygiene, all of those measures that were taken and that were somewhat successful, societies will remain in a state of what I call semi-paralysis until such time that either a specific drug treatment or a vaccine has been discovered for COVID-19. And so, walk with me, please, as we try to unpack all the issues pertaining to vaccines and treatment. I want to start by showing you this first slide. I must declare my conflict of interest. And as you can see clearly there, it's written clearly for you to see. I've had no association with Gilead that makes remdesivir or any of the major drug companies. So I am free of any conflict of interest. I want to start with vaccines, if I may. And I want to propose to you the following. Immunity is resistance to the effects of an infecting agent. And immunity to SARS-CoV-2 occurs under two circumstances. When a patient is exposed to the virus and recovers, or if a patient receives a SARS-CoV-2 vaccine, which we do not have at this time. So those are the ways in which one can become immune to the virus. Vaccines are made of a portion or the entire, a harmless entire virus or bacteria, but we're talking about a virus now, and exposing that portion or virus to the immune system. When that is done, the body forms what we call antibodies to the presence of those particles, those antigens. And I want to pause and say, so antibodies are what your body forms against anything that is unnatural, that is not supposed to be there. By antigen, we refer to the germ that gets into the body. And so the vaccines allow one to be exposed to weakened germ, so you still present and produce antibodies that can fight against the germ if the real thing happens over a period of time. And so you see in red, safe exposure of the immune system to a weakened germ initiates production of antibodies and white cells that identify and destroy similar incoming germs before illness develops. I want to continue to make the case for a COVID-19 vaccine. Vaccines reduce infections not only in the persons who are vaccinated, but in others, the so-called herd immunity or community protection. Herd immunity occurs when 60 to 70% of a population becomes immune, either as a result of natural infection or vaccination. For herd immunity to occur in the Cayman Islands, from infection, 70% or 45,000 persons must recover from the infection, but some 1,365 will die because the mortality of this virus is about 3%. And in some places, it's as high as 5%, 7%. For global herd immunity to occur via infection, 5.47 billion persons must recover. And we're talking about a world with a population of 7.8 billion persons. And of that 5.4 billion, 104.2 million will die. That's a large amount. I think that makes the case. We want herd immunity primarily from vaccination, whereby which no one should die. And I want to pause for a little while and walk you through this slide, which sort of outlines this whole issue of herd immunity. And if you look, the key to this is the blue, the person in blue is one who is healthy but not immunized or doesn't have any defense against the virus. The person in yellow or gold, whatever you want to call it, is healthy but is immune. And the person in red at the top is sick and contagious. So look at me, the first group of persons there, you see two persons who are infected among the population of blue. And quickly, that entire population, as the arrow points, turns to red. they convert the blue to red. Those who were not infected but were not immune became infected and sick. The second group of thing shows 2 persons infected, but in addition, this time you have a few persons in community who are immune. And if you look where the arrow shows you, eventually many of the persons, not all as before, or not as much as before, many of the persons are converted to red. Many of the persons become sick. But the bottom chart, part of the chart shows, again, 2 persons are ill and quite a few persons are immune to the virus. And guess what? If you look to the right now, you'll find that for the 4 persons in that group, only 1 got converted or 1 became ill. That makes the point that herd immunity is good. I say herd immunity is better if it comes by vaccines as opposed to by infection. So I want to make a further case for vaccine, for COVID-19 vaccine. I want to propose to you that the severity of a viral illness is proportionate to the viral inoculum, the amount of virus someone inhales. And there are many things, but I want to talk about masking. Masking, by reducing the amount of virus one inhales, decreases infection rate and the severity of the illness. And I give an example here where at a workplace in the United States, 95% of persons who got the virus, that is 500 persons who got the virus, were totally asymptomatic. But it was a workplace where masking was mandatory. And the other 5%, they got mild to moderate disease only. Making the case that, yes, the measures are quite helpful, they're useful. But I think the next point here is that the death rates in countries with mandatory masking and social distancing have remained low even after resurgence of cases after lockdown were lifted. That's very important. But if you look here in red at the bottom, the point which I want you to focus on, the important point in this slide is that despite all of that, despite the lack of severity of the cases, despite all of that, there's resurgence of the cases after strict and effective measures are relaxed. And that emphasizes the need for a COVID-19 vaccine. I think with that, we can literally close the books and tip out of here now. I think the point is made that you need a vaccine. But if you don't believe me, look at this one here. You see, that's a graph that shows the part of the graph in red is European Union, and the one in gray is United States of America. Look at me, you'll see that as they, with time, in August, in October, in early October, America was not doing so well in terms of the amount of viral infections they were having and documented. On the other hand, the European Union, because of all the measures, lockdown, social distancing, etc., and this is a combination of all of the countries. But then they began to relax their measures. And on the 15th of October, look at the graph. You don't have to believe me, just look at the graph. On the 15th of October, the 2 graphs are now uniting again. The European Union are having significantly more cases now than they had before. The point is made. The measures that are taken before were good, but they will not stop this virus. We have to have a vaccine and or some specific treatment. And so I want to proceed by showing you this. You know, we hinted before that to get a vaccine, the vaccine exposes the immune system to the infecting organism. And so the body then responds to that infected organism and produces these antibodies. So in other words, for you to form a vaccine or develop a vaccine, one has to know the structure of the virus or the bacteria that you're dealing with. And so I want to show you this about the coronavirus. SARS-CoV-2 is a large single-stranded RNA virus. That RNA is encased in a nucleic capsid, and you'll see that shortly, and surrounded by an envelope. A talking point here is that all envelope viruses can only be infectious if the envelope is intact. So anything that damages that envelope, such as alcohol and soaps and detergents, will impair and reduce infectivity. For the SARS-CoV-2 virus, the virus that causes COVID-19, the important structural proteins are the spike protein and the nucleic capsid protein. Because, as the bottom shows, those proteins function as the antigen. They function as the structures that will provoke the immune system to do a response, producing antibodies that will fight off any subsequent infection. And that is the structure of the virus. Right, that's the structure of the virus. And you can see on the virus, you can see on that structure there, I can point it, there is the, you can see the, okay. Right, you can see the glycoprotein, the spike protein marked S, you can see that. And that's the protein that allows the virus to attach, as Dr. Archita said, to the cell that is going to infect. That is the most important immunogenic particle of that particular virus. And indeed, all of the vaccines that are being produced now, they come with using some part of the S or the spike protein. The other important structure I want you to take note of is that red bar around there. That is the envelope. And this is what the soap destroys. This is what the alcohol destroys. It pulls it apart and breaks the viruses up. So the envelope is very important. And then, of course, you have the nucleic capsid, that golden part in the center, that covers or encases the genetic material, the RNA. And so, how do we develop a SARS-CoV-2 vaccine? So first we obtain a protein that is going to be useful, that is going to be immunogenic, and we have identified the S protein as the protein that is going to be immunogenic, is going to cause the system to produce antibodies to its presence. And in fact, the second bullet point states that all SARS-CoV-2 vaccines in development include portions of S protein. The antibodies against it are the only ones shown to neutralize the virus and prevent infection. But not only that, when one, after identifying the protein, the structural protein one uses, there has to be a platform for it to be delivered into the cell. And there are different platforms using the live attenuated viruses, you can use inactivated virus, and there's a list of other viruses that one can, or other platforms one can use to get the protein, this immunogenic protein into the system to provoke that response from the immune system. And this graph shows essentially the different types of COVID-19 vaccines that are being developed at this point in time. There's live attenuated viruses being used. There is inactivated viruses. There are protein subunit. The bottom line is there are many different types of viruses or vaccines that are being produced to combat this disease. But when one forms when you actually put together that solution that you think is going to be the vaccine, one has to now send that through a number of testing. And I want to pause and say that unlike antibiotics, unlike medicine for the heart, unlike other types of medications, vaccines, the bar for safety and efficacy is much greater. Why? I'm glad you asked me. It is greater. You know why? Because we give vaccines to persons who are well. And so there's little tolerance to causing disease in persons who are well. Unlike if you're given a heart medication or antibiotic or whatever it is to someone who's already sick. So, and that explains why these phases, the rigorous phase of development. So we've got together the chemicals or the solution that we want to be the vaccine, the putative vaccine. And we now send it through a number of clinical and preclinical phases. The preclinical phase is the phase in which we actually test the vaccine in the lab or the substance in the lab to see whether it's damaging to any biological tissue. If it's not damaging, then we proceed now to check that against animals such as mice, monkeys, etc. And if that preclinical phase is successful, we then go on to the clinical phases, in which the trials are now being used in humans. There's phase 1 trial. Phase 1 trial is conducted to test safety. And the aim is really to define the best dose with the least side effect. And we use a small amount of persons only. Then there's phase 2 trial. And this is randomized control, meaning that persons are selected randomly, usually by a computer model. And in that phase 2 trial, the safety again is checked. The immunogenicity, big word, is checked, meaning does the vaccine really provokes the immune system to do a response? And the doses are checked. And then we go to phase 3 trials. Again, we use a larger amount of persons, maybe thousands. And we check now on a number of things. We check, one, not only dosing, not only safety, but is it effective? It may produce the antibodies, but are they effective? So that's the phase 3 trial. And if the phase 3 trials are successful, then the FDA or the European Medical Agency or the Canadian body, whichever one it is, will then give approval for the vaccine to be used in the public. There's a phase 4 trial that also looks, and this is post-approval, and it's not necessary. Some drug companies may go on to look at it and see, are we producing, is this vaccine now causing a lot of side effects, etc., etc. And this slide quickly shows what I mentioned before. There's the exploratory and preclinical phase, and the 3 phases, the 3 clinical phases in human beings. This slide now shows a timeline for vaccines production. And if you look carefully, for classical vaccines, it takes about, in the preclinical stage, takes about 18 to 30 months. The phase 1, about 30 months, phase 2, about 32 months, and phase 3, about 30 months. But on the right side, you notice that the COVID vaccines, and you all know, the production, and we're at phase 3 with many of the vaccines, it's much, much quicker. And so to allay the fears of the public, I want to say that biological engineering has allowed a number of these phases to be quicker now than in the past. So fear not. But I also want to let you know that I happened to have been in a conference yesterday, an international conference at the American College of Physicians, and many of the pundits from CDC and other places, they have given the public, and they're speaking to physicians, the assurance that, yes, things are quicker now, but they will not cut corners. And I think I need to mention that. They will not allow safety to be a problem. They will not jeopardize person safety. So even though you may find that a COVID vaccine is quickly being produced, safety is not being compromised. This slide simply shows the phase 3 trials. We have here seven vaccine candidates that are already in phase 3 trials. And that's important, and that's good news. That's light at the end of the tunnel in my view. I want to end this portion by quickly talking about BCG vaccine. I have to mention that. The BCG vaccine, the Bacillus calmette-guerin, or bacilli if you will, is a vaccine that is given to kids in some part of the world. It's a vaccine against tuberculosis. And you'll see on some people on the left arm, there's a little a sort of elevated spot, dark spot. It's really where they got the vaccine as a child. What they have found is that the BCG vaccine not only causes the body to produce antibodies against any incoming TB germ, which is what is being used for, but they have found now that the BCG vaccine also primes the immune system against many other respiratory viruses. In fact, it causes what we call trained immunity. And see, that BCG vaccine may have caused trained immunity in many persons. And this is one of the questions I asked yesterday. In some countries, such as the Caribbean, Haiti and Jamaica and Guyana and Cuba and many parts of this part of the world, Bahamas, we have not seen that overwhelming amount of cases and deaths as we've seen in other parts of the world. And you ask me why. That's probably one of the reasons. Hold on, there's another reason. I believe that the vitamin D from sun, the exposure, is important. And I'm not saying we're going to just drink a lot of vitamin D, no, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying the vitamin D, which is the immune vitamin. So vitamin D, possibly the BCG virus, bacteria vaccine, and also the quick lockdown measures that this part of the region of the world, and we had pre-knowledge of it coming before, so we were prepared. I think that explains why we're not seeing that amount of drama here as we saw in Europe and other places. I want to say that studies are ongoing in the United States of America and also in the UK with regards to the BCG and its effect on COVID. I quickly want to go on to treatment, and I want to say that the treatment, there's no defined and proper treatment for the COVID at this point in time, but don't be dismayed. If you look on the right of the graph, it says 80%, as Dr. Archita said also, 80% of the patients who are infected have mild to moderate illness only, and some 20% will have more serious illness. 14% will have severe infections and about 5% critical infections. Severe infection refers to those whose oxygenation are dropping, and critical infections, those who need to be not only on oxygen supplement, they need to be on things like ventilatory support and or ECMO, fancy term, extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. Just forget that. So treatment of COVID-19 is done by the classification, as you will see. Most patients who are asymptomatic and with mild need no treatment, just symptomatic. Have a little fever, you give some Panadols. Even the moderate infections, most of them do not need hospitalization. The severe and critical cases, which is what we're going to talk on the next slide, are the ones who require hospitalization. And this slide, a busy slide, I've sort of put it together there quickly and tells you that for hospitalized patients, now you know the ones who are hospitalized are the ones who are either severely ill or critically ill. For those who are hospitalized and requiring oxygen but not on a ventilator, we propose 5 days of remdesivir, and this is according to the Infectious Disease Society of America guidelines. For patients who are hospitalized and who are on the ventilator, we give about 10 days of remdesivir, a little bit more treatment. Patients who hospitalize and are either critically or severely ill, we put them on dexamethasone also. They're given, and the dose is conventional, 6 milligrams daily for a period of time. And for persons who hospitalize and are moderately ill, meaning their oxygenation is okay, we do not put them on steroids. For patients who are hospitalized with COVID-19, convalescent plasma is recommended only in the context of clinical trial. Convalescent plasma really is plasma obtained from persons who've recovered. And so that plasma is rich in the antibodies against the virus and should be helpful. For persons who are hospitalized with COVID, lopinavir, ritonavir is recommended only in the context of clinical trials. And for persons who hospitalized with COVID-19, chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine, with or without azithromycin is not recommended. And this is by the Infectious Disease Society of America. For persons hospitalized with COVID-19, use of tocilizumab is not recommended. And that's what we call a monoclonal antibody. It's similar to the convalescent plasma, but it's antibodies that are formed in the lab. And finally, for patients hospitalized, the use of famotidine as treatment is not recommended. I want to thank you for your attention. And I think because you are very good, I want to leave that with you. Thank you very much. And good luck.
Thank you, panel. So we do have a little bit of time remaining that we can ask a few questions that have come through from the audiences, please. So feel free, whomever, to answer the questions. So one that we've received is, with different virus strains, how can one vaccine protect against all strains of COVID-19, seeing that persons are being reinfected with different strains and the second strains are even more severe?
Am I on? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for that question. Very important question. May I say that there's a concept of antigenic drift and antigenic shift. What is that? Antigenic drift is the scenario in which the virus replicates itself in the infected human being. And ever so often, the virus that is replicated is slightly dissimilar to the original virus, but there's no major difference. And so as a result of that, even though there are very minor shift, the vaccines will work. If there is antigenic shift now as opposed to antigenic drift, it's a completely different viral particle, and that vaccine will not work. What we're seeing now is antigenic drift. Minimal changes, but the vaccines will work for that particular case. Thank you.
Okay, one more. What strategies can be suggested to influence those who honestly believe that vaccines are not good? Those who are not vaccinated may pose a public health risk in the future. So I know that you've gone through the benefits of it, but do you have any suggestions on what strategies might drive vaccinations?
Yeah. So I think there is a group of persons who are vaccine haters, and I think it's a good question, first of all. I think one has to give the public the confidence that safety is not being compromised. Two, I would say to you that millions of lives have been saved around the world from vaccines, be it the measles vaccines, whatever vaccines you want to talk about. It saves millions of lives. But we also know that this virus has killed over 1 million persons so far. And so when you balance the risk with the benefit, and I said earlier that the bar for safety and efficacy with vaccine production is much greater than any other type of treatment that we give to patients. So persons should be confident that the vaccines are going to be safe, they're going to be effective, and they're going to be life-saving.
Okay. Another question we received in regards to the wearing of masks. Shouldn't there be a stress on the regular changing of masks because after a certain number of hours they become ineffective, or are the persons wearing them still safe?
It's again a very good question. Frequent changing of masks is recommended. If you're wearing a cloth mask, typically you may use it for up to 6, at the most 8 hours at a time. And if you're wearing a surgical mask, it's a similar duration. Masks, when removed, should be, of course, I have already mentioned, should be removed with the straps. And if you plan to reuse your mask, within a short frame of time, perhaps it's a better idea to keep it in a paper envelope or in a Ziploc bag. I'm just giving you practical tips where you may be able to hold on to it, not hold it on your arm or put it on your desk because it's getting contaminated. And you can probably re-wear it because it's not practical to keep changing masks every few minutes. But yes, masks need to be cleaned. If you're wearing a cloth mask, you should have at least 2 or 3 to spare so you can rotate masks. And if you're wearing a surgical mask or what we know as a disposable face mask, then these need to be changed every 6 to 8 hours.
Okay. Okay, can you explain again viral load and why we are now seeing higher loads in recent cases?
Well, viral loads are basically the amount of virus that is present in the individual and how much virus may be shed in their bodily secretions, particularly respiratory secretions. And the viral load is always high in individuals who have an acute infection or who are in the acute phase of the infection. And so individuals who have been newly detected with an infection or who may have recently acquired the infection are more likely to have a higher viral load. And that's, I think, what Dr. Lee has mentioned in his recent press conferences, that individuals who have come onto the island may have recently acquired the infection, either just prior to travel or during travel, and they may be bringing this, may be coming in with a high viral load at this time. Then individuals who have probably are in the convalescent phase or are still shedding viral particles but are not acutely infected.
Okay. Another question. Please comment on the use of remdesivir. Please forgive me if I'm not saying it properly. In light of the recent declaration of the WHO that the drug is not effective.
Okay, so I was hoping that wouldn't come up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So WHO, just about 24 hours ago, released a non-peer-reviewed document questioning the effectiveness of remdesivir in terms of its impact on mortality, etc., in patients with COVID-19. However, previous studies, including randomized trials around the world, does suggest remdesivir is useful. Again, this last document that came out 24 hours ago is not peer-reviewed. That is the catch. And again, the treatment for COVID-19 is changing on a daily basis. And so, and I'm glad I made the declaration before that I have no conflict of interest with Gilead and other places. But right now, the backbone of treatment for patients with COVID-19 still remains remdesivir plus dexamethasone. Until we have more convincing evidence, we cannot change that. Everyone who goes into hospital around the world who is ill, who is critically ill or severely ill with COVID-19 gets remdesivir if it's available, plus dexamethasone. Thank you.
What do you think about lockdowns, and can you say if they're effective?
I think there is a clear history of lockdowns having been very effective in the first treatment of the coronavirus pandemic. There is a concept called the hammer and the dance, and the hammer was the lockdown, and it has been in few places as successful and effective as in the Cayman Islands. So I think that concept has worked for us extremely well. When we look for second lockdowns, the only country so far that I'm aware of is Israel that went through a second lockdown. They lifted it yesterday. That was not successful. And if you recall Dr. Cummings' slide of the European states getting more and more new infections, what you see is that people get tired of COVID and people want to go back to their lives, but COVID is still there. And so I think for the Cayman Islands, we have not had another outbreak, and I hope we won't see one, but the likelihood of getting one is there. I hope that the outbreak, if we have it, will be small enough that we can do the dance and just confine the outbreak instead of confining the island again. And the WHO just came out with a clear verdict that to suggest not using lockdowns anymore.
Okay, one final one. Is there any academic publication of the best practices that have been applied in Cayman which can be used to educate the rest of the Caribbean, which are on the failing side of the spectrum in the fight against COVID-19, particularly as they are either opening or have reopened their borders?
I think that what you see here on this panel is, and especially the last question that Dr. Cummings got, is how hard it is to navigate the waters. We are learning every day. We stay abreast with what the peer-reviewed publications do and what they don't do. In my presentation, you saw that I put in all the dates of when this was first published, and most of it was from October or end of September. So this is what we need to do. We need to stay on top of it. The remdesivir and WHO question shows how hard that is. And I think in the end, I can only ask all the patients to trust their doctors. If you just go on the internet and read up something, that is not the same as having the experience. You do not become a sailor by reading a book.
Thank you. Okay, and so we'll end with that one. I just want to thank you, doctors on the panel today, Dr. Cummins, Dr. Akita, Dr. Rado. Such important information and reminders. The fact that 1 out of every 5 persons who contract COVID-19 becomes seriously ill is a sobering reminder that while we have done so well here in the Cayman Islands, it is a dangerous disease, and we must continue to stay informed and vigilant and work together to protect our communities. We will now show a video from the Health Services Authority, which will be followed by a short break. The conference will resume live at 10:45 a.m. Thank you.
Here at the Health Services Authority, you are at the center of everything we do. Your experience, your time, your access, your safety, your care, your health. They all matter because you matter to us. We have been providing quality health care to you and your family for generations. Together, we have been through many of life's journeys. From welcoming your new baby into the world, to hurricanes and pandemics. HSA is here for you because you matter to us.
Welcome back, everyone. Before we go into our next segment, I wanted to take a quick moment to also mention our supporting sponsors for this conference. Our thanks to Doctors Hospital, Baptist Health International, Cancer Treatment Centers of America, 3T MRI, Ocean Med, Jackson International, and Infinite Mind Care, whose clinical director and psychotherapist, Sutton Burke, will present next on the certainty in the uncertain, strengthening mind care during a pandemic. Mental health plays such an important role in our ability to function effectively in our everyday lives. COVID-19 has brought this even more to the forefront as people now worry more than ever about their future, their loved ones, their jobs, their health, financial security, and dealing with the many changes in their lives in general. Sutton, we are pleased to have you with us today to help us understand and make sense of the world we now live in, and to give us information on how to take better care of our mental and emotional health. Welcome, Sutton.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me the second time I'm speaking at this healthcare conference. I have to say that it's amazing to be in a room with people. First of all, I'm grateful that we're having the conference this year. I think this was an incredible thing put on by the organizers and by the Ministry of Health, because we could have easily just put it off to next year. But it is such an important thing for us to be talking about, and how lucky we are to get to be in a room full of people. I didn't have to walk in wearing a mask. I'm not having to social distance. I'm getting to say hello to the people that I care about and respect. So for that, I'm endlessly grateful just to be here in Cayman and to be able to talk about this topic in Cayman, which looks quite different here than it does all around the world. So today I'm going to be talking about the certainty in the uncertain and strengthening mind care during a pandemic. I got to remember to use this. Okay, so I'm Sutton Burke. I'm a clinical director and psychotherapist of Infinite Mind Care, which is a counseling facility in Georgetown and Cannon Place, where we specialize in older teens and adults, couples, families, addiction work, and we have a true passion for working with first responders. I'm going to give you a little disclaimer. So you might look at me as, the expert on this day for mental health, and I certainly have my experiences from my clients and my training, but I really have the experience of being a human being, and that's the disclaimer. I'm human, and while I'm going to come up here and talk to you about the impact of mental health around the world and in the Cayman Islands especially, and I'm going to give you some tips and tricks on how we get through this life of uncertainty. Tips and tricks I personally use and teach my clients and work with my mentors on. But I'm also human, and I did experience COVID as well, and I know there's a panel later, and there's been videos being shown of people's experience during this time, and I'm no different. I had my ups and downs. When people asked me about my experience during the pandemic as a therapist, from my perspective, something that I talked a lot about, which is what I'm going to talk about today, is just life is uncertain. So for me, 2018 was difficult. 2019 had its challenges. I had major life changes during those years. And so 2020 came around and it just added stuff to it, right? Life is uncertain, and that's what happens. Things just keep coming at us. So for me, it was no different. And some days I had the days where I was on top of it. I had my moments of really working things through. And some days I wanted to, hide under the covers. I overate and indulged in sugary foods and, got a little attitude and got stressed out. For me, though, it was quite different. We're going to talk about parents and the impact it had on adults and parents. I'm lucky to be happily divorced, and my kids were only with me 50% of the time. So I did a lot of missing of my children during the pandemic. But for me, I didn't have to feel that stuck in the house closeness and overwhelm that so many people felt. So, for me, it had its ups and downs, its goods and bads. And again, I'm here to just talk about the research, the experience of the people here, and how we can all get through this life together. So today we're going to be talking about a bunch of things. Briefly, we're going to talk about the impact the pandemic has had on mental health. So we're going to go through how it's impacted multiple different kinds of people and different groups of people. We're going to talk about fighting the uncertainty of life, because that's what this pandemic, in my mind, is all about, is facing the uncertain. We're bombarded with the uncertainty of life right now, and it was pushed in our face that anything is truly possible, even the things that we didn't think was possible, and certainly things that we never thought was going to happen in this lifetime. Next, we're going to talk about the importance of psychological flexibility, and that's, some of this mind care that I really want to work with you on. How to strengthen our tolerance of uncertainty muscles, and that's a really big one, and we're really going to dive into acceptance commitment therapy, or ACT, which is a therapeutic approach that at my practice and in with a lot of people right now, working in their practices. It's a spinoff of cognitive behavioral therapy. And then towards the end, we're going to talk about other ways to boost our mind care, no matter the circumstances. I'm really going to focus on building that uncertainty muscle. So at the end, I might go through the extra little mind care tips and tricks a little bit faster. So more people are reporting an impact on mental health due to worry and stress. And, I think I have to say it, but, what is mental health? So mental health is our emotional, our psychological, our social well-being. It affects us in every single way. It affects how we think, how we feel, how we behave. And so I feel like I just have to throw that out there. We all have mental health. Just because you're struggling with your mental health, or, you say you're managing it, or you're working on it, or you need a mental health day, that does not mean you're crazy. That does not mean anything about you, except you're taking care of yourself just like you're taking care of your physical health and your body. Our mind is such a huge part of it, if everything is combined. So I really want to stress that if you feel like you're struggling and you really have these worry thoughts, that's your mental health, and that's why it's important we talk about this and we get it out in the open. So some of these things that are being impacted due to so many worry thoughts is our sleep. So difficulty sleeping, maybe sleeping too much. A lot of people are reporting waking up frequently in the middle of the night, or having difficulty falling asleep due to those worry thoughts, or what's going to happen tomorrow. Increased alcohol consumption and substance use. There was a lot of time everybody had. People were home. I heard people were drinking when they were working on the computer. They're taking breaks from Zoom, or everybody thinks they're drinking in their coffee cup, their coffee or their tea, but they're drinking wine. This was like a joke, an ongoing joke, and I can't say I don't want to shame you for that, but it's something we really have to work on, because for some people, that increase of drugs or alcohol really didn't work out for them so well, and that increase has a really negative impact on our sleep. Change in diet. So for some people, maybe they just didn't feel hungry, and maybe at work they're used to going out to lunch, they're used to having these breaks and they're eating, but at home they would just work through it. It was I heard a lot of people either struggling to do the work or overworking and always being on because they were always at home. So that change in diet, I know I admitted myself in the beginning, I have a value of health, and for me, I was really happy that people were still delivering and I could get groceries and, all the goodies that I wanted to bring me some comfort at times were there. We ran out maybe of toilet paper, but not of Reese's peanut butter cups. So worsening of chronic conditions. So for people with, severe mental health issues, maybe they became exasperated. We definitely saw an increase of people coming into the mental health unit at the hospital. That's something that hasn't been widely talked about, but that unit got full, and it was over full, because when we're really, really, really stressed and you have an underlying mental health disorder, an underlying mental illness, that could easily come out in a time like this. Also, when we talk about other chronic illnesses that affect us physically, when we're holding on to that stress, when we're holding on to those worries, it comes out in all sorts of ways, especially if you can't get to those extra kind of doctors that would normally be available. We had so many people available to us, but certain types of people were not available, and certain things you would rely on weren't there. So definitely an increase in that. So let me just go back. Okay, yes. So besides these worry thoughts that were coming on, and the food and the sleep, if we talk about isolation and loneliness, just the fact that we had to be home, that we were away from people, so many different kinds of people were affected in different ways. It's at the bottom, but the elderly especially. The elderly, we know as we get older, our health declines, and so they're gonna have issues just there, being more susceptible of their immune system lowering. However, what about the isolation and the loneliness of people not being able to visit them? We know that the connection between being social and living longer. So the longer we live is very much correlated with our interactions with other people and getting to smile at people and engage, no matter what our mental health status is. So that had a major impact on the elderly. If we go back to kids, besides the fact that kids were not able to socialize, and that had the impact on parents of having them home all the time, and then the impact of maybe their parents being stressed out and having to deal with them in a different kind of way. But a lot of kids in Cayman, they depend on going to school to get their meals. They depend on going to school to meet with a mentor, to have that teacher, that guidance counselor that really cares about them, their friends' parents, that really help them and have them connect, and maybe they're not getting that in their home. So that part of isolation and loneliness really impacted them. And then, of course, we talk about the parents who had to wear many hats. And, I'm certainly not a teacher. I'm a facilitator, but I can't say that I'm a teacher, and I can't say that I want to teach my children. My greatest joy is being a parent, but teaching them school is not my strong point. Thank God my children are younger, but I know so many people struggled with this. And my message to those parents, and even now, is do the best you can, right? As long as you do it good enough, just be a good enough parent, just be a good enough teacher. But those parents were struggling. Some of them maybe were single parents staying at home, or parents that are stay-at-home moms or stay-at-home dads. And when their kids go to school, they get a little piece of themselves to deal with. They get some relaxation time, or they get to go have lunch with a friend, or they get to go walk around the grocery store to get a little calm and a little relaxation. And parents' routines were so messed up. And completely off, and people really looked forward to those, and that caused a lot of stress and worry. I also think that when we think of people being at home and isolated and lonely, something that we're not going to talk too much, and I'm going to be talking next week when we talk about the Walk of the Silence, or the March of the Silent next week, is domestic violence. You imagine you have people at home who already experienced domestic violence, and women or men have an ability to go leave the home, but now we're in isolation, we're homebound, and it makes it very difficult to escape those things. Couples. So as a clinical director of a counseling facility on island, who I'm grateful to have Dallas Drawley, who is a licensed family and marriage therapist, as well as a few Gottman trained therapists that deal with couples. We have had the most calls for couples since March that we have ever had in the existence of our business, and we've never been on a waiting list. We really pride ourselves for that. But now couples can't get in for a while because we are bombarded with couples, and that's for so many reasons. Like I was saying, now during this quarantine, during this homebound time, people were really forced to be with each other in close quarters, no escape, doing your work, feeling those worries together, feeling that stress. And some people really found ways to communicate and work things out and create their own space and create their own time and give themselves a break. Healthy couples have their own lives and their lives together as a couple. And during the lockdown, it was difficult to live your own life. You were always together. So couples were forced to communicate or recognize that it was very difficult to communicate. So I'm actually really happy to see that we're getting this influx of calls for couples, because it means that they see that they need to work on something. They're ready to change. And that's what I really appreciate in a lot of ways this pandemic has had for the mental health in general, is showing us the need to reach out, showing us the need for our clinicians and our mental health support. So I thought this was interesting. If we think about just how big the impact is on couples, the American Psychological Association has a call right now for research papers on the impact of couples. And these are just some of the topics they're looking for. Some of the ways that they're saying, they've noticed couples have been impacted, and they're really looking for research on this. Couples who can't go on vacation, how does that work? When you have two people that are working all the time, and they look forward to that vacation and can't go. That's one interesting one, I thought. What about a couple that had suffered a job loss, or both of them suffered job loss? How does that impact the relationship? Now I want to talk about our frontline workers. This is huge. What is burnout? Burnout is an emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by excessive and prolonged stress. It occurs when you feel overwhelmed, when you feel like you just can't get all your work done. It started as an occupational phenomenon, but really we're seeing burnout in all different areas. So I really want to talk about this. We're going to talk about our healthcare workers, our first responders, and our essential workers, and the reality that when you have this heightened stress and you're, like our healthcare workers do, there's a correlation and there was a rise in depression among our healthcare workers, of anxiety. And we know that, they're working, that affects their mental health and their physical health. And when we have that combination, it makes it very difficult for them. It makes it very difficult for when they come home. So we start to think about our healthcare workers who had to go home to their loved ones and were maybe fearing that they might get COVID. Research shows that for physicians and nurses with burnout have higher rates of suicide. So Cayman had it a little bit different for our healthcare workers. And again, we were so lucky that we didn't have so many cases of COVID, and we only had the one death. However, I'm going to get to another slide in a couple minutes that it was the worry, though, that things were going to come at us. Every day, our nurses, our doctors had to go into the hospital with the fear of, what if today's the day that COVID is going to spread? What if a few people have it and I treat them and I get COVID? What if I don't know I get COVID and I have to go home to my family? I have a sick mother at home. I have a child with a lowered immune system. What happens if today is the day? And so those worry thoughts, I know, plagued our healthcare workers, and that was part of the burnout of just going in and prepping and just waiting for something to happen, and thankfully it hasn't come yet. So next is our first responders. Our first responders were hit with so much this year. Our firefighters with that dump fire, and now with COVID. Again, thankfully, we didn't have too many cases, but those first responders, and especially our EMTs, our EMS workers, they went into homes thinking to themselves, what if I go into a home and this person has COVID? There's so much talk on the news and so much talk everywhere. We're preparing. What if I go in someone's home and they're very sick? Now, I know we had a lot of COVID cases on island. We had some COVID cases. I don't want to say a lot, but we did have our share. And we don't want to stigmatize it, because thankfully these cases here, they were okay. And it wasn't a death sentence for them. But we didn't know that. There's still so much information that we know. It's still so uncertain, and our first responders had to sit with that. So that also causes a big burnout, and we know, again, this increase of stress brings up our anxiety, our fears, lower self-esteem, cause distress, okay? And then last, our essential workers. I couldn't go without mentioning them. Those people that were delivering food, the people that were working at our grocery stores. They're in the front lines. They thankfully had jobs, and I'm sure they were happy to still have their job. But again, they're meeting with people one after another. And is today going to be the day that I meet someone who has COVID and maybe I get sick, like I'm seeing everywhere else? So lots of worries on our first responders and on our frontline workers. Job loss. So research shows that job loss is associated with increased depression, anxiety, higher rates of suicide, low self-esteem, higher rates of substance abuse. We did have our fair share of job loss in the Cayman Islands, and I know that lots of people were rallying together for those that lost their jobs, but it brought on a lot of stress. It brought on a lot of worries and fears in the community. while we didn't have so many job losses we thought, or not everybody was affected by the loss of a job or changing their economic status, we had a lot of what ifs. What if today will be the day they cut my hours? What if today I'm no longer needed? What if I go to my business and it's shut down? Worry, worry, worry. One after another. Now, some of these worry thoughts help us. They help us prepare. Maybe you start, I know a lot of people who started school during this time. I know a lot of people who started to think, what could I do in my own business? What would be the opportunity during COVID? So sometimes those what ifs helped us, but a lot of the time it just caused more distress, more worry. It made us debilitated. Having those worry thoughts keeps us away from the right here and right now. So for those people that were at home, I did hear so often that they were trying to do their work from the computer at home, and because they're home and they have the news on in the background, their mind is going astray, and they're thinking about those worries and those what ifs on their job, and that has a huge impact, on their livelihoods, on their families, on the the stress that they put forth, the anxiety that they show, and how that impacts their family, and that's all our mental health. For me, as a clinical director, I have 6 staff. We have 2 people on work permit at Infinite Mind Care. So as soon as we went into lockdown, for me, my worry thoughts are, oh goodness, how are we going to continue to keep these people here? Or is this going to impact, our facility and paying our clinicians and, being able to see our clients? Are clients going to not come to us anymore at the time of need? Are they going to be too scared to do anything? Are they going to be too debilitated to reach out? And those were some fears, and for us, it just shows that those were not helpful fears, because the days kept going on for us, and people reached out for the help that they needed. So now we're going to talk about the understanding the uncertainty of life. So I really wanted to use this quote: "The stress of uncertain pain outsizes the stress of certain pain." Earlier, I talked about, the first responders going to a home. Will they? I don't know if this person has COVID that I'm treating, but it's a lot worse not knowing. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Maybe I'm going to get sick, maybe I'm not. The same thing with the job loss. The stress of, it's coming, okay, there's going to be cuts at work, versus, oh my gosh, I don't know, am I going to be the one? There's cuts, but they haven't said who it is. The stress of uncertain pain outsizes the stress of certain pain. There was a study done in 2016 where some of the participants were told that they had a 50% chance of receiving a shock, and the other participants were told that they had a 100% chance of getting the shock. They were going to receive it, and the other people, maybe not, 50-50. In this study, it showed that the people who had the 50-50 chance of getting the shot were more worried. They were more freaked out. They experienced more stress, and that was proven in their body. And it just shows that worrying of the future is a lot different than if we're actually in it and we're accepting it. So the question is, what we're all wondering, what's going to happen next? Are we going to go to another lockdown, or are we going to be homebound? Is COVID going to get to our island through people coming in? Will we ever be able to see our loved ones again? Will we ever be able to walk those streets of Paris, New York, London, mask-free, enjoying our favorite bistros and our favorite musicians? Will we get to go to our family member's wedding or funeral? Will we get to hug our loved ones one last time before they pass? This is the life of uncertainty. And certainty is impossible. That's the theme. Nothing in life is certain. We do know we're all going to die. And I say that again, we are all going to die. And that's a hard thing to sit with. Reality is, we don't know. It's uncertain. Certainty is impossible. And wanting the impossible is very stressful, because it's impossible. So with technology, we are used to finding out our answers instantly. Anything we want to know, boom, nothing is uncertain. We're having a conversation, you don't know the answer, you look it up. So in some ways, technology has lessened our ability to strengthen the muscle of sitting with uncertainty. before technology and television and radio, you know, everything was uncertain, and you just went with it. That was life, and life was okay. But, you know, we're not building that muscle right now. And, you know, we have been more and more anxious these days with the unknown. It's, you know, when we talk about in our office, you know, addiction, a lot of people are afraid to stop drinking, to stop using substances, because they know what life is like that. They know what their relationship is like. They know how they are at work. They know how they are with friends. But you take away the drugs and alcohol, and I don't know what life will be like. What if it's really bad? And it's uncertain. And we all, you know, we like to say in there that, I mean, it's certainly going to be better than this, but it's that fear of the unknown. And that's really just what anxiety is all about, and what our worries are all about, is just that fear of unknown. So certainty is impossible. Now, what do we say when something's uncertain and there's someone's going through a situation? You know, we typically say something to help people get calm. It's going to be okay. No matter what, it's going to be okay. And that's something that I say to myself. That's something that I say to my friends, and it's something that brings me a sense of calm. No matter what, it's going to be okay. And then, you know, using a little bit of CBT based on past experiences, based on how I've handled things before in the past, it typically is always okay. I can typically figure out what's going to happen. But this is a false sense of hope, because we don't know what's going to happen. We have no idea. And it's a false sense of security. So what we'd like to say is, no matter what, I got you. No matter what, I'm here to help you the best I can. Let's figure out ways to get through this together. That's honesty during this time. That's acceptance. And that's what we're trying to do. Get to a point of accepting where we are, not fighting this reality. We can't dream away. You know, 2020 isn't a dream. This is a huge change that we all need to accept in order to better manage our mental health and not avoid reality, because when we avoid reality, it makes everything so much worse. I was watching a show on Netflix, and this is something that I'd like to call my smut TV. It's called Emily in Paris. And there was a short scene with Emily, the American, and she's talking to one of her colleagues who's French, and they're talking about movies. And she's saying how, you know, she loves, you know, that movies always end with something positive. You know, the hero saves the day. It's a happy ending. The main character gets their way. And that's the kind of movie she wants to see. That's the kind of theater play she wants to go to. And her French colleague said, that's not life. You know, all around us, people are trying to avoid life. When I go to a movie, I want to relate. I want to get more ways of seeing reality, of learning how not to escape. You know, I want to relate to something. I want to get comfortable with the unknown. I want to get comfortable with bad things happen. Not pretend that they don't, because they do. And it's accepting that and embracing it, not escaping reality. You know, we learn to sit with it, and the more we try to escape reality, the more difficult it is to embrace. So I thought that was such a beautiful scene, and, you know, he was like, it doesn't ruin my day. It actually makes me stronger in this life and handling this life right now. So none of us can control what happens in the future. No one knows when this will all end, if this is going to keep going, how many cycles we're going to have, if, you know, everything is going to go perfectly just the way we want. We have no idea. You know, we have no idea socially, economically. We have no idea. Similarly, we cannot control our emotions around this and the feelings that pop up. We can't control what comes into, you know, our brain and in our body necessarily, but we can control what we do in the here and now. We can control right here and right now. And I almost, you know, this is like a cliche, like the mindfulness, the right here, the right now. But that is the truth. All we can do is control right here and right now. I read this beautiful metaphor by Russ Harris, who is the person who came up with ACT, Acceptance Commitment Therapy. And he had this beautiful metaphor that I thought was appropriate for Cayman. He said, when a big storm comes, the boats in the harbor drop their anchor. They do this so they don't get swept out by sea, obviously, right? Now, of course, the boat dropping the anchor in the harbor does not prevent the storm coming. It does not change that weather. Dropping the anchor can't change weather. But what it does is it makes it so as the storm passes, the boat hopefully will be okay in that harbor. So, this is the idea of accepting where we are and right here and right now. Although we can't control the circumstances around us and that we're facing as an island, we can't control that. We can lessen the anxiety, the grief, the despair by changing the way we see ourselves in the context of the world that is kind of spinning out of control. Only we can do that, though. We can't change what's around us. We can control ourselves, our attitude, the way we handle this situation. So through ACT, you learn to embrace all of your experiences, despite maybe your feelings, despite what's happening around you. ACT is the ability to be true to your values and take actions in line with your values, despite difficult emotions, thoughts, urges, or sensations that may come up. So it's really staying in line with your values, and really, we talk about in a lot of different therapies, watching those thoughts go by, accepting them, but this takes one more step. While doing that, you take action and get really aware of what your values are and take action in those in that moment. The main goal of ACT is psychological flexibility, which we're going to talk a lot about, in order to live a rich and meaningful life. A mantra I like to use with ACT is something to remember is, I am here now, accepting my feelings, noticing my thoughts, and doing what I care about. I am here now, accepting my feelings, noticing my thoughts, and doing what I care about right now. So, we're going to talk about some skills. So ACT has a set of 6 psychological flexibility skills, and they are acceptance, cognitive diffusion, self as context, present moment focused, values, and committed action. So what is acceptance? Acceptance is accepting what you can't change. We can't change the virus. We can't make it go away. We can wear masks. We can use hand sanitizer. We can pick up the phone and call our families. We can't go to the gym. We can do exercise at home, right? Maybe we can't go to our favorite restaurant. We can order in. So it's accepting that all of these things and all of these hard emotions that are difficult to deal with, these are normal reactions to an abnormal situation. These are normal reactions to a stressful situation, and that's okay. We allow ourselves to feel it, but we don't try to hide and run from those emotions. We're working on it. That's always my mantra too, working on it. Cognitive diffusion, that's noticing. These are techniques that will help you unhook those negative thoughts or those automatic negative thoughts that we in the therapy world like to call ants. These cognitive diffusions helps your thoughts, helps identify those ants, and helps you see them that they're not truths. So if we can do an exercise all together for this moment, there's a couple exercises that I really liked. So this is an exercise of showing us what cognitive diffusion is. So if we take our hands and put them in front of us, hold them together, like we're reading a book, like our hands are our book, and we hold them down. And we're gonna look at our hands as if they're thoughts, as if they're the automatic negative thoughts that, we all get. We have, thousands and thousands of thoughts a day, and some of them are automatic negative thoughts, and we can't help it. So put your hands out. Those are your thoughts. Now I want you to bring your hands as close to your face as possible, and as you're looking through, where you all the way to your face, and I'm going to hold my hand to see what you can see through. It's very difficult to see through your fingers. It's very difficult to see the room. This is fusion, cognitive fusion. All we see are the negative thoughts. Now, if we can imagine, we put this back down, and now what happens? Oh, we can look around the room. We can see all this different stuff in front of us. We can hear all of the other thoughts that come into our brain. Now notice, hands are still here. Negative thoughts are here, but we're just diffused from them. We just kind of separated a little bit from them. They're still with us. We still have them. We still have to notice them, but we just separate ourselves from them. We are not our thoughts. This is cognitive diffusion. Another metaphor that I love for cognitive diffusion that I think is extremely helpful for just separating yourselves from those negative thoughts is imagining a bus in a city. Imagine the bus here in the Cayman Islands. So you are the bus driver. okay? Now, you are the bus driver driving the bus. All of the passengers we're going to imagine as your thoughts, as your, as all the different thoughts that you have, all the different sensations that you have, okay? All the different emotions. Now, some of these passengers on the bus, your thoughts, they're great. Like, you're doing a great job. Your hair looks great today. I really love that client. Look, I like that girl's shoes. I'm feeling really good about myself. I have really good kids. Those are some of the thoughts and some of those passengers. But a lot of those passengers, they're a little more aggressive. They're not as happy. They're a little more difficult. Those passengers are saying things like, "Hey, you're not good enough. Hey, you're a fraud. No one is going to listen to anything you have to say. You're a bad parent. Your legs are too fat. You don't really have a pretty face. You are not respected at work." All these passengers. Now, the bus driver, as you, could do a lot of things. You could start fighting back, turning around and yelling at those passengers and reasoning with those passengers. But these passengers get in your face, and they are loud and they are aggressive and they are even stronger than you. What happens if you turn, from driving the bus and turn back and look at these passengers? You're not driving the bus anymore. You stopped. You're not driving. Where are you going? We're letting the passengers control you. So, maybe these thoughts are actually aggressive and are stronger than you, but you don't have to listen to them. You have a choice. These passengers, these thoughts are telling you, go right, go left, telling you what to do. And maybe for a little while you even do what these passengers are saying, your thoughts. But then you come into yourself. You don't have to do what those passengers say. You are driving the bus. It is your foot on the gas, your foot on the wheel. It is up to you. And that's cognitive diffusion. You decide to let some people off the bus, or you just keep going and you notice the thoughts, you just keep moving on, you stop where you want to stop, and you let off or kick off whoever you want. Cognitive diffusion. Next is self as context, or, I am. This is the transcendent self. This is the most spiritual of the bunch. This is the idea that you are not your thoughts. You are you, but you're not your thoughts. You're not that negativity. You are not this mistake you once made. Really noticing that you are the observer of your thoughts. That is not all that you're made up of. The next one is present moment focused, or being mindful, being in the here now. Always refocusing your attention back on the task at hand. This allows you to see things more clearly. I'm okay in this moment. So maybe we're worrying about the future, but what are you doing right now? Present moment focused is, feeling your feet on the ground, feeling the back of your legs on your chair. That's being present. All different kinds of exercises we can do with that. Breathing exercises, breathing into and feeling inside your body, or just focusing on your breath. There are so many different things, getting grounded, 5 things I see, 4 things I smell, 3 things I touch, and so on. So many different exercises to help you get back to being the here and now. The next is values, and becoming very, very aware of your values. Discovering the direction you want to take in your life. What is important to you? What is important? During COVID, it's really those things that we miss so much. I think yesterday on the radio, I was speaking on Rooster with Woody, and one of the things we were talking about was, all of a sudden people are really missing their families if they're overseas or, down the street. Maybe you live in West Bay and your parents live in East End, and, maybe you saw them once a month, but now you can't drive to them, and all of a sudden you're talking to them more on the phone. You're checking in on them. That's your value. You have a value of family, and that's what we try to get back into when we notice that we're going future telling and going into our worry thoughts. Then the last one is committed action. That's the doing. That's the doing the work. So I notice I value my family. When I start to get in my worries, I go back to, what is my value right now? Family. Pick up the phone and make that call. Start making a meal. Give it to somebody. Go spend time with my kids. Whatever it may be, that's the action. That's the actual doing it. So if we want to relate this for COVID, Russ Harris, who, as I said, he developed ACT, or Acceptance Commitment Therapy, he put out this amazing thing online recently, this amazing pamphlet on how to respond effectively to the coronavirus, and it's using the acronym FACE COVID. All of us therapists love acronyms. So FACE COVID, and I encourage you at home to look up Russ Harris and Google FACE COVID with Russ Harris, and you'll find the whole pamphlet. There's videos on it. I'm not reinventing the wheel here. I wanted to come here and really go over something with you that's really helpful, that we know is helpful, that I can just expose you to. So FACE COVID is the acronym, so we're gonna start. So F, focus on what's in your control. A, acknowledge your thoughts and your feelings. C, come back into your body. E, engage in what you're doing. C, committed action. O, opening up. V, values. I, identifying resources. And D, disinfect and distance. So if we go back to FACE and focus on what's in your control, a lot of us during this time is what's out of our control, we're focusing on, we don't know what's gonna happen next. What's this press conference gonna say? Oh, now we can't go to the grocery store. Oh, now we can't exercise. We can't go to the beach anymore. Oh my goodness. But what actually is in your control? What can you do? There's so many more things that we have that we don't even realize. And our vision gets so clouded by all those negative thoughts, right? As opposed to, just putting them down a little bit and see what's right in front of us. A is that acknowledging your thoughts and feelings. So, we don't want to deny it. We're not going to pretend we're disappointed or nervous or that we're having these negative thoughts. There's no pretending. There's speaking them into existence and saying them out loud, noticing them, but not becoming them. So C is coming back into your body. That's the not becoming. That's, grounding yourself like I told you about. E, engage in what you're doing. So actually, do something. See what it is you're doing. If you're working and you're getting distracted, set that timer and go right back to work for 5 minutes. Really notice what it is that you need to do. You can come back to those thoughts later if you need to, but we're diffusing from them and we're engaging in what we're doing right here in the right now. So C is committed action. Now, when we talk about COVID, that's calling someone, calling your loved one, setting up weekly FaceTime sessions to see a certain friend, to see a family member. I heard all sorts of really amazing things where people were having dinner with each other, their families, Friday night dinner. They haven't had Friday night dinner with their family in years, but during COVID, they did. Incredible. Look at that. We can be grateful for that during this time. We at least have control over that. Help with a chore, cook, work out. You can do it. You just have to take the action. And all of ACT is, just what it says, acting. We have our thoughts and we have our feelings and they do feel so overwhelming. But after we work through them, we take action. O is opening up, making room for the difficult feelings and being kind to yourself. Sharing. We're only human. Just like I shared in the beginning, I worked through all of this myself. Opening up. V is those values. What do you care most about? Dependability, independence, health, family, relationships, adventure, achievement, your time, justice, and honesty. How do you live those values? How do you keep those values on the forefront of your mind? When we forget who we are and we become our emotions and our thoughts, we forget all our values. We are out of line with our values. And when we start to remember them, when we take action to bring them up, because this isn't easy. Everything I'm talking about, this doesn't happen automatically. It takes a little work, and that's why we call it managing our mental health. I, identifying resources. We have so many resources here in Cayman. I'm beyond grateful. We have the mental health hotline. You have HSA, 911. You have a bunch of different independent private practitioners like Infinite Mind Care and myself. You have people that want to talk to you, that care about you, church pastors and volunteers and so many people that are here as a resource, so many soup kitchens and so many different charitable organizations that were absolutely incredible during this time to help feed people, to help house people, to help, give electricity and Wi-Fi and all sorts of things that this amazing community did. Those resources are there and they're available for you online to look up. And if anything, talking to someone about it and asking someone to help you find those resources. And D, The one that maybe we're forgetting now in Cayman is disinfect and distance. We still need to use our hand sanitizer. We still need to, watch our cleanliness and not get too close to people. We still need to call out of work or school when we're feeling sick. We still need to sneeze in our arm. All of those things, disinfect and distance. So that is our ways of responding to the coronavirus, face COVID. So now I'm going to talk about some other mind care tips and tricks. So what is mind care? Mind care is how we empower our clients and ourselves to create optimal mental health, aka healthy mental habits. So we're going to try to go over some. Now, I'm going to go over some exercises, and I'm going to see if I have time to go over these. These are some different ones. And then, I might not get to the ones that I think are obvious, which is take breaks from watching social media, stop listening to the news all the time, take deep breaths, stretch. To me, these are the obvious ones. Eat healthy, try hitting, besides, your therapist, go to your chiropractor, your physiotherapist, your acupuncturist, exercise, sleep. All of these things I think are the obvious ones. But I'm going to talk about some of these right now. Something good to keep you in the right here and the right now is actually forward thinking, envisioning your 80th birthday. For me, what really made a difference for me, writing my obituary. What an incredible thing that does, right? And I'm someone who, likes the finer things, or is maybe a little materialistic. I don't know. I'm trying to find a nice word to say it. Certainly in my obituary, it's not going to say anything about my handbags or my shoes. To think about that is embarrassing, actually. And it isn't mentioned there. So what do you want your obituary to say? That, you were a great listener, that, you always had a smile when you came into a room. You did so much charitable work. You really connected with your family and friends. They really remember these special moments. What do you want your obituary to say? What did you do? Now, do you have to achieve so much in your life, and have get your PhD and, be a speaker or, I don't know, travel the world? Everybody has their own thing, but, think about that. And that really is helpful to get us in to start living through our values. Meditating on the sky, that's one that they talk about on they talk a lot about yoga, really watching this clouds and see how they change and kind of envisioning that as your thoughts and just watching your thoughts go by. They don't mean anything. They don't have to take over you. Willing hands. This is a DBT exercise that I love, and I found this exercise and thought of a friend who I thought has resting unhappy face, willing hands is this amazing exercise that opens them up to a reality right here. Oh, that's half smiling, sorry. Willing hands is keeping our palms open, and instead of being closed, instead of sitting like this, is turning our shoulders out and our hands open as if we're ready for reality and whatever life has to give us. Half smiling, that's the one I'm talking about, my friend. So, half smiling isn't purposely trying to fake being happy. It's not for anybody else, half smiling. Half smiling is for us, that, this is reality. We're half smiling. We're not, sour face thinking about what we could be doing or what happened 10 minutes ago, or, gosh, I really don't like where I'm at right now. Keeping that half smile is, just telling yourself that you're in the here and right now, and it's okay, no matter what's going on. I love that one. I have to close up 2 minutes I have just to go through these. Again, focusing on what's in your control. What can you do right now? What's in your control? What can you do today? In Cayman, oh my goodness, it's endless for us here. How grateful are you to be here? I know I would love to be seeing my family that are overseas, but I can hang out with my friends here. I can drive to East End and see the beauty of the island. I can swim in the ocean. I can create family here. I can create family events here with the people around me, and that's incredible. Avoid that black and white thinking and become aware of those cognitive distortions. So black and white thinking is, if I can't go in the office, then I can't do work from home. If I can't travel, then I'm stuck here, right? I heard a lot about that. I feel trapped in Cayman, and that's that black and white thinking. right? There's other cognitive distortions to be aware of, and that's future telling, thinking you know what's going to happen next, or you know what the future is going to bring, or mind reading. All of those things get us in a lot of trouble. Finally, schedule, and routine. So, something that I love doing, going on the beach in the morning and having a coffee, making sure that's part of the day, getting to listen to a really good song, scheduling your time, even in COVID, so that it's not just a lot of waiting around and a lot of disappointment. So those are the exercises, and as I said, we have all these other basic, not basic, but these very important mind care and tips and tricks for our mental health. So making sure you have some downtime, getting plenty of sleep, and making sure you connect with family, friends, and community. So the last thing I want to leave you with is something that I think really helps get us grounded, and that's the serenity prayer. And even if you're not a believer, you're not religious, you're atheist even, I think we can talk about the Creator as opposed to saying God. So, I just find this prayer so powerful. You can even use, please instead of God. But I would say, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. So thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to hearing your questions.
Wow. Thank you, Sutton. That was very informative and very helpful. I think all of us now have some tools that we can use to face COVID. We have a couple of questions that have come in. And let's see what we're saying on the online. First, Sutton, it says, are there any strategies that can be implemented for first responders or healthcare workers to reduce worry due to uncertainty, especially for those who are very anxious and worry a lot? I know you've gone through a lot of it, but maybe you can reiterate just some tips.
Sure. A big tip that I give to first responders is that combat breathing. Right, is powerful breathing, staying focused on your breath. So, to ground you before you go on a call, before you leave, or even if you're just sitting in the office feeling anxious, is to take a moment. My favorite thing is getting a timer, set it for 1 minute, and see if you can just focus on air going in your nose, out your mouth, over and over again, feeling the air go in, feeling the air go out, slowly. You don't need to count your breath. You don't, none of that. I mean, there are some powerful breathing techniques you can do, but air going in your nose, and then maybe a little bit longer of putting that air out. Air going in, focusing on a little bit longer of the air going out. So that's a real easy one, and the others, reach out to me on Instagram or Facebook, and I'll help you out a little more.
Okay, one more question. In terms of the scenario that was mentioned about watching movies with good endings, although that may not be a reality, don't you think it's also a means of escape for some from all the bad in the world and allows them to gain hope and try to actually work harder for the good things that they want to achieve later on in life?
100%. I love movies with happy endings. Whenever there's not a happy ending, I'm disappointed. I'm like, that's how they're going to leave us? Because I take comfort in that myself. With that example, it was just showing the difference of people that one taking, watching a movie to escape, and another watching a movie to build that muscle of sitting with uncertainty. So you can do both, of course. I love my happy ending movies, definitely.
Okay. So one comment here and then one final question. So Sutton, thank you for all of your efforts to remove the stigma of mental anguish and help for the community of the Cayman Islands. Understand that this is an important determinant of health for all of us. Thank you, Sutton.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and then our final question. So in a small community, how do people know the best way to handle running into their therapist at the grocery store, especially if anxiety is one of their core issues?
That's good. So, if anxiety is one of your core issues, and you want, I would say you don't want to avoid. For me, I specialize in working with severe anxiety disorders and panic attacks, and my advice would be to walk right up to your therapist and say hello. In Cayman, in all therapists, we say from the beginning, like, if I see you out at an event, at the grocery store, unless you say hello to me, I'm not going to say hello to you. So we don't want to break that confidentiality. But for me, since being in Cayman, it's been weird, being at an event and, someone being right behind you in a line and not saying hi. It's actually even more weird and anxiety-provoking than saying hello. So I tell them, if we're shoulder to shoulder in line at the grocery store or at the, breast cancer gala that's happening tonight, or an event, I'm going to smile and say hello and then turn around. I'm not going to maybe introduce my family members, but I will do a little smile and acknowledge you. So for someone, though, who wants to avoid that, it's really, what are you avoiding, right? And remember, the worst thing we can do for our anxiety is avoid. The worst thing we can do for our anxiety is run away. The reality is your therapist doesn't care. I would say it's hard not to like all of our clients. We learn so much about our clients' lives and, see people in a really vulnerable position. We really are proud of our clients, and our clients become very likable, even in the worst of circumstances. So, I also don't really want to talk about work when I'm at the grocery store or when I'm hanging with my kids. So, I'm not going to do a therapy session or anything, but, it's nice to have a smile and keep on moving. Either way, our feelings are not hurt. So if you're at the grocery store and you see your therapist and it's not time for you, you don't feel like saying hi, don't say hi. It's fine. For us, we've already given you that out that you need that we're going to remain confidential. But I think for someone with anxiety, we don't want to avoid. So use that opportunity to say hello. 100%. That's a win right there. That is actually practice. That's showing the therapist that you're practicing your therapy homework.
Okay. All right. So that was it for this session. Thank you so much, Seton. Very helpful.
Thank you so much.
So we'll move right on then into our next session, which focuses on age-related risk and during COVID-19. We have Dr. Javier Perez Fernandez, who is the medical director at Baptist Hospital's Critical Care Unit, and he joins us now from Florida.
Hi all, how are you? Can you hear me well? Hoping so. Okay. I'm just hoping that you are hearing me well, and you can definitely watch, and you're going to be able to watch my screen. If someone can say hello to me. Yes, good, good. So sorry for that. Okay, I just wanted to be sure there was no technical problems on here. The previous lecture has been fantastic, and it's been so entertaining and informative. So I'm hoping to be able to maintain the same tempo here. And so I'm coming, and this talk is being transmitted right now from Miami, Florida. And okay, so I have a problem with the screen sharing, so someone's going to need to help me with that. Hello, hello. Had it. Okay. All right. So now that we have the screen filled with information, I'm gonna mention, as as I've been introduced already, I'm the medical director of critical care services at Baptist Hospital in Miami, and we currently have a significant number of patients that we have treated with COVID-19. I'm going to show you a few of those details of our treatment, and I also I'm going to be kind of conducting you or driving you through the a little bit of the information on COVID-19 and that affects the people with an advanced age and how are they essentially coping with the disease and what are the main recommendations that we're having right now on this. So if you can move I can't really move the slides and you're going to help me on that. Perfect. Thank you. So obviously I am here because of Baptist Health International. We have a 24/7 service for those of you. We know that we have a great relation with the Cayman Islands, and I actually wish I would be there right now, but we do have a great group of professionals and a phone number to contact, which I hope we can share at another moment, that will be essentially available to all of you to contact us, and we can not only just respond to your questions, but also possibly address treatment issues with any one of your patients. What I mentioned here is as October 14, 2020, this is the number of cumulative deaths that happened due to COVID-19 worldwide. And as you can see, some countries are more affected than others. And Europe in general is being very seriously affected. The United States, Mexico, Brazil in America, and India is currently having one of the highest cumulative reports of prevalence and incidence. Next, please. So when you look into the number of deaths here, the United States have the number of deaths that's probably one of the highest. It's just the highest in the world right now. And Cayman Islands is in the bottom there on the list. So there's actually well-contained measures on Cayman Islands that are protecting some of your patients, obviously. Next, please. So, and this one is the case fatality. What the difference between the case fatality and the number of deaths is a humongous difference, as you can see there. And what the case fatality indicates is the number of people that are being diagnosed and the number of deaths that are from those people. Obviously, the United States was number one on the number of deaths. When you look into the case fatality, it goes middle down from the list. And that will be definitely because of the number of testing that we're doing, et cetera. Next. So that's another important issue to look into it. Now, we know from the beginning of the pandemic that adult populations, and especially those age over 65, are at higher risk of having complications. And those complications include the ones listed over there: hospitalization, intensive care unit admission, intubation or mechanical ventilation, and death. Next. So when you look into the deaths that happen into the United States data, and if you think about the maximum number of cases are not the cases with older population. So the maximum number of cases occur in the age range between 40 and 64. And the reason why that happened is probably because we were preemptively protecting people with elderly age. And those people from the initial China reports were known to have significant risk of having complications, and those protecting themselves better. However, even with those circumstances, you see there the number of patients admitted to the hospitals, the number of patients sick with COVID-19, older than 85 years old, only represents less than 5%, but the number of deaths is 30%. So just being over 85 predisposes you obviously to die out of COVID and to a very, very, very high level. Next, please. So when you look into this, essentially representing the number of hospitalizations. Again, though the most important group as far as infection is the group between 18 and 65. The group that really carries most hospitalizations is the 65 and over. Next. So, and again, looking back into the hospitalization surveillance network, and this is a network that was created by the CDC, and this is data from June the 6th. Already at the beginning of the pandemic, we had a significant increased proportion of the group of 85 and older. And again, if you think about it, the group 85 and older represents practically the addition of every one of the other groups. So just looking into the 85 and you look into the 80 and older, that represent most hospitalization, surpassing even every other age group together. Next. So what happened with the intensive care unit, mechanical ventilation or death? Well, essentially it's a reflection of what I just told you. So these are numbers again from the COVID surveillance data in the United States represented by the CDC. Intensive care unit is admitted mostly, it's a share between the 50 and older, but the mortality is significantly higher on the patients over 85 years old. So again, this is there, over 65 in this case, but obviously over 85 as well. Next, please. So we're looking into the risks of what we call the odds ratio. So what are your risks if you are older than 85 years old versus if you are 18 or 39? So that represents to get tenfold more chances of dying or being admitted to the hospital if you are over 85 compared if you are 18. So this is the comparison group. 18 to 39, we know that they have practically no admissions to the hospital, and if they have it, it's because they have multiple comorbidities. If you are 85 and older, you got 10, almost 11 times or even 4 times more chances of being admitted or dying in the hospital because of COVID-19. And it gets into the other reasons. So when we look into renal disease, your chances are 1.33 times more. If you have chronic lung disease, it's 131 times more. If you have immunosuppression, it's 1.38 and etc. So you can see all those data over there. So again, the most important independent factor for dying because of COVID, the most important independent factor for them being admitted to the hospital is age over 85. And we can even go down and say age over 75. Next. So 8 of 10 patients admitted or dying in the United States out of COVID are older than 65, and that's a fact. This has not changed from the beginning of the pandemic, has not changed even with the number of patients admitted being more and more and more. Next, please. And again, this is the underlying conditions, and that's an important issue because you all hear that patients with COVID that die in a hospital have multiple comorbidities, and those comorbidities are listed there: hypertension, obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, neurologic disorder, chronic lung disease. All those problems affect people with COVID-19, and they predispose you to being admitted to the hospital. They predispose you to die. Next, please. So thinking about the factors in each group, see, people who have been admitted, and that's the important part of this slide to show into the group on the left side of your screen, which is the fact that those patients that are younger patients, the patients that are 18 to 50, 18 to 49 years old, and those people that have been admitted to the hospital had significant number of comorbidities, and those are obesity mostly, hypertension, diabetes, and asthma. Next group 50 to 64, obesity, and group 65, obesity. When you look into that, obesity is a common factor on these three groups, and it's one of the most important independent factors of having problems because of COVID. So if you think about multiple issues across the line, age, diabetes, hypertension, probably the most important independent one after age is excess of weight, obesity. Next, please. So, and also looking into the hospitalization, those patients who had more than 3 conditions represent 60% of the hospitalized patients in the US. That indicates that, again, the more comorbid conditions that you have, so you have hypertension, you got diabetes, and you're also obese, you got pretty much 60% chances of being in the hospital from the entire group of patients that are being in the hospital. Next, please. And again, when you look into death, those people who have 3 or more conditions are the more prone people to die. Those who have no conditions are actually the less likely people to die or to be admitted into the ICU or to be ventilated or having major complications out of COVID. Next, please. So how will you do to protect yourself? How will you do if you're over 75 and you say, well, I mean, I see that and my chances of dying if I get COVID are 11 times more than yours, put it that way. And my chances are not only I am 85, but I also have 3 or 4 other medical conditions, which is not unusual if you are 85. So I do have diabetes, I have hypertension, I might be a little bit of overweight, or maybe I have other problems. So what can I do to protect myself? Because obviously, if I catch this COVID-19, my chances of dying are significantly higher. And I certainly don't think that I want to be in that group. Well, obviously, reduce the risk of getting COVID. That's number 1 factor, so the prevention. Then how can we really do that if we have to live in our society and not everything can be done this way? So let's next, please. So reducing the risk of catching COVID. Well, it's especially important that if you have any other medical condition, you try to stay away from COVID. That's obvious. So you have to limit your interactions with other people as much as possible. This is a reality. And this is an example of what we're doing. We're doing a virtual conference nowadays, which hasn't happened before. A lot of people are working from home. But the problem begins when you're 80, 85, 78, and you have grandchildren. You want to see them, and that's a problem that we are going to encounter, obviously. So when you have to see them, you have to take precautions to interact with these people. And obviously, contact your healthcare provider if you feel sick immediately. Do not wait, because one of the things that we're also seeing in patients with other conditions or patients that suffer complications is that they take too long sometimes to contact your healthcare provider out of fear of being, in a way, maybe marked down that you might have COVID, that people don't want to talk to me anymore, they're not going to want to visit me, and etc. So that's very important that you contact your healthcare provider rapidly. Go ahead, next, please. So if we're going to a public event, what are we going to do? Well, number 1, there's no zero risk. It doesn't matter if we test everybody. It doesn't matter if we have tested every single person prior to coming into the test and into the event. It doesn't matter. The zero doesn't exist for COVID-19 because the test only is as good as the prevalence of the disease, but also is as good as your own immune response system. So you might actually have a test today, and you might get sick 8 hours later. And if we repeat the test 8 hours later, you might have a positive test then. So you might be coming into an event with a negative test and then still being infectious and still possible being contagious for other people. That might happen. It's obviously not as high as if you don't have any tests, but zero doesn't exist. So you still need to present and maintain everyday preventive measures. Keep handy mask. So your mask needs to be always there. Barrier methods are clearly protective. Now, we don't know how much protection a mask offers or confers to everybody, and we understand that. We also have a lot of discussion nowadays on what mask, how are you going to use it, whether a cloth mask is necessary, whether it's a surgical mask, whether it's what. So we still don't know all the details, but it's clear that if you do place something in between you and the other person's transmission, the other person's air, you are going to have some more protection than if you don't have anything. So using a mask seems to be an adequate measure to prevent. But more important than the mask is the distancing. So is as important or even more because the distancing reduces significantly and proportionally the risk for you to transmit the disease based on either droplets or even aerosols. So that's very important. Also, we cannot forget to use hand sanitizer or wash our hands frequently. That's very important. And also, it's very important to consider that if you're wearing a mask, but the other person doesn't wear a mask, it might be actually placing you in a higher risk. So avoid those people that they're not wearing a mask. And again, these measures that are everyday preventive measures are increasingly important in people that are with more age. And that's obviously a very, very, very strong message that we need to transmit. Next, please. So what about a family event? Because we all have a life and we all have family events and our, kids get a birthday and we want to go there and the grandkids are tremendously important for grandparents, obviously. So, well, unfortunately, we're going to have to delay or cancel, especially if you have symptoms or if we think that anyone in the family has been near someone that has been infected. So unless you can essentially go back to your life for last week and be sure that you have not been in contact with anybody that could be suspicious, you need to consider yourself outside this event. And again, that goes beyond the person who is the older person. It just goes to the younger person because that is the one that is going to transmit the disease to the elderly. You also have to monitor yourself closely before and after the event. If you happen, there's no way that you can, there's no remedy, and you still have to go to this event. Well, then you need to consider to be careful after that event for some period of time. Then also wear the mask if you feel uncomfortable in the event. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think everybody really understands that. But there's absolutely nothing wrong. And if you need to protect yourself, you got other conditions, you got an advanced age, you need to protect yourself. And this is something that we all need to understand as well. You also need to think about it. How many people are going to be there? Are every one of those people in a way traceable to me? Traceable means, can I know exactly where they've been, their whereabouts? Can I trust them if they tell me they have not been in contact with anybody? Also, can I get a space between people on that party? If I'm going to be reunited with people in a single small room and we're all going to be around a round table and we're going to be 10 people there and there's not going to be a 6 feet space between us, it's probably not a good idea to do that, especially if you're not wearing a mask, especially if you're going to spend an amount of time there that's significant. Is the event indoors or outdoors? There's significant evidence that outdoor events transmit or has less chances to transmit the disease, especially if the other measures are maintained. And again, an important issue that sometimes we forget is how long the interactions will be. The World Health Organization and the CDC had mentioned 15 minutes as a magic number. There's really not 15 minutes. There's not really 20. It's not 16, 14, 13 and a half. It really doesn't matter. It's not really an accurate number. It's a perception of time. The more longer you stay around people that could transmit the disease, the more the chances are that you are going to get the disease. That's something in epidemiology that we all know. So we're trying to limit these interactions as much as possible. And even if in a gathering, in a group of people that's gathering, we're going to try to minimize the interactions, individual interactions as much as possible. Next, please. So the World Health Organization and the CDC got together and they define what we call the risk in any one of the events. What's the risk? What's the lowest risk possible? This. See, I can tell you for sure, I am not going to be infected by any one of you. Not today, certainly, because I am definitely in a significant distance, and so far we know there's no online transmission. So virtual events, they are fantastic because they portray the lowest risk possible. Now, there's moderate risks in a smaller outdoor with at least 6 feet distance space between people, and people that are actually known to each other, comes from local areas. And why is those important? Because again, I told you, the transmission of the disease in a way is back please in a way is matized by the prevalence of the disease. So if I know what the prevalence of the disease in my area and I know my people are not infected, that's fantastic. But if people are coming from outside the area, which I don't know exactly what's the prevalence of the disease in those areas, that becomes a little bit of an issue. And again, the highest risk ever is the large size, no distance, and people coming from everywhere. It could be a football game, say it that way. Next, please. So that summarizes a little bit what we know about elderly and COVID-19. But I'm going to tell you a little bit of the Baptist experience. Let's go back. Go next, please. So the COVID pandemic in Baptist affected about over 6,600 patients. This is what we have seen. This is what we personally treat. I've been managing these patients with my team myself, so I can tell you the details of practically every one of those. Unfortunately, we had a significant number of dead people. 189 people had died in a Baptist hospital. Baptist hospital alone, we treated over 2,000 people at this point. As of September 4, we have treated 1,900 people, 1,982. From those, 285 patients were admitted to the ICU and 205 were admitted to the step down. So you keep going to the next one, please. So one thing that we have done to prevent the overwhelming scenario on the hospital is discharging people from the emergency department and discharging them safer. It's not about sending people home, it's about to send people to a safer place. And my mom used to say, there's no better place than home. And it's true. Unless you can really assure safety at home, unless your home cannot provide for you the safety, protection. So what we've done is create this extensive system of monitoring, and we are able to send people home and monitor them oxygen level and other vital signs at home. We have used the system in over 5,000 patients. So if this system will have not been implemented, our numbers will be double to what they are right now. Now, obviously, this is only reserved for people that are less sick, people that could go home and it could be monitored at home. And if anything goes wrong, they are called immediately and they are brought to the hospital for further attention. And that had happened in about 14 to 16% of those patients, which is still is a good number if you think about it, because 85% of the patients that were sent home with this system had not required hospitalization. Next, please. So when you look into our age distribution for admissions, we're very similar to the United States. The most people admitted to the hospital are in the group between 50 and 69, where only at 20% of the population being 70. Now, it's slightly higher than the rest of the United States because Miami and Florida in particular is an area well known by advanced age because people moving. And a lot of people move from upstate New York, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania, especially at the beginning of the pandemic, looking for warmer weather, looking for escaping a little bit of the first areas of hot COVID, right? That was New York in particular. Next, please. So, and when you look into the intensive care unit admissions, we're similar in that as well. So the most patients admitted to the intensive care unit has been in the group of 50 to 69, and the lighter color on those columns represent the step down, and the darker color represents the ICU, just for differentiation. Next, please. So, and that's the mortality by age. So the group of people that died, we had 189 deaths. In that group, most of them are 70 or older. So it's about 69%. So two-thirds of the entire patients that died were over 70. Only 28% were in the 50 and 69, and only 3% went under 30. I mean, under 49. And again, no one was under 30. So we got no pediatric death. No, we got no really young person younger than 30. So no teenage death as well. Keep going, please. Next. Look into the critical care mortality, and sorry, the numbers were moved on the transmission, but some of the numbers there can be clearly seen. And again, most of the patients that were admitted more dead in the intensive care unit were in the group of 32%. Now, so think about this for a second, because I think this is important to digest a little bit. From the 189 patients that died, most of the patients that died were on the group 70 and older. And when you look into this, we have divided in the intensive care unit those who were older than 80 and those who were older than 70. As I mentioned before, I was very clear and very adamant to mention to you that 70, 75 is really the age, the cutoff age to my knowledge, and this represents that. If you think about it, both groups representing 60% of the mortality and on the ICU, and I think that's important to this. Next, please. So, and again, we're looking back into the mortality by age group. This is very important because our mortality by age was significantly less than that reported mortality. We got, in the age group of over 80, our mortality, barely reaches the 33%, which is significantly lower than the reports even. Next, please. So, and this was the mortality that we had in May. So in May, we have a mortality of 26%, but in May, we had only 231 patients, and our numbers were significantly higher. But despite that, we kept mortality. Next, please. And finishing up quickly. So, and again, this is the overall mortality that we had in the Baptist. Next, please. And this is our critical care mortality, which is very significantly less than other reports. Again, next, please. So, and things that we found differently is the use of non-invasive ventilation, management of different ways to manage patients. I'm going to cut a little bit on the treatment issues. Next, please. So we got a few options now that you heard about it, and you heard about the different way to treat the pneumonia on these patients, and that's what we are doing. This is a study coming from mix between London and Italy. Next, please. And Luciano Gattinoni and I have been in contact frequently to define how we're going to do prone ventilation. Next, please. We're doing that in a lot of patients. We're doing mechanical ventilation advanced modes in many patients. Keep going, please. Next. Okay, now anticoagulation. I know there has been a lot of issues whether patients develop thrombosis or not. Next, please. I got to understand that again, most of the data came in from post-mortem examination, and when people die, is not a good sign. So if you think about the findings on dead people, now do not represent those people who survive most of the time, and that's what happened in this case. Next, please. And again, so the anticoagulation is now limited next to management of preventive anticoagulation. Remdesivir, we're very lucky to treat over 3,500 patients with remdesivir, and remdesivir is now a standard of care in the US. Keep going, please. Next. Dexamethasone in a trial that was published at Lancet and New England Journal of Medicine. Next, please. They're both found significant benefit, and obviously we're using other corticosteroids have the similar results. Next, please. Next. And just to wrap up, finalizing this. Next, please. Okay, now we have multiple trials ongoing right now at Baptist. We have several trials that we hope might be very helpful to our patients population. We had enrolled these patients on the trials. They're ongoing right now. They seem to be very positive interim results, so most of them. Next. And I think very importantly, we have to inform the community. This is something that you cannot forget. Just to finalize this, I think that it's very important that you keep your community informed, that you keep importantly transparent on everything you've done in the hospital, what's going on. Do not try to deviate from the truth on this. I think informing is the best way to fight the disease. And again, when I say informing, I say not necessarily scam information or confusion information. Clarity, transparency, and accuracy seem to be really the best tools to fight the disease in the community. So this is an example of multiple press conferences that we have conducted to inform our populations, and among other community services that we're offering. Baptist International wants to thank you all for the attention. And I think this is my last slide, and please contact us for any questions that you have, and obviously available here to answer anything. And I'm sorry for the technical issues that we had from the distance.
Thank you, Dr. Perez Fernandez. And we just want to remind the viewing audiences that if you have any questions for Dr. Perez Fernandez, you can still submit those on healthcareconference.ky, and that those will be answered in the next coming week. So following on, we wanted to now invite Dr. Delroy Jefferson, who is the Medical Director for the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority, to present on telemedicine in Cayman, keeping patients connected. Dr. Jeff, as we call him, is a key member of the Healthcare Conference Committee and has worked diligently throughout this crisis in his position at HSA and as chair of the National COVID-19 Clinical Task Force. Dr. Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to all the participants of this conference. This year is a very special year for us in the Cayman Islands, as it is everywhere else in the world. COVID has come and it seemed to be here to stay. At least it's staying longer than most of us anticipated and most of us hoped. But with COVID and with the COVID-19 disease and the focus on COVID-19, it actually takes some of the attention away from other chronic illnesses that patients have. And because patients have, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, it doesn't mean that they are not patients whose care must be continued. This COVID-19 pandemic has been unlike any previous pandemic. I want to spend some time just speaking to my colleagues who've been in Cayman, just to say a big thank you for all the clinical colleagues who have been very resilient. They have taken the time out to look at options, different options, to address difficult situations and to look at other ways and other means of reaching their patients and keeping their patients connected. So big thank you to all the physicians. One of the things, and other healthcare workers who have taken the time out to research. At the HSA, we joined with colleagues from Health City, we joined with colleagues from the Doctors Hospital, and we came together to formulate strategies whereby we could create and enhance the armamentarium that we needed in order to face this very tough clinical time. The unprecedented rate of spread of this coronavirus, along with the international travel, the ease of transmission of the virus, the variability of symptoms, has caused there to be a need for social distancing. Hence, one had to have another mechanism whereby we could continue to provide health care for our patients. We had to look at other solutions globally. Now, before I tell you a little bit more about what we've done in the Cayman Islands and a little bit more about what telemedicine is, I want for you to spend a little time now looking at one of our visiting consultants. Now, Dr. De Sola is a rheumatologist from the United States who would visit Cayman twice per month and provide rheumatological services for the patients within the Cayman Islands. In the wake of the coronavirus, he was unable to visit, and so he continued to be connected with the patients through telemedicine. So listen with me for a minute.
Have the same conversation with you that we have and are having today. It's extremely handy. I get to see the patient face to face. It's just as good as if I was in front of you. Furthermore, for people who have other conditions different from what you have, this machine allows me to zoom in, and I could literally see a fly on your forehead with it.
Wow.
It can zoom in, and I can all the way in, and I could see your fingernails up close if I had to.
Wow, excellent.
So it works quite well, and at the same time, I have full access to your medical record, so I can see your medications, your allergies, I can see your scan reports, I can see everything. So it's every bit as good as if I was standing right in front of you, across from you on that desk next to you. So it's worked out beautifully. It's worked out beautifully, and for somebody like me who's a consultant from overseas, not only does it save time and money as far as flying on airplanes and so on and so forth is concerned, it's very, very handy. The whole hospital system is taking advantage of this as well, because no longer do they have to fly me over in hotels and everything else. I'm doing the same identical thing that I was doing when I had to go in person, but I'm doing it through this machine. And I can prescribe through here as well.
Wonderful.
And the prescriptions go directly into the pharmacy.
Great.
So it's all electronic, and it works quite well, and very efficient is what it is. Extremely efficient.
Yeah, it's been an excellent session. I've enjoyed it. It's good.
Yeah, of all the people that I've seen today, everybody has been extremely receptive, and most of them are going to come see me again on this platform of the computer. Eventually, I will have to go to the island myself again to do some procedures and so forth, but by far, maybe 95% of the cases, I'm going to be seeing, like I'm seeing you right now, on the computer. On this robot, like they call it. It's working very well and very efficient.
Yeah.
So I'll be back for sure.
Wonderful. I was a bit reluctant at first because I wasn't quite sure what to expect when Dr. Cummins said they'd be using a robot. But then once Michelle explained it to me, it was quite comfortable, and it's been an excellent session. Dr. De Sola, it's my first time meeting him, and I feel like he's in the room. You know, it's been a good experience. I've enjoyed it, and yeah, I'm excited to continue using it. Yeah, you miss the travel. Whether you go to Miami to see the specialist or the specialist comes here, but it's
Okay, I think you got the gist of it, and you saw where Dr. De Sola was able to interact with his patient, who, by her own testimony, she enjoyed the interaction, and she was able to get her clinical symptoms addressed with interaction with the rheumatologist. Telehealth has direct and indirect role in reducing the spread of this infection, in this infectious disease, by enabling physical distancing and by tracking symptoms and outbreaks, and by supporting policy makers in anticipating the needs and the decisions as are appropriate to be made timely. Now, in the Cayman Islands, we're trying to keep the health of patients at home, and essentially, with the use of telemedicine, we are succeeding to some extent in being able to have patients remaining remotely. You heard our Baptist colleague speak about virtualizing patient care, and essentially that is what telemedicine affords. The virtual care is amongst the best recommended solution for social distancing. The patient who is being seen virtually is kept away from other persons, and so the interaction that that could potentially cause the spread of COVID-19 is removed. It is a beautiful solution, and one of the solutions on the screen, you'll be able to see this Solo, which is a new technology that is produced by InTouch Health, and the Cayman Islands is currently in communication with this group in order to look at this option. So then, what is telemedicine? Telemedicine is the use of telecommunications technology to support the delivery of all kinds of medical diagnostic and treatment-related services, usually by doctors, and I've left that doctors underlined in the American Academy of Family Physicians definition. The practice of medicine using technology to deliver care at a distance instead of in person, and usually involves meeting with a doctor through live video chats and chat. This contrasts with telehealth, which uses a wider variety of remote healthcare modalities. It goes beyond the doctor-patient relationship, and it involves electronic and telecommunication technologies and services used to provide care at a distance. It includes such modalities as interactive live audio video, mobile audio, store and forward video conferencing, remote patient monitoring, remote interpretive services, and so on. We in the Cayman Islands have been very fortunate in that we've had the opportunity, and because of the resilience and the innovation of the various colleagues, we've had the opportunity to keep quite a number of patients at home, and we've been able to use various techniques to liaise and to monitor what's going on with our patients. This technology, this one that's called Doctor in a Bag, is a technology that's available on island, where patients can be remotely seen by any healthcare provider or even by themselves. And the data, their blood pressure, temperature, heart rate, ECG, blood oxygen, can be uploaded to a mobile device, which is then transmitted through the cloud and interpreted by the physician, who could then make the appropriate diagnosis and a plan of care. The technology is used by a number of different services. We could use telemedicine for medication management, for the management of chronic health conditions, for consultations, as you saw in the case of Dr. De Solo, and for follow-up visits. It's usually conducted, as I said earlier, via secure video and audio connection using purpose-designed telemedicine robots. For example, at the HSA, we have our Sally robot, which was donated to us, our first robot, almost 7 years ago by the Seafarers. And in this picture, you'll see the second generation robot that was donated to the HSA. This is a robot that you saw in that video by Dr. De Solo. So telemedicine usually involves the physicians, but telehealth takes into consideration all of the other caregivers, from the physician assistants, mental health practitioners, dietitians, social workers, paramedics. Anyone could use the various modalities to provide virtual health care for patients. At the HSA, we've been using the robot for some time for teleneurology. So we've been accessing overseas neurologists, and that neurologist has been providing tertiary care for some of our patients. But most recently, we've been using it for telepsychiatry, teledermatology. Our dermatologist who normally visits twice per month, she continues to have her clinics where she sees our patients remotely using the robot. We've also been doing teleradiology for some time. There's one that is missing from that list available at HSA, and it's intensive care, because we've been using the robot remotely to review some of our intensive care patients and have provided access to tertiary care facilities overseas so that they can see what's going on and provide some support as well. There are other specialties that use telemedicine: teleophthalmology, teleoncology, obstetrics, rehabilitation, and telepathology. How long has the telemedicine been in use? Well, in the Cayman Islands, we've been using telemedicine for the past 7 years with very good results. But video conferencing first surfaced in the early 1960s. In fact, in 1925, we had a journalist who he was involved in journalism as well as involved in doing a number of inventions, and he speculated that by 1965 we would be remotely seeing patients, touching and feeling patients. And even though we have not really gotten to that point yet, the technology has evolved. And over the past 30 years, there's been a lot of strides in the technology. It's now becoming more accessible and cheaper. But the coronavirus, the COVID-19 pandemic, has put some adrenaline in the use of telemedicine. And over the past couple of months, we've seen a rapid uptake in the clinicians that's using it, and a rapid uptake in patients who are now enjoying its use. In fact, about 10 years ago, research was done, and only 10% of patients saw themselves being seen with the use of a robot. Now, the most recent survey is showing as much as 77% of patients enjoying the use of a robot. It's been around for a long time, as I've said. Several hospitals within the United States and Europe are using telemedicine, so it's not just here in the Cayman, but in the Cayman Islands, it is reasonable to say that we're amongst the forerunners within the region for the use of telemedicine. Of course, this technology is not without its pitfalls. It is a useful tool to bridge the gap between patients, physicians, and the health system. And it enables everyone, especially those patients with symptoms, to stay at home and communicate with the physicians through virtual channels. This, as I said earlier, potentially help to reduce the spread of coronavirus, and one cannot understate that benefit. But of course, there are some drawbacks. So let us look at some of the benefits, and then I'll just mention some of the drawbacks. With the use of telemedicine, we've been able to see an enhanced patient-physician collaboration. There's improved healthcare through timely healthcare interventions. There's a better resource utilization. For example, if we keep patients at home, one doesn't necessarily have to spend a lot of time and money on PPEs unnecessarily. And so these PPEs will be kept and used on those patients that, for whom it's more important. There's increased access to care. It allows the support of independence. Some patients can now make their own appointment and contact their physician through these various platforms, and don't have to depend on somebody to transport them to the hospital. It's more affordable, and the reason somebody asked me, how can you say telemedicine is more affordable? When in fact, in theory, the cost of seeing a patient using the robot should be the same as when the patient is seen face to face. This is not the case in Cayman, and I will speak briefly about that. But not only is it important, not only is it important that the cost of the care that is given face to face equal to the cost that is seen with the robot. If a patient is to be sent overseas, there is oftentimes the airfare that one has to think about. There's oftentimes the separation from the family. So beyond the financial cost, there are other costs. But more importantly, we had a patient who had a stroke, and we needed to have that patient sent to North America for care. And the cost that was quoted was almost 500,000 US dollars as a down payment prior to him being put in the air ambulance. So one is able to see that that itself is a very expensive undertaking. We chose to use the robot, and we contacted the specialists in North America, and the total cost of care was just over $10,000. So you could see the cost saving. It's very convenient. Of course, there are downsides. There are patients, fewer in-person consultation with patients. Some patients think that this is an impersonal, they don't have the touchy-feely experience as they do when they're with a face-to-face interaction. In some cases, the internet connection could be very poor. There's some limitations. Of course, you can't take out the gallbladder remote by using telemedicine, and I cannot send a lozenge to the premier for his sore throat by telemedicine. But nevertheless, there are some good applications. Sometimes training is required. Of course, with the modern equipment, it's not as a significant thing. And then one sometimes forgets that the elderly are sometimes not as computer savvy, and so it's not as useful. Let us just spend the last few minutes looking at the perspectives from some of our local providers. I, in preparation for this presentation, got in touch with some of my local private sector providers to hear their views on the use of telemedicine in their practice locally during the pandemic. And an ophthalmologist shared that I use telemedicine to access urgent eye complaints such as red eye, blurred vision, eyelid infections, and so on. The office, and so on. The patients seem to prefer this because they didn't have to come in, but this ophthalmologist had a problem in that the reimbursement from the insurance was poor and not worthwhile. One of the orthopedic surgeons said that I did a lot of computer-based case during the lockdown, and the experience was not quite the same as the face-to-face. However, he recognized that telemedicine could be useful for the sister islands, where the sister islands population could have access to specialist care here in Grand Cayman. He ended by saying, "I'm all for it." One of the dermatologists says that in dermatology it's useful for some conditions such as rashes, acne, hair loss, and some lesions. She found it less appropriate for skin cancer surveillance. And again, the issue of insurance providing support, insurance companies providing support was raised. We had an internist who opined that the patients were happy overall to have continuity of care without having to leave their homes. But again, the issue of insurance reimbursement was highlighted. Another orthopedic surgeon had glowing comments. He said, "Telemedicine is very successful. I've used it for new consults, follow-ups, post-ops, etc. Patients seem to like it much better. There's less travel for them, though timing and connection is sometimes an issue." And he sees this as a helpful adjunct. Essentially, many of the local providers were very impressed with the support that they got with the use of the telemedicine being available to their patients. However, one overwhelming comment was that the insurance reimbursement was not adequate. So telemedicine has grown in the Cayman Islands significantly over the past few months thanks to coronavirus. Prior to coronavirus, it was something that was not very well known, and notwithstanding this, there's been some advancements in the Cayman Islands with respect to the use of this technology. Already in Cayman, we've been asked by some of our neighbors to provide them with our copy of our national policy. We have a national telemedicine guidance policy, and we've had persons asking us to provide them with some copies of this. We have a billing framework that is already in place, approved by the Health Insurance Commission. We have a number of protocols and policies. For example, we have a stroke policy and protocol and a few other policies that's already there. I've mentioned some of the barriers that exist. There's a need for national telemedicine strategy and a national telemedicine strategy. Now, we have a national policy, but there are some need for some strategies with respect to ensuring the adequate reimbursement by the insurance companies, etc. There's some legal and ethical consideration that one needs to take into consideration. For example, the physicians who see our patients overseas, should they be registered with the Cayman Islands Medical and Dental Council? And a few other questions that are not yet answered. So the final slides will give you the take-home points. The telemedicine greatly helped the health care industry in the Cayman Islands with the implementation of new technological trends. There's improving patient care and enhancing the availability of doctors. It offers the patient a more convenience by allowing them to get access to medical service in the community through digital services. It improves the caregiver efficiency and allows providers to effectively connect with their patients, providing quickness and convenience on both sides of the healthcare experience. Now, not only is it important to have patient-doctor interaction during the coronavirus and other times, but there is also the need for doctor-doctor collaboration, and this is another useful tool because telemedicine facilitates collaboration and dialogue between different healthcare providers. Because of increase in internet speeds these days and the improvement within the technology, telemedicine is able to reach all over the globe, and doctors within the Cayman Islands, if they have a patient who has an issue that needs to be discussed with a physician overseas, they are able to access these physicians remotely with the use of this technology. And so it allows the practice of medicine to be versatile. It allows us to be able to adopt new approaches. We're able to use, for example, I mentioned earlier, the intensive care. I mean, if I am at home and there's a patient, for example, in an intensive care unit and I'm on call, I am able to see what is going on in real time. Recently, we have purchased some telemedicine robots that will be used on the ambulances. So when the ambulances go out to see a patient in the field, the emergency room staff, they're able to, in real time, see what is going on. So if a patient has to be extricated or to be removed from a vehicle that's been in an accident, the mechanism of removal can be seen by the emergency room physician in real time because the robot will be there on site. However, we need to recognize that telemedicine is not a one-size-fits-all strategy. Patient's preference must be taken into consideration. The patient's needs must also be considered. The national telemedicine strategy and the insurance company's support and buy-in is something that is crucial in order for there to be success within the Cayman Islands. And so my parting words are, in envisioning a telehealth-enabled future for the Cayman Islands, one must remember that many clinical conditions, notwithstanding telemedicine, will require physical examination or intervention, and that the care is a human and relational activity. In Cayman, the health sector leads the region in the use of telemedicine technology. The COVID-19 pandemic represents a real opportunity and an incentive to further develop and advance telehealth solutions and to build on what already exists here within the Cayman Islands. The use of telemedicine will continue to improve within Cayman as more and more persons are finding out about what's available, as more and more patients are becoming comfortable with this new approach, and as more clinicians are becoming comfortable with the new approach. Again, there was a survey that was done, published by patientengagement.com, which show that whereas only 10% of physicians embraced telemedicine 5-6 years ago, now that has increased to 70% thanks to the coronavirus. Thank you very much, and a big thank you for your attention.
Again, our thanks to Dr. Perez Fernandez and Dr. Jeff for those very informative presentations. We will now break for lunch and come back at 1:05 p.m., starting with another Community Experiences video. We welcome you to refuel a bit and be back with us at 1:05. A quick reminder that you can view the agenda for today and the souvenir event program on our agenda page on our website, healthcareconference.ky, and so we'll see you back at 1:05 p.m. Thank you.
Borders closed, wings clipped, anxiety raised. But we will rise again. We will laugh again. We will cheer again. We will meet again. But until then, we are where we've always been. We are together. We are here with you. Caring for Cayman.
Going forward, I think we should be more neighborly. We should be not only checking our immediate family, but the whole community. And these days, just about everybody got a phone, so at least we can be calling them and talking with them and encourage them and lift them up. I did all of that, but it had me done. I won't say forward, but I keep it. And I had good neighbors, good friends checking on me regular. But I wouldn't venture go outside the gate.
Despite the macho persona, police officers are vulnerable to emotional distress, given our risk of exposure to the virus and increased concern about affecting our loved ones. Though we have a lot of counseling and mental health resources, a lot of officers do not participate in them for various reasons, including the stigma or shame associated with seeking help or just being open about our emotions. So, I believe we could do more in encouraging officers to utilize these resources.
I think the pandemic has really shown us, in fact, everything else that's happened this year in 2020, like the fire and the earthquake and tsunami scare and so forth, it's really shown us as disaster responders that we have to make sure that we get a balance. Whilst we can work very hard and very long hours during these events, it's really important to have a sort of support structure in place for a mental health perspective, but also things that activities, exercise and a good nutritional diet is really critical.
Yeah, as in retrospect, everything, there's always room for improvement. But I think that we have to give kudos and commendations to the government of the day for calling most of the shots quite well. But one of the things that I think that we can improve on is that we make provisions for others, but for co-workers that may need isolation, I think that we should render some assistance, keeping them in the loop by FaceTiming or calling and let them know what's going on, so that when they're out of isolation they can jump right back in. Just calling, providing some assistance, maybe whether it's dropping off groceries, just letting them know that that we are going through this with them, praying with them and for them, and just getting them, not just put them out to pasture for the 2 weeks or whatever the time is, but just keeping them abreast of what's going on.
I would say it went two ways, because of course, from the perspective of outpatient care, there has been a lot of anxiety in the population, so patients refrain from seeing their doctors, so sometimes they also waited on their symptoms and seeking help too late, so there were quite a few acute coronary syndromes, heart attacks, also because of that. However, that has fortunately, I would say, normalized at this time, but there was, especially during the first month or during the first 2 months of the COVID crisis in Cayman, went out of hand a little bit from the perspective of cardiac care, because patients were not really adequately seeking medical help, despite the fact that the help was available. So I think Cayman's response to the crisis was, under the circumstances, I would say, close to optimal.
Hi, my name's Soleil Parkinson, and something that I think could be improved during quarantine is more emotional support, especially from the schooling system. I know many students suffered from feeling behind or feeling unsupported by their teachers and counselors during online schooling, as it was harder to be in touch and there was a lot more to do when there was not as much communication. I also think that during quarantine, it was important to have a stronger connection to the community, as many of us felt kind of segregated and stuck. It would have been amazing to have new ways to connect to the community while still in the safety of our homes and being protected from COVID-19.
Welcome back, everyone. I do hope that you had a nice, albeit brief, lunch. Let me use this opportunity, though, to say a quick thank you again to our major sponsors, Health City Cayman, Health Services Authority, Compass Media, and Kelly Holding Events and Communications. Our next session is one that I have been personally looking forward to because it really brings together a diverse group of individuals from across our community. You've watched the videos, but now we're going to delve a bit deeper into some of the personal stories and hear how this pandemic has really affected every group within our society. I'm now going to hand this section of the program over to Ms. Donna Bush, who will introduce the panel and moderate the discussions. Ms. Donna.
Thank you very much, Nellie. It's great to be here with everyone today in the room, as well as those watching via the various channels out there. I'm going to begin by introducing our panelists, starting with the Honorable Franz Manderson, our Deputy Governor. Next to him, we have Mr. Joseph Anderson, who is a recovered COVID patient. Next to Mr. Anderson, we have Dr. Margot McCrae. She's a senior pharmacist at Doctors Hospital. Next to her is Mr. Will Pinot, the CEO of the Cayman Islands Chamber of Commerce. Seated next to him is Mrs. Chelsea Rivers, who is with the National Council for Persons with Disability. She is seated next to Ms. Lucille Seymour, a community activist, and much more. Next to Ms. Lucille, we have Dr. David Stone, obstetrician, gynecologist at Ocean Med. And next to him, we have Ms. Monina Thompson. She's a member of the Youth Ambassador Program, as well as the Alex Panton Foundation. And last but certainly not least, we have Nurse Martika Williams. She's with the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority. Welcome to each of you. So as Nellie mentioned, the discussion here is, I think, going to be one that's very interesting. It may become emotional, so we want people to be prepared for that as each of these individuals share their COVID-19 stories. We're going to begin with the Honorable Franz Manderson. Deputy Governor, would you be so kind to share with us how, during the lockdown in particular, how that phase of the pandemic affected you personally and emotionally?
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. Minister Seymour, thank you again for putting on this conference at this particular time. It is so badly needed for all of us to sort of get an opportunity to speak our stories, but also for the public to get the very latest in what's happening around the world. And good afternoon to my member of the panelists. It was so great to meet our new nurse down there. She was such a passionate individual. Ms. Lizette, you have a superstar on your hands. Meeting a Caymanian who just recently graduated from the nursing school, it was a real pleasure to have lunch with her. I'm very proud Caymanian lady. So walking into the NEOC every morning, my job was to set the priorities for the day for the team. I found out very early on that I really couldn't work from home. I think I tried it for about 3 hours, and then I realized that that was not good for me. I had been working my entire life never to take my work home, so I thought I'd better go back to the office, and that was one of the really good decisions that I made because as it turned out, I was leading a huge operation, and I think it was important for the team to see that I was there with them, and I was not, sort of sending them out to deal with COVID-positive patients from the comfort of my home. We were all there together. So being there with Ms. Lizette and so many other people, Mr. Will, it's surprising how many people in this room were actually in the NEOC, Dr. Lee and Ms. Nellie and others. But it was something that we had never prepared for. So we would normally activate the NEOC when we had a hurricane, and this was not a hurricane. So it really was something that we were not prepared for. And I kept thinking, okay, Franz, how is this how is this affecting you personally? What are the things that you're doing differently? And I also tried to pass that on to the people that I was leading, is that, so, I was fortunate that every morning I would drive by my mom's house, and then, I'm very close to my mother, and whenever I went to her home, I was able to hug her and kiss her, and then all of a sudden I was told that you can't hug your mom. And that was a very strange experience for me. Actually, when the pandemic hit and we were getting a number of positive persons, I didn't even go into her property. I would stand at the gate and speak with her in the mornings, and that really affected me. The thought of me not being able to hug my mom, for me not being able to take, the thought of something happening to my mom was really scary, because if a hurricane was coming, I knew I could go and board up her home and take her to my house and she would be safe. But with COVID, if she went to the supermarket or she did something like that, it was a possibility that she could get sick. So that really kept me focused. Also, my sister, she's in a vulnerable position. So constantly thinking about how COVID could affect my family really drove me to ensure that we were doing everything possible to keep our island safe and to redouble my efforts and to work as hard as I could. Thankfully, I was surrounded by amazing people that made my job very easy. We had a government who was, gave us some very, very clear and instructions as to how to carry out our duties. So all of that together, a very decisive government, all really helped me personally. If I was not getting clear instructions or clear directions as to how to do my job, it would have been a lot more difficult. But again, I just go back to that number one thing. Seeing my mother, not being able to hug her, that will stay with me for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Manderson. We're going to go all the way to the end, down to Nurse Martika Williams. Nurse Williams, I know that you've had a lot of experience with patients, in particular during the COVID period. What would you say is can you share one story or incident with us that really resonates with you that took place during the lockdown period when you were at work?
Good afternoon, everyone. So as you know, I worked in a respiratory care unit, which basically all the positive patient that was admitted to the hospital was put in that specific unit. In terms of me, how this pandemic impacted me, I had to leave home for 3 months, and I had to be put into a government facility as well as my other colleagues, so that we may not take that virus home and spread it to our family. We have young kids. I have my grandmother who lives right next door to me. And my family basically lives in the same community, and we're all as one, and we would go next door to each other and visit each other. I also should say that each patient that was there, we had to give them that support because they were not able to see their family, and we had to just encourage them, make sure they have their cell phone. Even if they didn't have their cell phone, we would just give them our phone just for them to see their family or talk to their family. And that did alleviate any fears that they had. And thankfully, all of our patients recovered very well. We didn't have any deaths at the HSA, which was good. I commend the doctors for all that they did. I commend the RCU staff for all that they did, even the auxiliary staff that was there. Also, Ms. Lizette, I like that you updated each staff about all the information that we could get and how we could use this information and the supplies that was given to us. I'm sure that Cayman is one of the places that we should be thankful that we had these PPEs, because not around the world, a lot of places didn't have these equipment, and we was gratefully blessed to have them. I thank you for that.
Thank you, Martika. We're going to go next to Monina, who's right next to her. Monina, can you share what your personal experience was during the lockdown?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. So I'm a university student. I recently started my first semester at Carleton University in Canada. So even before the lockdown, where the stress came in for me was getting a phone call saying there's this virus, it's spreading, it's very bad, you need to come home right away. So, because the borders were closing in Cayman as well, you know, flights were gonna get full. So the same day I found out, I booked a ticket for like 6 o'clock in the morning the next day. I had to leave everything behind. This was in the middle of my exams as well. And I was going to a home where I didn't have my own room or somewhere to study in quiet. And another thing that added on the stress is that my mom is really sick, so she is a higher risk as well. And so going home and not being able to see my friends after so long for going away, and also having to be very particular when I went out in public to grocery shop for my mother, and trying to find a courteous way of telling people, I can't hug you, you know, please keep your distance because I have to think about my family. So balancing school and the health of my family was very stressful, and it was really weird to have to find a new regular routine to keep up with my studies and my scholarship and also keep my family safe. So that was my experience, and I would just like to say that I'm very grateful that Cayman handled it the way it did, because it could have been a lot worse as well.
Thank you very much, Monina. Dr. Stone, if you would share with us a particular story or incident that really stands out to you that may have occurred during the lockdown, during the pandemic. If there's one thing that really stands out to you. If not, if you could just share your personal experience with us.
Thank you, Donna. There's so many stories that I can think of. My background in obstetrics and gynecology affords me the blessing of being able to bring life into the world. And that is always a comfort, because despite how difficult and challenging cases and situations can be, I'm always raised up by life. And I was sharing with Honorable Seymour that about 2 hours ago, we brought the newest member of the Cayman Islands into the world. And that's, again, the circle of life and how uplifting it can be. I think for me, you may have heard here in the panel, it sounds like a family affair, and I'm no exception, because what I think of most is my family. You know, we're nothing if we don't have our family. At least that's the way I feel, and I think a lot of us feel that way. In January, when we were all together for the holidays and I said goodbye to my family, I was thinking they were going to come back in March. I have my son who was off to school, and my daughter in middle school, and my wife was up in Michigan, where I'm originally from, taking care of my daughter, and even my dog was up there, braving the cold. And I thought that was going to be the hardest part. But to me, I think the hardest part was eventually finding that decision that had to be made in March about whether to bring them back here for the holidays or for the spring break, or to forego that because of the concern of them being caught here and not being able to go back to school. Well, as fate would have it, they shut down school, but we had already made the decision for them not to come here. So for me, it was really a challenge, because I knew my wife was taking care of our kids and our dog unexpectedly by herself, with everyone together. I was comforted that they were together, but I missed them very much. And I think that's the thing that you'll probably know from all of us, because most of us here are in some way touched to our family. And I think that was the one piece that I think in many ways we're fortunate enough to say was the greatest casualty. Besides, unfortunately, on March 14th, we lost the gentleman who was really from Italy. We all had our family that was here, and friends, either here or abroad. So for me, I'm always going to be touched and moved by the idea that I couldn't be with my family, but yet I knew where they were, and they were staying safe. They were listening to science. They were listening to what was in the best interest of healthcare at that time, and making the best decisions, as we were too.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Stone. Ms. Lucille, share with us your personal story of during the lockdown.
Thank you, Donna, and thank the ministry for putting on this splendid conference. I want to tell you, first of all, that I'm a cancer survivor, and I'm 76 years old. So therefore, I have two things that strike that COVID like. So I tried, and then luck or whatever would have it, in January the 30th, I had a hip replacement. And there was a lockdown in March. So I had a kind of metamorphosis in a way. So I would like to share that with you. And take a moment, because the age I am, I have to look at notes. And I say I saw the pandemic as a positive sign, an opportunity to slow down. I'm involved in so much community work and sit on so many committees. It gave me opportunities for refocusing and introspection. It allowed me to relax and slow down to get closer to me. Who am I? What are my values? What is my purpose? Who is God and me? And what about my soul? I communed with God through nature. It provided opportunities for my creative mind to write poetry and expand my photography skills to learn the guitar. I use my creativity of taking pictures and writing to put on social media and develop collages thanking people who work continuously to keep us safe. I found a friend in Zoom and worked hard at being proficient at it. This technological friend brought my world and state of mind closer to reality. This is how I communicated largely with meetings, friends, and my community projects. Though vicarious, it made my life. Getting in touch with my inner self prevented depression and controlled being lonely and feeling sorry for myself. Even though I was immobile, that is, I could not drive, and walking with a slow gait, I kept contacting in whatever form I could to communicate with older persons less fortunate in a state of mind and expectations as myself, giving them hope and urging them to enjoy their outside environment. I live alone. I kept working on my self-concept. We don't have to be lonely when we are alone. It was at this time I found space to invigorate and rejuvenate my mind rather than deplete it. My great knowledge of technology gave me many ways to be in touch, to find enjoyment and happiness. Apart from the skill of being technologically adept, I'm a child of nature and having developed a passion for its understanding, which has given me the opportunity to have an equanimity of spirit. By observing nature and having walks on my boardwalk, I commune with God. And at these moments, I prayed for my guidance, his guidance always for me to do the common good. This was the most interesting part of my day. I created new routines and structures in my day, not just for uplifting, but for my friends and family. Notwithstanding the committees and the board I sat on, we had business as usual through Zoom. The difference was whatever we did or said was how we can make changes through COVID. It was amazing how everyone tried to have solutions and thinking out of the box. I was extremely impressed with the supermarket Hurley and the HSA pharmacy, who delivered my food and my medication religiously. Added to that were those who transported me when we had all clear, how friends would do errands for me. But I was totally impressed with the daily prayers on the press conference and the follow-up scripture reading and the good words that were rendered by the Honorable Dwayne Seymour. Not because he's my nephew that I'm saying that, but it really helped me. He taught us that our spiritual health matters on this earth as well. I found the pandemic made me extremely resilient in a place of diversity. I thank God for his guidance.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lucila. I appreciate that. Next up, we have Mrs. Chelsea Rivers. Chelsea, if you would share with us what your experience was like at home during the lockdown. Thank you, Donna, and thank you again to the ministry for allowing me a seat at the table where I have several hats that I wear here on behalf of my son who's disabled, as well as the National Council for Disabled Persons, and then as an individual who went through this pandemic as well. I think as we've seen so far, and I'm sure everyone can relate, able-bodied, disabled-bodied, it didn't matter. We all had the same kind of emotional reaction to being immediately locked down, to having a virus, overnight basically throw us into a complete spiral. So the emotional reaction that created in all of us was felt, and it kind of put us on the same level playing field with the disabled community, because all of a sudden we were brought to the same existence where we were home, or we were locked down, or we were confined or restricted. If you think of somebody in a wheelchair that can't walk, we didn't necessarily have that same experience, but we were as confined from the normalcy of our lives in that respect. For Caymanians, we're a hugging type of people, and to have that instantly removed from your daily interaction, where you use that to console, to congratulate, to interact with people. It's a hello, it's a goodbye, it's a I'm sorry, it's an I love you. Removing that was like ripping a part of us emotionally out as well. And I was very impacted because I'm a hugger. I know a lot of people might not be, and it was a great experience for them not to have people immediately in their space that wanted that. But it just compounded, it just kept compounding the restrictions, the limitations, the emotional reaction that we were all experiencing, that we were forbidden to experience, and you had people all of a sudden policing social media to see who was too close and who was seen hugging and who's posting up things, and I saw so-and-so. And then you're watching TV, because Netflix was the thing at that time, where you're watching a movie you'd seen 10 years ago that people were hugging and you cringed. I felt it. And when I shared that, everyone had that same reaction. It's like you're immediately, overnight, it's how amazing it was that we were reprogrammed in our thinking of what was normal, what was acceptable, what's no longer okay. And it wasn't okay anymore for us. And that transition to where we were emotionally and physically was so natural. We became so immune and disengaged and disconnected from what we were as a human race, as a people. I expected with the lockdown on a personal level to be more impacted because I have a son who's disabled. And while there were limitations, for his experience, it was he needs physiotherapy, and that was all of a sudden ripped from him. I found more in my personal life. My teenage daughter became the focus for us, where I was thinking that we would have to shift our energies again, as we always do, unfairly, to one of my 3 children. She became the focus because we didn't see the signs with her until it was almost too late, where she had become so detached from the world so suddenly. She couldn't be with her friends. She couldn't go to school. I knew I was going to be the first one to cry. She had Zoom classes. We threw them into this way of learning digitally, and they should have been prepared for it, because every child in this generation is glued to their phone. You see them sitting in their bedroom, at the movies, at dinner, not in my house, but you know that that's the world that they have been raised up in. But for them suddenly not to have the option, it threw her into such a state of depression, and I didn't see the signs. And it just became a situation where she became suicidal, she became neurotic, she became so sad, she cried for everything and anything and nothing at all, and I felt so helpless, because I've spent my other child's entire 23 years of life caring for a physically disabled person. I know the problems, I know what I'm dealing with. Okay, he can't walk now, okay, he needs lung therapy, okay, he needs heart, medication. But having to deal with an emotional situation was the hardest thing, because I was getting frustrated. I was getting upset at her for being so emotional, and I couldn't help her. And I'm also dealing with my own emotions that I'm having a hard time processing. So I think what came of it for me was just the sudden realization that there are such hidden issues that came out of this pandemic. I would have loved to have had a situation where the schools were able to address this. They had the attention of our children for that period of time. I was at work until 6, 7, 8 at night. Even though I was in the house, I was locked away. I wasn't seeing it because by the time I would knock off, she would be off school, in bed, and she's sleeping for the rest of the night. I wasn't seeing the signs, but if we had had some kind of an add-in for the curriculum that was giving them that mental health, that guidance, I think that would have been something that would have been more beneficial. And I'm sure I'll talk about this more in further questions, but for me, that was the hardest thing during the lockdown that I experienced. That took me by complete surprise. Did not see it coming for a minute. Okay, thank you very much, Chelsea. Mr. Will Pinot, can you share with us a personal story or your experience during the pandemic, particularly the lockdown, because I think that's the part where all of us really had the most difficulty.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thanks the ministry for hosting this conference. I normally don't speak very personally in public because I'm kind of a corporate kind of guy, but I'll share, I think, two things I'll share with the audience. One is about faith, and one is about family. We're all creatures of rhythm in our lives, whether we realize it or not. Our body programs us to get up at a certain time. We probably go to bed at a certain time. We probably watch the same types of programs over and over. And for me, my rhythm of life is to get up at 5:30 in the morning and, just have a real moment with my Lord and Savior. And for me, the biggest impact for me was not going to daily mass for a Catholic. And as a Catholic, I believe in the body and blood of Christ, and there's no higher thing that I could do in my life. And so when that was taken from me on a daily basis, it really had a profound impact on me. And like Miss Lucille in her comments, about kind of looking at your soul and what's priority in your life, what isn't, and then I reflected on family. Now, I've been living here for about 35 years, so I still have family in the United States, and, sisters, and my sister lives there, and my son lives there. And the reality of the United States is that the COVID crisis is a real crisis. And unfortunately, some of my family came down with COVID. So, I'm trying locally to help out in any way I can with the NEOC. Nobody really knew what I was going through behind the scenes, but reality, coping with family members that have come down with COVID, not, some of them having respiratory issues, not knowing whether they're going to be admitted or not. You can't leave the country. You can't really, and as you know, with young children, they don't really tell you how they are. You have to really, oh, well, I'm fine. Everything's going to be okay. And then you talk to somebody else and no, their condition's not as good. So at the end of the day, I think my faith brought me the realization that, family really is the most important aspect of our lives, and making sure that they're safe. And as a man and as a father and as a husband, my role, I felt helpless sometimes. I felt as though I really couldn't do anything for some important elements of my family. And my wife has her father up in a nursing home in Florida. And back to Franz's point about not being able to see or love or hug somebody that you love. Here's a gentleman that's 85 years old, suffering from dementia, really confused, not understanding why his daughter can't come in and hug him. These things, and from the whole idea of sensitivity and love and foundational things that we're all used to, it really brought home to me how precious life really is and how we should value. And like Lucille, I actually give the minister credit for bringing God into those press conferences, because without him, we are nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Pinot. Dr. McCrae, can you share with us a personal experience during the lockdown?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So for me, COVID really hit me on March 17th. I very vividly remember this. Previous to that, had to go back to Canada for a funeral. So I was gone for a little over a week, and during that time, that's when Cayman had its first patient. And I literally came back to work, and I felt like the world had changed. My day-to-day changed immediately. The hospital basically was preparing for war. So right away was on a COVID task force. We're making decisions about things that we have never had to deal with before. And I think anybody at this table who is in any position of leadership can relate when your team is looking to you to provide some sort of comfort and certainty and sureness about a situation where myself was dealing with these same uncertainties and trying to navigate this difficult situation, which was new to all of us. So that was really difficult, kind of trying to work through that. But fortunately, since we were all in it together, that did provide you just this sense of comfort that we're all trying to figure this out together. And for me, fortunately, I was maybe not as isolated as a lot of people were during COVID, because I was able to come into work every single day and see my colleagues, my friends at work. So that was very helpful to me. I mean, I live alone, none of my family is here, so I can imagine if I was stuck at home every single day, which many people were, how isolating that would have felt. And despite the isolation of the lockdown and everything that we've experienced and the border closures, I do feel in some way that COVID has united us all in a way. There's never been a time where we have all, no matter where you are in the world, been dealing with this collective experience. No time in my lifetime. So, I mean, I've had people that I haven't spoke to in years give me a call, how's things there, just checking up on you. So there's been this sort of strengthening of the bonds that you have with people, even if you haven't talked to them in years, because you're all dealing with the same thing, and that's never happened. And I mean, the other thing is just this, it's really personally made, this whole experience has made me feel very grateful for having a job, the health of my family, fortunately, here around the world. I mean, the actions of the government that have led us all to be very safe here. So, I mean, although this has been probably one of the most difficult situations that we'll ever have to face, it's definitely made me appreciate the things that we do have, and our health, and you know, our friends, families, and loved ones.
Thank you very much, Dr. McRae. We're going to move on to our recovered COVID patient, Mr. Joseph Anderson. Tell us about your story that's, I'm sure, is different than anyone else on the panel.
Sure. Good afternoon, and thanks for having me. Well, one word to describe my experience is all-encompassing, right? My COVID experience really started on March the 22nd. I mean, literally and figuratively. I mean, as you all know, I recovered from the virus, but I mean, I remember, well, I'm one of the doubtful Thomases out there that believe that once you're healthy, once you're fairly young, I mean, it can't impact you the way as it was doing, I mean, around the world. And then COVID hit. I was basically, I mean, in lockdown for about 7 weeks with the virus, because for some strange reason I wasn't recovering, right? But I mean, I lost my way throughout this whole experience, in that I'm a faithful person. I've always been a faithful person. And I'm there thinking, why me? I kept asking God, why me? But, you know, I'll use the analogy of what you call a prison to explain what really happened to me. There's a general population, which is Cayman out there, that was going through a partial lockdown. I was in isolation. And I kept thinking to myself, what did I do to have to experience this, right? But then, I mean, I said, you know what? If I'm going to fight this thing, I mean, I'm going to give it my all. So, you know, I'm a strong person, as I mentioned before. But then 2 weeks into this thing, my strength started fading. I mean, mentally, emotionally, I was really losing it, because, I've never been locked up in any way before, any way, shape, or form. So I was 2 weeks into it. I kept thinking to myself, what's next? But then I started recovering after 2.5, 3 weeks. And I started saying, well, I guess, you know, my prayers are being answered. But then it just got worse for some strange reason. Struggling to breathe, everything just went for me, basically. And I say, you know what? Maybe this is it. Maybe, you know, my race is run. So I remember praying, and I remember thanking God, you know, for giving me the opportunity to raise a child, have a family, my wife. I mean, I was just giving God thanks. I mean, I was an athlete. I experienced the world in full through sports and everything. So I was really thankful at one point. So I was going through the denial phase. Then I started accepting. Then I was prepared, basically. But I said to myself, you know what? If I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down fighting, right? If I'm going to meet my maker, he's going to see me in good physical shape. So I remember in the house, around the fourth week, I just started running in the house. Like for 30 minutes, I was just running in the house, doing more exercises, everything. I was going through the full 9 yards, right? And I was there doing all this while struggling to breathe, while everything. And, but what this experience taught me was really the power and the strength in one's character when being put to the test, right? It also taught me that, your support system is very important. Just by saying one word of encouragement to someone can make a world of a difference. Just by smiling, I love to smile, right? But just by smiling with someone can change their world. The public health department, the nurses were calling me almost every 2 hours in the day. I know that couldn't have been their job to call me so often, but they were right there with me. I remember at one point, I work for the finance department. At one point, I remember the minister of finance called me, the financial secretary. Everybody was behind me. There wasn't one day that a bag of grocery wasn't at my front door, right? My co-workers at the ESO department, as I said, my family, everyone was with me, and it really changed my perception and people in general, right? I'm a new person today because of that experience, right? And I still believe that, and I'm now thinking that one's purpose in this world is it's a very important thing, that you find out what's your purpose and try to target that, right? And so I'm a new person sitting here today. So as I said, my experience is all encompassing.
Thank you very much for sharing that, Mr. Anderson. Deputy Governor, do you see any room for improvement in our response and communications during COVID? If not, what do you think worked well?
A lot of things worked well. I'm sure there are things that we could have done better. It's one of the things that was constantly on my mind when we were in the NEOC, and we were hearing around the world about how vulnerable persons, the elderly, were dying. And I think that used to stay on my mind, and I used to tell the team, every morning, top priority, care for our elderly. And I was very proud until today that we have kept our elderly safe. The work that the Children and Family Services did in preparing our restrooms and place for the elderly, keeping those places safe. The work that the people at the Pines did was really fantastic in that they did a good job. They kept our seniors safe. In terms of things that we could have done better, I'm sure there are people out there that were complaining that we were not, we kept the country locked down too long, and we kept masks on for too long. But I do not believe in second-guessing those decisions. I think where we are today is because of the measures that we took. So I'm sure the public will tell us what we did wrong. Nothing really comes to mind in terms of where we sort of fell down on the job. I think we have a lot to be proud of as a country, as a people, in terms of how we have handled this pandemic. One thing, though, that I do, again, want to recognize is, and it's been said here on the panel, it was a really great team effort. So, yes, our elected leaders can make decisions. Yes, the civil service and the wider public service can carry out, but it really depends on the public at large to communicate, to cooperate. Mm-hmm. And when we said go home, people went home. Some people broke the rules, but that was a small minority. So as an entire Cayman Islands, I think we have a lot to be thankful for. Hearing this young man's story. It was so fascinating. You know, I was told as head of the civil service that, you know, one of a civil servant had contracted, and it was like my worst fear. Oh my goodness, you know, a civil servant has caught the virus. Is this something that you know, what did we do to make that happen? And I was talking to him earlier, and he doesn't know how we contracted it. But I was always, you know, asking the financial secretary, how is he doing? How is he doing? It really today until I found out it was actually him. You know, we want to keep his identity safe. So, you know, that was one of my fears. Will a civil servant, someone who's under my responsibility, contract it and get really sick and die? That was something that really has been on my mind from day one. Thank God it has not happened.
Okay. Thank you very much for sharing that, Deputy Governor. Ms. Chelsea, as a member of the Council for Persons with Disabilities and the mother of a differently abled child, do you think there was anything missing in the information that you were getting, or anything missing that could have ensured that things ran more smoothly for you and your child?
Overall, I mean, let me just preface my response with total agreement that our government did an outstanding job. Start over. Thank you. Yeah, let me preface everything with just agreeing with everyone that I believe our government did an outstanding job in the response, in response time, in the measures taken. I think we all fell in love with Dr. Lee because it was the most soothing, calming, reassuring person that they could have ever put in front of us at that time during that situation. That just kind of, we all looked forward to this. You know, it was almost like that uncle that, you know, you can always count on to be there to tell you everything's going to be okay. Yes, I know it looks really bad, but you're going to get through this. I mean, obviously, in our lifetime, again, we've not ever been thrust into something so incredibly worldwide and just incredibly bizarre, you know, in our existence. So there's always going to be lessons learned. As a representative of the disabled community, I think, you know, having the sign language interpreter was an amazing call. But there's a lot of people that have hearing impairments or that are deaf that don't know sign language. So, you know, captioning, closed captioning or subtitles would have been ideal. And that goes beyond even pandemic conditions. I think this is just highlighted where there are areas that we do need to refocus our attention. Just, you know, if you think about the airports, you've got the loudspeaker, people can't hear that. You need those visual aids that are there telling somebody that their flight's boarding, or, you know, baggage check or something like that. For the disabled community, there was a concern from, you know, other members on the council that sit in that remit that persons with intellectual disabilities just weren't being paid attention to in that sense. There wasn't the communication with them. They were kind of, you know, the ones that are sort of running around on the roads anyway. The concerns that they're just going to continue to get arrested because they're not watching CIG TV. They're not paying attention to all the media that's going on, and they were out there just doing what they do. And the concern was just trying to put measures in place to make accessible information available for those individuals so that they wouldn't be seen as breaking the law and having the repercussions of that. I will say from a marketing perspective, branding all of the collateral that was put out there was perfect. For me, it put everything right into that box where you recognized immediately something issued from government. But again, for the disabled community, that kind of just went, you know, right over some people because it wasn't something that they're used to being presented with. Okay. The addressing the youth, I'd said that, you know, before, just I think having something within the curriculum, within that Zoom network of courses and classes, in addition to history or English or math, you've got that mental health segment that they mandatorily had to sit through to understand this is what's happening in the world, this is what's happening in your island, this is what's happening to you, seek help, here's ways and means, because the parents were all wrapped up in our own issues and, you know, problems at that time as well, so we weren't seeing the signs. So having that right in front of them may have helped in situations where the children just aren't able to process their own emotions and feelings. We found an issue with medical equipment for some people that needed that brought into the island. It was completely passed up and a special needs situation. We had one person that required a hearing aid and couldn't receive it for weeks because it wasn't considered, a high importance for the things that were being brought into the island. So it was needing to have an advocate within the emergency response teams for the disabled community. Somebody who was going to be there that we could address, or that we could, say, look, this is a very dire situation for this community. We need addressing in your discussions at your roundtables, having issues like that was kind of what we saw. But otherwise, I think overall it was an amazing response. And you can improve on anything, but I think we were always on the right track.
All right, thank you very much, Chelsea. Mr. Pineau, what were some of the challenges that you and your team at the Chamber faced as it relates to the wider community and, of course, the business community, especially looking back at the early days and how that impacted them? If you could just briefly tell us about that.
I'll try to be brief because it was almost like a Category 5 storm hitting us in April, and just completely redoing everyone's business model, including virtually the government. So it was something that we kind of almost took a deep breath and said, okay, how are we going to make a difference? Because I think the three words I like to say is communications, coordination, and collaboration. And I think from a chamber standpoint, we tried to execute on each of those areas. And the first area is communications, because unfortunately during the beginning of the pandemic, when there was tremendous uncertainty and nervousness, there was panic buying. There was a lot of disturbing things being done through social media, which created panic in our community, which unfortunately, I guess you cannot prevent it. But the government did a great job. The NEOC, which I had the privilege of serving with, they did a phenomenal job, but no matter how many times we put information out, it still seemed to be distorted in some way through people who had different agendas. And maybe it was just because of the mental health side of things, that people were just so nervous and panicked about their own health and their families, that maybe that's what caused some of the things in the early stages. The other one was coordination. We thought communication was so important for the chamber that we actually hired a marketing firm to actually do a phenomenal job, I think, in educating the community. In our community, I think we have 5,000 email addresses where every day we were sending out the Dr. Lee's advisory through the Joint Communications, through GIS, and any other information about business generally that could help in terms of PPE supplies, travel restrictions, whatever they were, we tried to put it out there in the community as much as possible. From the coordination side, we also thought that there would be a real need in our community for the people who needed food. So we launched it's called Resilience Cayman, and that through that program, thousands of people have been assisted. And I'm really, really proud. I'd like to particularly point out Jan Gupta, who was really the heart and soul of that program, with a whole series of nearly dozens of volunteers that helped that. I'd like to also talk about my staff. I mean, the reality is, like all of us, suddenly we had to work from home, and we realized that one of the things that the country needs to really work hard at is improving its IT infrastructure, because that was one of the biggest challenges I think all of us had, particularly in education, where students couldn't get good bandwidth, they were having challenges in some areas. So I know government is working on that. And finally, I'd just like to say collaboration. I really enjoyed working with the NEOC, a bunch of real good professionals, people who have Cayman at heart. The deputy governor always had the right priorities during those meetings, always the vulnerable, always the elderly. And yes, the business community can become impatient, and they're wanting to open borders and do different things. But I think they were patient enough to know that in time this will happen. I mean, we're watching the world around us, and some of them just have not grappled with this COVID-19 crisis the way we have tried to do it. So I think from a standpoint of collaboration, I do think the public and private sector worked very, very well. Some of the hotels should be commended for their willingness to serve as quarantine facilities, and even also lowering their rates. Because one thing people have to appreciate is that to keep these lights on, to keep staff employed, it costs money. And when you have no visitors and no thing, you know, it's difficult for some of these properties. So, and with tourism not coming back, we have, you know, we have to be a bit sympathetic about their needs. And I think government has tried to help the best they can with some funding programs, with loan programs for small businesses. So communication, coordination, and collaboration were the key for the chambers during this crisis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinot. We're going to go down to Nurse Martika Williams. As a frontline worker, how was it dealing with the information that was constantly coming in and that kept changing? By the way, how did you keep up with the latest news and what was happening around you, besides what was happening from Ms. Lizette's end coming into the HSA?
All right, so we know that we most likely rely on social media nowadays. So any information provided on social media can be a hoax. Some people do rely on these information, but for me, I tend to go to the CDC website and the WHO, which is more credential for healthcare workers. I rely on these, and a few times I would turn on the TV just to keep abreast of what's going on in the rest of the world. So providing these information, it did help me with caring for these patients. I know we all heard about this hydroxychloroquine, which was actually Mr. President Donald Trump drug of choice. A few of our patients did take this medication, and I can say that each patient that got this medication, there were different signs and symptoms and different side effects from these drugs. I can give you an example where I had a patient that he didn't have any cardiac history. Given this drug, his heart rate ran up to like 140 beats a minute. We then had to treat the symptoms that arise just to make sure that these symptoms does not develop into further complications. So collaboration from the doctors and the nurses and the auxiliary staff that we had to get these done. I applaud HSA for developing the respiratory care unit as quick as possible. As we know, we had an influx of patients between, I think, March or May, between March and April. We had a lot of patients coming through the department, and we actually did our best to get these patients fully recovered. And I commend, like I said, the doctors and the nurses for allowing the patients to walk out of there. Like, there's nothing better than a better feeling for a doctor and a nurse and anybody else that work at the hospital to see a critically ill patient who has been vented and a couple weeks later walking out the hospital door with a smile on their face. So, like I said, thank you for all the staff that was there with me during this pandemic. You guys did very well. The doctors did very well in trying to treat these symptoms. As we know, like, we did not have the basic or the full coverage of what the disease process of the COVID-19. So we had to keeping abreast with information, getting updated of what medication would work for this, what medication worked for that, and eventually our patient came out 100% recovered.
Okay, thank you very much. You mentioned social media, so I'd like to ask Monina, for young people like yourself who get most of your news, as we know, from social media platforms, do you think this overwhelming amount of information made it easier or more difficult for young people like yourself to really cope during this time?
I would say for majority of it, it was useful in the sense of getting an idea of what was going on. But if you wanted a specific as the latest updates or what's really going on in Cayman, what's the latest news and what's reliable, I would say it made it difficult because there's so many accounts out there. There's a lot of media out there throwing out all these kinds of information. And at one point I felt susceptible to it. I was like, no, this is the new rule. I just saw it. And then someone else said, well, I watched the press briefing and that's not the case, you know? And so it was, I think the most difficult thing about social media as well was seeing how bad everything was around the other parts of the world, because just seeing constant graphic, almost traumatizing images and videos every single day was a bit overwhelming, so I found myself having to shut off my phone. So in terms of getting an idea and a sense of what's going on in the community, it was great, but not having one main channel of valid information coming in was definitely overwhelming.
Interesting. Dr. Stone, how difficult was it for you during lockdown? I mean, you had patients who were obviously near delivery times. How were you able to deal with that and be able to liaise with them on a normal basis, as normal as possible?
Well, Dana, I'll tell you, when I think of it, how hard was it? In many regards, it wasn't hard. I was always buoyed and countered with the support of a team. To your point, Mr. Manderson, I always have team around me. So for myself, it could start with the team of my family. My wife took care of the kids, so even though we were separated apart, they in Michigan and me here, I knew that they were okay. I could look at my office. At Ocean Med, we had wonderful ownership and investors that were willing to do what it took to make sure that we had the equipment that we needed, that we had the support that we needed. We were challenged because we needed to triage in a way that we had never triaged before ever before in the office, in making a decision between who could come and see us and who couldn't, who was emergent, who was non-emergent. Could somebody wait and not run the risk of that patient getting sicker because of the wait and make their situation far worse, and who could? So there was a lot of planning in that, and we spent a lot of extra time thinking of who could come in the office and who couldn't. As an obstetrician, that part of my profession, it was quite easy. I mean, obviously, our ladies who had babies, there's no stop for that. We did try to spread out the visits a bit, where we thought we could be able to, but we knew we had to see them. When it came to like annual visits and sort of non-emergent things, we started emerging into telemedicine, and it actually worked pretty well. One of the nice things about Cayman Islands, it's like a small town that happens to be a country. So you always know that you're going to be able to, at some point, communicate and reach to that person in some way, shape, or form. I think the other part was in being able to get signage and instruction, because it was hard to think, well, how are we going to communicate this to patients so they come in properly? Remember, at first, we didn't think that it was such an importance to use masks, but we were more worried about hand washing and social distancing. So how we set up the office to space the chairs, to think of how the flow of traffic would come in through their office was something we had never done before, but we did it. And it was because we took a team approach. I thank the medical assistants and the managers and everyone in the office for doing that. But then I step back and think, okay, we also had elective surgeries, so-called elective surgeries, in cases or surgeries that were not life-threatening, but patients wanted to have them done. We had to delay some of those for obvious reasons. We had to make painful decisions. I'm sure Ms. Lizette and Dr. Lee had to think hard about the decisions that they made about implementing suggestions on, what to do in terms of hospital operations. And I think overall they got it right. I don't think anyone adversely affected to a significant degree by the delay. And we were fortunate because of the painful decisions that were made early that we were able to eventually open up and do some catch up with those elective surgeries. I also think that there was an idea that what was hard was trying to calm the sea of confusion. But we did it because we were able to, from myself and my staff and people in the hospital, convey a sense of confidence and calm, because we recognized that all of us were in the same boat. We did not know everything there was to know about COVID-19 coronavirus, but we were trying to learn. And I think for the most part, our community gave us a pass in knowing that, okay, this is something new, but we're going to do everything that we can to provide love and compassion to the patients that we served. When I look at, as a physician, what was hard was also feeling that sense of educational isolation. But I also recall, and I go back to March 14th, that was also the day that they launched the COVID-19 Cayman Islands chat site on WhatsApp. And that became a very good piece for many of the doctors and other healthcare providers to come to try to share information, to discuss things. And that took some of that part of being that it was hard to take care and serve patients, take some of that away. Because we were all in it together and we were all trying to learn the best we could. I was able to communicate with doctors from Italy, from London, from South Africa, and see their plight and realize that we were getting it right. And that was very comforting. It was very powerful for us, and it was like an added piece of energy that I knew that we were getting things right. The government was doing things in a way that made sense. So I guess I go back to saying that, was it hard? No, because I had team, I had people, I had knowledge, I had compassion, I had people around me. And so for that part, it wasn't hard. It was a challenge, certainly. Did we have to work more? Yes. But it wasn't so hard that it couldn't be done. And we've done it, and we're continuing to do it.
Thank you, Dr. Stone. Ms. Lucille, what were some of the challenges you would say for the elderly community during the pandemic, and challenges that they may still be going through, and how can we as a community support our elderly more?
Thanks, Donna. I'd like to comment one moment on what Dr. Stone said and also what everybody else talked about in terms of what the country did. They were obedient. And that's, of course, a biblical thing as well. They were very obedient. At times, we had some naysayers about the older persons, like, a few persons dead, they're going to die anyway. And that was sad to say. And I will always remember that.
Ms. Lucille, if you just move the mic a little bit closer, and I'll ask all of you to do that for me, please.
Sorry about
as you speak. No worries.
And I will always remember what was said in the papers about the older folks. Now, ageism is an issue in the Cayman Islands. It is definitely an issue. And we certainly have to try to make the society an age-friendly society of the older persons, you know? But when you think of the older persons in this COVID here, they shielded, perhaps shielded too much, and they're still shielding. I don't remember, I'm not as old as some, but I don't see them. I have to call them. I have to say, well, why are you not out? And they're still shielding. So that is something that we have to, that's a great concern. Because as far as I know, Cayman is doing quite well with containing the COVID. But we, in this society, should have a lot of activities and a lot of things for older persons. One of the things I know that kept them from getting everything is that they're not adept at social media. They're not adept at the technological things. And that is something that we even as a council that I'm chair of, will have to do. And I see Janet is also a member of that council. We will have to persuade the powers that be, including private sector. As a matter of fact, during COVID, the Council for Older Persons wrote the 4 providers and asked them, was it possible to do anything for the older persons where there was communication to make it easier for them was concerned. And apart from one, I got no answer. And I say that, but you know me, I don't give up that easily. But I'm going back at that. We need to have them understand the digital divide and know that they're in the digital divide. And we need to let them learn. We're not talking, when we say older persons, we're talking from 65 straight up to whatever 106, 100, whatever. So, and if they're anything like me, and I know there are a lot of them like me, then they're smart, and they're intelligent. And all we have to do is get them in a situation and teach them. I was fortunate to learn. I had to learn technology on my own in the 80s. On my own read up. I didn't have anybody to teach me. But I'm sure that we are working with the Deputy Governor to ensure that the ministries which fall within the civil service know well what they have to do for older persons. But I'd like to make a point about the caregivers. We need to ensure that our caregivers are well trained for older people, that they are almost, I think Dr. Lee said at some point in time, we were having a conference, that they could learn geriatrics things so that they'll be able to cope with the older persons, and we need that. Because we need, when they're at home or by themselves or even by family, we need someone who knows best how to deal with them. We also need in Cayman to set up a recreational center for the older persons, because they must understand, although they don't have COVID, they have 2 feet, 2 hands, a head to think with, and they have to get up and go. And they must be able to be agile and flexible. And the one thing too, we have, I don't know how many not-for-profit organizations that give out food. What I noticed during COVID, that all these were giving out food, but there was no coordination as to what do you really give the older persons. Now, if obesity and sugar are 2 things that they have, then we must be very, very careful on what it is that we are allowing not-for-profit organizations giving our people. As a matter of fact, I did talk to one older person, and she told me that 5 meals had appeared at her house that day. Now that tells me that the anxiety of these people, yes, and I appreciate that, but we have to ask, I think maybe it might come under your minister, or it might come under the Deputy Governor. We have to coordinate it with our older people, and that has bothered me, I must tell you. I also would think that, and this is my final point, that in the next dispensation, when we are thinking about what it is that we are going to do in the case of a disaster of this size, government and private sector must come together and develop a largest or emergency funding. It is not good enough, friends, for the persons we bring here to work. It is the government that has to take care of them, or they have to live in such decrepit conditions. So therefore, the employer and the employee policies must change. I know this is not political. This is who I am, whether you think I'm political or not. But it's not fair that they can't fend for themselves and they have to leave. And even that, the government had to take up. So therefore, I would ask, I know this is a health conference, but whenever I have a mic, that's my friend. And I would like us to think all the things that we're saying, that we need to put together a strong funding so when things like this happen, we don't have to be running around. Workers don't have to say, well, I don't have nobody to leave my child with. I can't go to work. And then employees saying, sure, you have to go to work. You work for me. If you don't come for me, I'm fire you. And that happened. Thank you very much.
Ms. Lucille, thank you so much for that. Dr. McCrae, how did the pandemic impact the pharmaceutical industry, obviously, that you're in Cayman, in terms of your ability to get medications and so on and so forth?
few phases to this. So in the early days of the pandemic, in the same way people were panic buying toilet paper, they were doing that with medications as well. So we saw a huge surge in people trying to get months of refills at a time, or just everyone trying to stockpile medication. So that led to some shortages locally, because typically, say we're hanging on to 6 months supply of a medication, and in 1 month it's gone like that. So I think pharmacies across the island were experiencing that. So that led to some shortages in the early days. Since then, we've had ongoing challenges with supply chain and procurement. So countries that we would typically import from, they are limiting exports of certain medications, trying to hang on to them to, ensure their own population has the medications that they need to look after their patients, especially in this time of uncertainty. So we're still dealing with that now. For example, we would reliably be able to get medication from the company that we've always dealt with, and now we're having to go to four or five different companies to try to get these medications, which have never been an issue. And these aren't anything out of the ordinary, things to treat fever, pain, even sedatives, which you can understand why they would be, trying to hang on to them for ventilated patients. If the ICUs are filling up, obviously countries are looking after their populations first. So that continues to be a challenge. Also, even just the mental health impact of the pandemic, we've seen shortages of anti-anxiety medications. And the other aspect to this is getting the medications here. So a lot of the times in the past, there's somewhat a reliance on commercial airlines, say BA, British Airways would bring over shipments, and all that has pretty much come to a halt. So there's less planes coming into the island, so getting medications here is taking a lot longer. Some things are taking longer to clear customs. So we're continuing to deal with that now. Nurse Martika mentioned the hydroxychloroquine. So when that was really in the news as being the greatest treatment available, we saw a major surge in prescriptions to the pharmacy for people wanting to try to get some of that for themselves in the event that they needed it. I know everywhere on island experienced that. So, and even during that time, we were trying to stay on top of all the evidence as it was evolving. So we're looking around to try to procure more of that medication in the event that COVID really hit Cayman, and we wanted to be prepared. So that was extremely difficult, because everyone in the world is trying to do the same thing and get access to these same medications. So there was and continues to be significant challenges in terms of procurement. And I mean, we are so fortunate that we haven't had an outbreak here, and but this is something that we're continuing to deal with on an ongoing basis, and we're working our way through it, but it is definitely challenging.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. McCrae. Mr. Anderson, you've recovered. Have you noticed any difference in your health since you've recovered?
Well, no. To be frank with you, I feel, maybe it's more mental than anything else, because I'm really so enthusiastic right now, the fact that I came out of this thing. The thing is that in March, right, just before I contracted the virus, as I said, I had fever and all of that, just like the regular flu, and I called the flu line and they said I'd just take paracetamol, right? So I was about a week that I kept calling them, but as you can understand, this thing, as the name says, is novel. It's a novel coronavirus. So we were all learning as a group, as a family, as a society, right? And so I was diagnosed after about a week of having these symptoms, right? And so after being diagnosed, I mean, everyone came on board, as I said, and so whatever effects it may have had, long-term effects, maybe, so I mean, I was saved somewhat because everybody reacted immediately after finding out that I, had the virus. And remember, I stepped into a new world in May, right? I was there in isolation from March until the middle of May. I stepped into a new world where everyone in Cayman was now exercising, I saw some people that were live close to me that I never saw before. Everyone was running, everyone was doing something. And I was like, this is good. So I basically just joined everybody, right? and I mean, so I haven't had any health in, I mean, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I'm praying that it is what it is now. But I mean, in terms of antibodies, I did the test and I was told that I have really strong antibodies, which is good. So, I mean, and I will help in whatever way I can where that is concerned.
Okay, I'm sure that Dr. Lee will agree that you being fit and healthy and exercising all the time certainly helped you in your recovery. Mr. Manderson, as chairman of the NEOC, you had a unique perspective, obviously being in charge of that. What, in your opinion, was the biggest challenge for the teams within the NEOC that was faced from a public health perspective during this crisis?
Thank you, Ms. Donna. I think initially it was the uncertainty. So like I said, we were used to calling the NEOC when we had a hurricane coming, and we knew exactly what to do if it was a category 1, 2, 3, 4. We had different levels of preparedness. So my in the first couple of meetings, I told the team, listen, we have a hurricane called Hurricane Corona. It's coming. We don't know whether it's a category 1 or a category 4, but we do know it is coming. So let us prepare for the worst. And I think that is what we did, is we prepared for the worst. But again, we had very clear directions from Dr. Lee, from Ms. Lizette, from the Medical Officer of Health, in terms of, okay, well, what does the worst look like? So we purchased more ventilators. We built a field hospital. We got thousands of masks. We procured all sorts of PPE, and having the test kits is one thing, but I learned that you need to have pipette tips to put in your nose, and I became a test expert. I didn't know you needed all of these things to make a test happen. So just having the test was great, but then not having the other things that went with it to make it happen was a real challenge. And of course, everyone around the world needed these same swabs and everything. So, the challenge of getting the PPP, acquiring it, but then getting it to Cayman was a huge challenge. And so many people did a wonderful job. And the innovation, so the Red Cross began making masks. People in East End, we got some of our elderly to make masks. It was such a great team effort, and I do want to pick up on something that Mr. Panu said in terms of the private sector help. I mean, we were faced very early on with a BA flight coming in full of students, and at that time, the UK had begun to get a lot of cases, and we were saying, okay, how do we handle this? How do we keep these children safe? All of their parents, are maybe can't isolate. That was before we went into a lockdown, and young people like to go out, so we were not certain that they were going to just stay home. And the DART facility, comfort seats became available. They gave that to us at cost, so we were able to basically almost fill that hotel with our returning students. And the cooperation that we got from the private sector and continue to do until now has been absolutely amazing. And that is what is special about Cayman, is everyone coming together for a common cause. And when we do that, then we are unbeatable. And I see that happening all the time. But to answer your original question, it was the uncertainty. What do we do? How do we prepare? What needs to happen? And again, having the advice of the medical persons, and then looking around the world and seeing some of the mistakes that were being made, we knew how we could hopefully do things better, and I think we did. But again, I am so proud of the team. It was a great team effort. It was Team Cayman. That kept coming up a lot. Team Cayman, Team Cayman. And Danny and the NUSC used to keep saying, teamwork makes the dreams work, and all of those things. We had all of those catchy phrases in the mornings to keep everyone motivated. But it was a very, and continues to be a very proud moment for all of us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manderson. Some questions from the public. The first one is for you, Mr. Anderson. Given the long-term effects that are still unknown, are you keeping in regular contact with your doctor? And do you have a list of things for persons out there to be mindful of with your health going forward?
I mean, to answer that question is simple. The public health department, I mean, they are know my family basically. I mean, even without calling them, they're always calling me. I mean, the nurses, I mean, they check on me regularly to ask me how I'm doing. As I say, I'm not sure if it's part of their duty, but I just think it's all about a team effort. I mean, in this society, to the point where I'm thinking, everybody wants to travel because I miss their family overseas. I ain't going anywhere. I mean, Cayman to me is a safe zone right now, if there's such a thing. And I mean, I think we just need to stay put and work together because it's fairly safe here. And I can tell you from my traumatic experience, I mean, just stay put and relax. If you don't have to travel, don't, right? That's just all I have to say.
What about any advice that you could give to persons out there who may, come in contact and become COVID positive? Anything that they can do, any tips that you may offer that could help them along the way?
All right, what I did, as I said before, was that I started reading a lot, right? I mean, a lot of journals as it relates to, I mean, I became a doctor for 5 weeks, right? I started learning as much as I could, and as I say, the CNN guy from CNN, Kumar, I believe his name, he had the virus around the same time as me, so all the breathing practices that he was doing, I was following, right? And I was reading a lot. The public health department, they became better at advising as they were learning as well, right? So, I mean, it's just to learn about how to keep healthy. I mean, what medications to take, not medications, but in terms of multi-symptoms, whatever it is, you can help to supplement your diet, anything at all you can do. Do it from now. Don't wait until something hit, right? Exercise as often as you can. Just try to live a healthy life as best as you can.
Thank you very much. Dr. Stone, the next question is for you. While this may not have happened here in Cayman, someone wants to know, are there cases of pregnant COVID positive patients given birth and the infant is also born with COVID?
Yes, and actually I wanted to add to the gentleman, Mr. Anderson, about things to do. And I think the one message to give to everyone is to remember to stay well hydrated. That is a message that sometimes gets lost. But coming from Michigan, we didn't have temperatures like this. We didn't have sunny days like this. We didn't have seawater. There's so many factors, I'm sure you could touch on, Dr. Lee, as to how a person here on this island could become dehydrated at a relatively faster rate of time than someone who's somewhere else in the world. And hydration is so critical to the well-being of an individual. So maintaining adequate hydration as an obstetrician, I'm always telling my pregnant ladies, you gotta drink 2 to 3 liters of water a day, and we go over that every session. So I just wanted to add on to that.
Thank you for that.
But yes, in fact, we were experienced with having patients who were positive for COVID-19 coronavirus and who happened to have been pregnant. It is possible to have transmission from mother to baby. We call it vertical transmission. We've now confirmed that that can potentially occur in utero. We've had a hard time because everything was in real time. We learned about the existence of COVID-19 coronavirus within less than a span of a year. It's hard to believe because it feels like we've lived a decade in this period of time. But there have been enough pieces of information to support that possibility can occur. Fortunately, this is a very, very rare experience. And for anyone who thinks that they are pregnant and may have contracted coronavirus or have any flu-like symptoms for that matter, we can expand on this even further. I would strongly advise you contact your healthcare provider, contact your doctor, your midwife, and make sure that you communicate that, because the sooner you're tested and know whether you're positive or not, the sooner we can get through the things that need to be done to avoid that situation.
Okay, thank you very much for that. This is not so much a question, actually it is a question for Chelsea. The person says, thank you so much for sharing your very personal story about your daughter, that it brought tears to their eyes as well, because they're a mother of a teenager as well who had similar issues. The person wants to know how your daughter's doing now, and if you feel like sharing it, of course.
Oh, of course, and I think my daughter would be upset if I did, but here we are, I'm her mother, she knows this about me. No, she's better. She is better. We did try to get her counseling, which she resisted because the stigma, the cost, you know, with us coming down to one income, things have tightened up. So she just took it on herself not to want to feel responsible for adding another expense to our lives. I did sessions on her behalf and took a lot of the advice given. It's a hit and miss day by day. She has some great days. They're back in school now, which is really good. So she does have that interaction. But for the most part, I mean, this isn't going away, and neither is our emotional, you know, reaction to what's happening. And it's like any trauma. You're going to have a PTSD, yes, PTSD reaction to it, which is ongoing, and we're just taking it day by day with her.
Okay, as we come down to our final minutes, just like to ask everybody going down the line, starting with Deputy Governor, in a few sentences to share with us what you think really worked well on a community level during this entire process.
At a community level, I thought we did really well. The communication that we got, the regular press briefings, the comms team from the government was, I think, really good as well. Like Chelsea said, the branding and everything was really good. What HSA did, the innovation they did, all of the doctors around, you know, Doctors Hospital, Shede, all of the doctors' offices, again, all coming together, wanting to be part of the solution. How can we help? I think it was something that we must be proud of in the Cayman Islands, is how our people really came together for a common cause. Let's see how we can keep each other safe. And we have done that. Not many countries around the world can say that not one of their nationals has died during this pandemic. I mean, that is something that we must be very proud of. We must continue to be vigilant. We have hard decisions to make as a government. Minister Seymour and others are agonizing now over how do we reopen. Everyone is nervous around that. But again, we will get it right. But certainly from where I stand, I think we as a country, as a community, has a lot to be very, very proud of as to how we came together, supported each other. Everyone wanted to be part of the solution, and we have achieved a lot together.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manderson. As we go down the line quickly, just in a few sentences, what do you think has been done very well within the community during this time, Mr. Anderson?
For me personally, I would use one word: discipline, right? I mean, what I saw, as I saw when I came into this new world, I mean, in May, what I saw was just everyone trying to do their part, right? And whether we believed in what the leaders were saying or not, we all followed, right? We joined the line and we followed them, and we listened, and I mean, we learned along the way, and honestly, I think synergy with all the various stakeholders was what brought us to this place, right? Everyone were on board, we worked together, we prayed together, we did what we could, we did our part. And again, I want to say well done to the public health department in particular, because I thought the nurses did well, in my opinion, right? So, I mean, on a whole, I think it was a team effort, and well done.
Dr. McRae, in just a few sentences, please, if you could just tell us.
I think the collaboration between the public and private sectors has helped us go such a long way. One example that I've been involved in is with the COVID testing and the collaboration between Doctors Hospital, HSA, and the Public Health Department, and for us to be able to develop this robust testing program between the public and private sectors has helped the island tremendously.
Thank you. Mr. Pinot?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the 3 C's: communication, coordination, and collaboration, and then that led to an obedience, Ms. Lucille said in her contribution. If we didn't have an obedient population that understood the seriousness of the pandemic, this could have gone really, really terrible. And I would like to give a shout out to the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service and all the first line responders. They were gentlemen and ladies, and they did a phenomenal job in keeping the peace in our country.
Thank you. Ms. Chelsea?
If I can use my 2 minutes or 1 minute and 30 seconds, just to sort of draw attention to the National Council for the Persons with Disabilities. Reach out to us, all ministries, all organizations, in anything that you're doing, any plans you're making, anything before you lay the first brick, before you put the first dot on a piece of paper, at disability.council@gov.ky. Please reach out to us. We have so many things that we can share with you and help you to improve your processes, protocols, and develop anything that's going to impact the disabled community. So please.
Thank you, Ms. Chelsea. Unfortunately, we're just going to have to move really quick. Ms. Lucille, just a few words, please.
If you be good and obedient, you shall eat of the fat of the land.
Dr. Stone?
I'd like to thank the midwives. They did an amazing job when we were short at times, in both hospital facilities at Doctors Hospital and HSA, and I'd also want to give a great shout out to the housekeeping. They did amazing jobs. What they did to do to clean up and clean down areas was phenomenal.
Monina?
Thank you. The community did an amazing job. I would like to congratulate the students for persevering through it all. They had to figure out as they go, especially the teachers, and I really appreciated the press briefing conferences because that helped.
And Martika.
All right, I would like to thank all the frontline workers, because we do tend to forget the supermarkets and the policemen, all of that was there. I did commend that the supermarket, they had signs out just reminding people that wear your mask, keep your distance. They also had like tapes lined out in the supermarket just to make sure that the public were safe during this whole pandemic. So I thank you guys for that as well.
All right, thank you so much to all of you for being here and sharing your amazing stories with the listening public and the viewing public. It was just great. And of course, there's more to happen here this afternoon. I'm Donna Bush, and of course, it's been my pleasure as always to be here with all of you and all of these great people. Thank you.
So my experience during the pandemic was interesting in the sense of working from home and working for the National Emergency Operations Center. It was quite a challenge to balance both, but it helped me to get organized.
Hi, my name is Amelia Gillespie and I'm a firefighter at the Cayman Islands Fire Service. During the pandemic, I was able to switch from aviation to domestic. I've learned during the pandemic that it is important for us as firefighters to be flexible at our jobs. During the pandemic, the fire service donated meals for Meals and Wheels program, and I was one of the chefs. I really enjoy this opportunity to give back to my community.
I thought of the positive side of the pandemic instead of the negative, because I've just come back from boarding school knowing that I can spend time with my family longer, because in boarding school I never got to spend time as long as I wanted. I'd always have to cut it short, like a month. That was probably the longest I got with them, 2 months. But with this pandemic, I got to spend time with them, knowing that they were off work, knowing that they were staying home. I got to spend time watching movies, go in the pool, go outside with them. I thought of the positive instead of the negative side. I thought of all the good things that we can do as a family, and I really enjoy spending time with them, and I love staying home.
So I guess my experience during the pandemic has been that I've been very busy. There's been like so much to report on. There's been such an elevated interest in news and what we're doing, and yeah, that's kept me pretty busy even during lockdown when I was at home, sitting on my laptop on the sofa, doing 60, 70-hour weeks sometimes because there was so much happening. There's so much news coming out at such a pace, and we're used in Cayman to peaks and troughs of news where it seems like nothing's happening, and then it just gets insanely busy for a while, and then this pandemic just blew everything out of the water in terms of anything I've ever reported on before anywhere, but certainly in Cayman. And there's a kind of perverse fascination for that as a news person, in that it's horrible that these things are happening around the world, but you want to be involved. So in some ways it's been kind of cool to be involved and to be learning so much about something that had never really crossed my mind before, a global pandemic, and to see the world's issues happening in kind of microcosm in Cayman, and also to be reporting as well. It's bad news a lot of the time, but I'm kind of a success story in Cayman because we've emerged as one of the countries that has handled this the best.
So the pandemic wasn't just our CIPS or a Cayman Islands pandemic, it was a global pandemic, and we had to respond to that accordingly. There was some new policy, legislation, or something that happened almost on a daily basis when the pandemics first started, and we had to learn and adapt accordingly. I think this has been one of the greatest experiences I think any law enforcement officer could ever ask for, certainly in my professional and personal self as well. There's no training or anything you could have done before that would have prepared any one of us for something such as this pandemic, where our planning routes are normally in hurricanes and perhaps earthquakes and so forth, but there was nothing that ever prepared us for a global pandemic of this scale and the impact that it had to our daily lives as an organization. So I think the big thing here is and what we've learned from it is that we must be flexible within our daily lives, within our professional lives.
As a nurse, we are frontliners and prone to get infections. When we realized that COVID is near to us, we started all training programs and preparations, like donning and doffing of PPE. Previously, we were sitting and enjoying lunch in our cafeteria, but if you see our cafe now, you can see a social distance between the chairs. We are missing that enjoyments, and we are missing our functions, parties, everything now. Even we changed our accommodation according to our workplace.
Everyone, my name is Lizette Yearwood. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority, and it is indeed a pleasure for me to be here with you this afternoon. We've already had a very informative day with some excellent speakers, and I look forward to hosting the remainder of the afternoon and giving Miss Nellie a much-needed breather. A special thank you to Donna Bush for moderating the panel, and to all of the panelists for their courage and insight in sharing their very inspiring and heartfelt stories with us this afternoon. I have been touched by every member of the panel, as I'm sure you have been, in regards to their very diverse but similar experiences. As one member of the panel mentioned, that COVID has been a very terrifying, but at the same time, a very unifying experience for us here in the Cayman Islands. We move forward now with another important topic, and that is of chronic illnesses. That is indeed a relevant topic for us this afternoon. as there is a significant percentage of our population here in the Cayman Islands experience chronic illnesses and are indeed battling the chronic illness along with the pandemic. So many of us are either have a chronic illness or indeed we know someone with a chronic illness. So Dr. Vanita Benoy, a consultant medical oncologist at Health City Cayman Islands, will present to us this afternoon the topic dealing with chronic illnesses during a pandemic. Please do remember to send your questions online to the online chat forum on Zoom. And now we will hand over to Dr. Vanita Benoy.
Thank you and good afternoon. It's great to be here this afternoon, and I thank the organizers for this opportunity. It's interesting to remember that just a year ago, I was one amongst the packed audience in the same venue, but in a much larger hall, enjoying the healthcare conference. And never did I imagine that the following year, I would be addressing a virtual audience like this. And the same, we never thought a tiny virus would hold all of us to ransom and turn our lives upside down. But that's a reality now, and we have to learn to live with it. And the experts are telling us now that this pandemic is going to be seasonal, and we have to expect prolonged periods or extended periods of what we've been experiencing now, restrictions and lockdowns and so forth. So my topic today is dealing with chronic illnesses during a pandemic. And in this talk, I would briefly touch upon the definition and global burden of chronic diseases. We'll explore the impact of the pandemic on the care of patients with chronic illnesses and see how we can innovate to manage chronic illnesses with the restrictions of a pandemic. So going to the definition of chronic diseases, you will find various definitions depending on where you look. For example, CDC tells us something, WHO tells us something, and Wikipedia will have another one. But we all know that by the main meaning of chronic is that the illness lasts typically for at least more than 3 months. Multiple risk factors typically give rise to the causality of this illness. For example, we can take cardiovascular disease, one of the commonest chronic illnesses. They are caused by a lot of risk factors acting together. For example, smoking, obesity, diabetes, hyperlipidemia. So there are multiple risk factors that give rise to a chronic illness. Most of these diseases have a long development period during which most patients are asymptomatic. This gives us an opportunity to screen the patients for risk factors or illness and detect them early. Most of these illnesses run a prolonged course, many months, years, or even a patient's lifetime, whole lifetime, fighting the illness or dealing or living with the illness. So it's imperative that medical care continues for a prolonged period. Most of these conditions are also associated with significant functional impairment or disability. So the continuous health care is very important for their optimal management. So these are some of the commonest chronic illnesses: heart disease topping the list, followed by cancer, chronic respiratory conditions, neurological disorders like stroke, Alzheimer's disease, diabetes, and chronic kidney disease, but the list doesn't stop there. There are several other illnesses that can cause considerable trouble to the patients. For example, arthritis and various other rheumatological disorders, mental health illnesses, even chronic infections like HIV or AIDS, or even a trivial complaint like a chronic low backache or a recurrent migraine can be listed as a chronic illness. So this slide gives us a more detailed list of the commonest chronic illnesses. You can see mental health disorders in this, infections in this, and the graph on the left gives us an indication of the global burden of this disease. We say the burden of the disease in terms of the quality of life lost as a result of these illnesses. So the DALY, or the disability adjusted life years, tell us how many healthy life years have been lost due to these illnesses, causing either death or disability. As you can see, ischemic heart disease has the biggest burden of all, and you can find several other illnesses in the list. So across the population, around the world, 1 out of 3 adults suffer from multiple chronic conditions. And topping the list are cardiovascular disease, cancer, diabetes, and chronic respiratory diseases, together killing about 40 million people a year. And cardiovascular disease itself causes about 17.8 million deaths a year. And the virus pales in comparison. I'm not saying it's not important. It's not right to have an infectious disease killing us these days. But in the short term, while we are trying to outlive the virus, or we are trying to survive the virus or the pandemic, we should not forget the invisible epidemic or pandemic of chronic diseases that's happening around us. So the focus is on a short-term strategy. In the midst, we should not forget that we should have a long-term strategy to maintain the continuity of care for our global population suffering from chronic illnesses. This is data from the United States, which shows that among the population, about 1 out of 2 are living with at least one chronic illness, and 1 out of 4 people have 2 or more chronic illnesses. And we have seen that the viral infection is more severe in individuals who have chronic illnesses, maybe because most of them are elderly, and many of them have more than one chronic illness, which can compromise their inherent disease-fighting capacity or immunity. It could be related to the disease itself. For example, if a person has a blood cancers usually suppress our natural immunity, and those people are very, very, immunocompromised. They do not have the ability to fight infections. So this makes them more susceptible to the viral illness. It could also be related to treatment. For example, steroids, chemotherapy, radiation, all this could lower an individual's immunity to fight the infection. Many have already compromised lung function as a result of their chronic illness. For example, COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or people with lung cancer, their lung function is not good enough to handle a deadly virus. A lot of individuals have dementia or lack of insight as a result of their illness, so they are not able to understand why social distancing measures are important, why isolation is important. They do not know how to do proper hand hygiene. And this leads to a spread of the virus amongst that population. And we have all seen how many hospitals or nursing homes catering to chronically ill elderly population have fallen prey to massive outbreaks of the virus. We've seen this in Europe, and how the mortality rates have been very high in those facilities. So it's well known that the pandemic the infection affects the individuals with chronic diseases very badly. And this is data from the States again, showing that if an individual gets a viral illness, COVID illness, and they have an underlying condition, the chances of them getting hospitalized is at least 4 times more than somebody who doesn't have an underlying condition. So hospitalization rates are as high as 40% if they have an underlying chronic illness. And among the prevalence of underlying conditions, diabetes, chronic lung disease, and cardiovascular disorders top the list. And we also see the difference in outcomes in people with the viral illness in terms of comorbidities. So as you can compare the bar charts on the left and the right, you can see the hospitalization rates, the rates of admission into the intensive care unit, and the rates of death are much, much more in individuals who have chronic illness when they get the COVID virus infection. The effective management of chronic diseases, even well before the pandemic or not, it rests on 4 pillars of prevention, early detection, management, and ongoing monitoring. And I would say the pandemic has affected every one of these aspects in one way or the other. If we look at how we have the preventive measures have been affected by the pandemic, we all know the social restrictions, the lockdown measures have reduced the mobility of our population. People who are walking, who are exercising, who are commuting regularly, all of them have been shut down between four walls. And this has led to a sedentary lifestyle. People do not have the opportunity to exercise outdoors. And this has led to, being cooped up in a house all the time between four walls has led to skyrocketing screen time. So people are idle, they watch too much television, and many individuals have to, work remotely, so they're also glued to their computer screens, trying to get their work done remotely. So we are not getting much of physical activity. Of course, the stress mounts under this, disruption of your life routine, financial hardship. So when the stress mounts, we all know that people, eat the bad things. So they look at, more sugar-containing foods, consuming more alcohol, smoking, all bad habits, trying to calm down, their stress and improve their mental, status. So this leads to poor food choices and also a rise in obesity. And of course, all of this are, made worse with the financial hardship that individuals have to undergo. Hundreds of thousands of jobs have been lost. People have lost their means of living. Businesses have been disrupted. People are being laid off. So you just don't have the money to buy the right kind of food. As we know, fruits and vegetables are costlier than buying maybe a quick takeaway from a burger joint. And along with it, increased addictions, substance addictions, as a result of the stress going on, all this have led to, this has affected our healthy lifestyle behaviors. So this is true of me too, I was like, I'm trying to figure out what to do about my excess weight now. So the pandemic has also affected early detection of chronic diseases. As we always say, I'm an oncologist, so I'm very, one of my favorite phrases is early detection saves lives. But it's not the same with cancer. The same holds true for every chronic illness. So you catch your blood pressure when, early enough that you have high blood pressure and you start your medication, you don't end up with a heart attack or you don't end up with renal failure. Similar with diabetes, you don't end up having your foot cut off or developing diabetic retinopathy if you're able to identify that you have diabetes and then you start your treatment early. But the pandemic has definitely affected early detection of chronic diseases, and I will look into the scenarios of cancer screening. So this is across 60 healthcare organizations in the States, as you can see, pre-lockdown and post-lockdown. There's been an 80% decline in the rates of cancer screening for the three common cancers: cervical cancer, colon cancer, and breast cancer. So the rates of volume of mammograms, endoscopies, and pap smears have declined by about 80% in April and May, and even after June, it has not gone back to the baseline yet. We would not know the changes or the outcomes or of these reduction in screenings right away. This would manifest many months or years later. So a lady who was supposed to have a mammogram in March or end of March, who has her mammogramic screening postponed to about 2 years, may end up having a stage 4 breast cancer than stage 1 breast cancer, because during the time the screenings were not available, the cancer has progressed, similar with other cancers. So we would know the effect or outcomes of this only after many years, when there is a rise in breast cancer mortality. In fact, it has been estimated that in the US itself, about 10,000 excess breast cancer deaths would be attributed to the lockdown and the loss of mammographic screenings. So you can imagine that number all around the world. This shows us how the screening test for diabetes and cholesterol has fared. So this is across 2 sites, data across 2 sites in the United States, where they have seen how screening for hemoglobin A1C, that is an indicator for diabetes, and LDL cholesterol has gone during the pandemic. And you can see a sharp decline in the rates of testing for these 2 blood tests. As a result, on the right-hand side, you see that new prescriptions of metformin, which is a diabetic drug, and a statin, which is a drug to treat high cholesterol, has gone down. So what does this mean? The implication is that less people are getting diagnosed, less people are getting tested, and as a result, less people are getting diagnosed, and they are going to have complications later. And we all know, and we heard speakers before, the level of mental stress and worry related to the coronavirus and the restrictions have been going up steadily. The longer the lockdown measures are, the more it is. And you have to imagine what the effect of that will be on individuals who are already battling mental health issues. So, their social life or their routine is disrupted. They feel increasingly lonely, and it has been shown that behaviors related to self-destruction, suicidal behaviors have been on the rise. And apart from early detection, management and monitoring of chronic illnesses have all been affected in multiple ways. The restrictions have led to, the patients to access to specialists, not just in the illness, for example, diabetologist or an oncologist, but also a lot of allied medical care specialists. So what used to be routine, regular, in-person visits, because of the lockdown and its restrictions, you're not able to see your oncologist, you're not able to see a speech therapist, physical therapist, you're not able to get rehab because of the lockdown. And of course, we heard earlier how there is a global strain in the supply of medicines and other equipment all over the world because of, maybe it's export restrictions, maybe it's because of the lack of freight services. For example, I know in my department, we have our oncology medicine supplied from vendors all around the world. And, for example, the single disruption of the American Airlines flight has led us, has caused us so much trouble in accessing some medications. And where the lead time, what we call, to get a medication used to be 1 or 2 weeks. Now it's 3 to 4 weeks. So there's been, these are the kind of logistic issues that we face in a hospital. So you can imagine the plight of an ordinary man. People are not able to go into laboratory facilities as before, getting their routine 3-monthly or 6-monthly bloods. They are not getting access to caregivers, a very important aspect of management of chronic illnesses because of their functional disability. A lot of them, they don't just need doctors. In fact, caregivers give them more care, what we call what they need, than the specialists. And I'm experiencing such a situation right now in Cayman. I have at least 2 inpatients who definitely want to go home. They have chronic illnesses and they have to be at home, but there's nobody to care for them at home. And their nursing needs are so high, it's not safe for them to go home without a caregiver. So that is a problem. And of course, research, clinical trials in various specialties, various sciences have all come to a halt or slow down significantly because, most of these trial protocols, they follow rigorous protocols and the patients need to come back to them on a regular basis to assess, the response, the toxicity. So they need to have a physician review on a regular basis and also a lot of imaging and lab tests. But travel restrictions have made it almost impossible for patients to do that. So, many trial studies have come to a halt, and this is a huge setback in progress in medicine. And of course, don't have to mention the financial hardships. Everybody knows that, loss of jobs, loss of an income, steady income. People are just not able to pay their insurance premiums or their co-pays or even purchase medicine. In fact, a lot of places in the world, people do not have even money to pay food, to buy food. So what about medicines? That's the least bother of, especially for individuals with diabetes and chronic illnesses, they are not bothered. They want to live and get by each day. So they're not bothered whether their diabetes gets worse or, they have a stroke. They just don't have the money to buy those medications. So as much as the public may hate us, you need a doctor to tell you what's wrong with you, to find out what's wrong with you, so that you can get healthier. But that's very important. So access to healthcare providers or professionals is very important. Well, of course, I hope my orthopedic colleagues don't kill me after my talk. But you really want the right doctor treating your condition. So just as I don't want an orthopedic surgeon treating my pneumonia, you don't want an oncologist treating your heart disease or putting a stent in you, right? So the one major issue with a lot of countries where the pandemic has hit very badly and overwhelmed the health services and the hospitals is that the doctors have been reorganized. The care has been reorganized. And so specialists are being called to work in areas of not their expertise because there's a real shortage of doctors and nurses and healthcare personnel. For example, this is true about an orthopedic surgeon. My friend who works in NHS, he had to work in the emergency room and a COVID critical unit. And he was mortally afraid of what he'll have to deal with. So these are situations that have been happening on a real time. And it is all new to us. So effective care for chronic diseases stands firmly on these 4 pillars of effective self-management, that is patient education, patient advocacy, community-based care, access to specialists, and access to medication. And right now, all these pillars are shaky and crumbly in the time of this pandemic. What can we do? We really need a Superman to come to our rescue. And in this case, it is science and technology. And we have always been at a brink of a digital healthcare revolution even before the pandemic hit us. And if I remember right, this was a topic of a healthcare conference previously. And it was all, we discussed everything beautifully, how we could do things better. But it never went beyond that because there were a lot of issues, especially with insurances paying and reimbursing for these facilities. So we were just there, not there, and we didn't have the boost. But the pandemic has, with this mandatory social distancing, has given a tremendous boost to this part of the healthcare industry. So it's important to look at telemedicine and telehealth at this point and define what is the difference. So telemedicine relates to the application of information and communication technologies for providing healthcare services at a distance without a need for direct contact. And telemedicine reflects purely clinical services, so the interaction between a patient and the doctor, or a patient and a nurse or other medical specialist, while telehealth has a much broader scope of opportunities, and it includes not just clinical services but also non-clinical services. For example, provided training. This is exactly what we are doing now. This virtual conference is telehealth in reality. So, but telehealth includes telemedicine as well. And the digital healthcare revolution encompasses all these things, telemedicine programs, digital health platforms, use of electronic intensive care unit, remote diagnostics and monitoring. Most of them are enabled by artificial intelligence now, and a lot of apps, health apps and fitness apps. I'll be talking about each of this in a little bit detail soon. And I'm sure many in the audience would recognize this cute doggy. This is a highly popular yoga app, I'm aware. Many people in Cayman love it. Down Dog yoga app. And I believe it's, I don't know if the government gave them free to download, but most of the women in quarantine and isolation are using this. I know this in a personal way. So there are many, many more apps that keeping us sane and keeping us healthy. I'll come to that in a little bit. So the landscape of telemedicine is actually virtual, so it involves text messages, telephone consults, and video conferencing. And the benefit is that we can have appropriate physical distancing. Continuity of care is ensured and is very convenient to the people, to the patients, and very flexible. You can on demand, you can schedule appointments. For the provider too, it provides flexibility, increased efficiency, and we are maintaining access to our patients. So of all the 3 modalities, as you can see, video conference is the best suited because it not just gives you, you see the patient, you can do a social assessment. Nothing beats looking a patient into the eye and then conversing with them. And that gives us, tells a doctor or a healthcare provider so much about how the patient is doing. And also, it gives us an opportunity to go through their results, go through your medications, and even do a guided physical examination. A telephone or teleconsult is the next best thing. And text messaging, of course, I'm sure all of us do, respond to WhatsApp messages from our patients day in and day out. But they are kind of impersonal, and of course, we cannot, be available because so random in timings. And digital health platforms, there are various diagnostic, health monitoring platforms, fitness, or integrated platforms where we can, all the various facilities come together, and the patient and the healthcare professional is able to interact with each other and seek or access, healthcare and of course, the various aspects that come along with it, including counseling. And I would like to, this has been a lifesaver, and I think this is going to be the healthcare of the future, even when the pandemic is over. But this is the way of, the way we should manage chronic illnesses in a pandemic, when in-person consult or healthcare access is not possible. So I will try to explain how these healthcare platforms can help manage chronic illnesses in various settings. I'm taking the examples of different chronic illnesses in the acute or urgent care setting, a chronic care setting, and also with a preventive setting, how to practice preventive medicine using digital health platforms. So this platform, it's called GI On Demand. It's a digital health platform, a collaboration of the American College of Gastroenterology and a healthcare company called GastroGirl. So this is a platform whereby the gastroenterologist can get in touch with and stay in touch with patients who suffer from chronic gastroenterology conditions. For example, ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease. When you need to, be in touch, you need to be in touch with the patient for a long time. So this platform has the ability to schedule on-demand or self-schedule appointments. So the patient has the app on their device, and they go and schedule an appointment with the gastroenterologist at their convenience. And there is a method by which the patient is screened and triaged before, to see whether you need an in-person appointment or a virtual consult will do. And finally, when they decide that a virtual consult will do, there is a telehealth room where you meet the physician, of course, virtually. And you know how it is with all the WhatsApp calls and Zoom, and it's almost as if you're real. You're seeing them in real. You're discussing the symptoms, your issues. You go through the medication list, and even a guided physical exam can be done. So the gastroenterologist tells the patient, please show me where you have pain. Just press there and see, is the pain increasing? And can you just open your, show me your tummy or show me other parts of the body? So a virtual physical examination can be done. And following which the gastroenterologist prescribes medications. And not just medications, but also a lot of educational material or modules can be given to the patient from this platform. So something like this can be developed, or already being developed for different chronic illnesses, and there are a lot of other platforms for mental health illnesses, for arthritis, rheumatological disorders, similar ones, where patients requiring chronic care can access their physician. And this is, I think, it may not be very visible, but this is a model of providing acute or urgent care for a patient who is suffering from Parkinson's disease. So as you know, Parkinson's disease is a debilitating neurological disorder, and most of the patients have functional or mental disabilities, and their impaired functionality makes them vulnerable to COVID and everything else. So they have to be protected. And what we have seen in studies is that whenever a patient with Parkinson's develops an acute problem, like he may be choking, he may be having a cough, a fever, or pneumonia, they are being rushed to emergency services, and from there they are being admitted directly. And after a couple of days in the hospital, they realized that the patient doesn't actually have to see a neurologist, but what he needed was that he needed to see other allied specialists. So what he needed probably was a speech therapist, or a swallowing assessment, or a physical therapist. But they saw the studies, they have a large-scale study found that whenever a patient with a chronic neurological disorder like Parkinson's ends up in emergency, only 30% of the time do they actually need to see a neurologist. That means 70% of the time they did not have to come to emergency to see a specialist. So this model of virtual care, virtual provision or triaging for acute or urgent care was actually developed in Italy. And as per this model, a patient caregiver or GP who raises an alarm about a patient's condition is seen virtually by a triage nurse. And that nurse assesses the patient's symptoms and the problems and decides whether he needs to be seen by a neurologist or an allied specialist or a team, or whether the nurse can manage it myself. So quite often the nurse is able to manage maybe about 20 or 25% of the issues that the patient has, not needing to see a neurologist or come into emergency. But if she decides that a neurologist has to see the patient, then how soon does the neurologist have to see? So the nurse does a triage coding ranging from white to red. This is all happening virtually in a digital health platform. And if the code is red, that means the patient has to be seen by a neurologist within 24 hours in a remote manner. And of course, if the neurologist decides then that the patient has to come to emergency, it does. So this kind of triaging, virtual triaging, can eliminate about 70% of unnecessary admissions or presentations to the ER or hospitalizations for chronic illnesses. And this is very important because when we are in the midst of a pandemic, and hospitals, thankfully we don't have that situation in Cayman yet, but if the hospital systems are overwhelmed by people with the virus, you don't want a patient with a chronic neurological illness who is very, very vulnerable to the virus, can even die from it, being in the emergency with a COVID positive patient. So it's very important that you absolutely decide, which patient needs to get emergency services or what, and this remote triaging is as a very important tool that can help us prevent those situations from happening. And coming to preventive medicine, which can be practiced through the digital health platforms, cardiology is one of the best specialties best suited for this digital health platforms, because as I'm sure Dr. Ravi Kishore may not agree with me, but after the initial assessment, all that you need to monitor your cardiac health is just numbers, I would say. Assess symptoms virtually, and the cardiologist will have at the tips of their fingers all the numbers, the blood pressure, heart rate, maybe blood sugars and cholesterol levels, INR and stuff like that. And these are available. They could be made available to the physician through the portals. And they just have to review it. The patient doesn't really have to come for an in-person consult for cardiology. So the cardiologist can use these platforms for e-visits to monitor their physical activity and diet, assess their risk factors, titrate drugs, review the medications, make sure they take them regularly, and advise them on health style, lifestyles, and everything. So preventive medicine, probably preventive chronic illness disease, can start with a cardiology platform. And of course, patients can take their health in their own hands. They can self-monitor, self-care with the help of various devices which are available. And I will discuss a scenario in a short while. And of course, they can exercise virtually using all the apps and health applications that are available. And they can track their own disease and contact the cardiologist or their physician whenever necessary. The health authorities, what we are doing exactly, what public health is doing in Cayman here is leveraging mass media, internet and social media for massive health communication, and that's what got us on top of this pandemic. And they can also promote cardiovascular and other health by promoting healthy lifestyle and behavior. And of course, the enormous amount of data that these digital platforms produce can be used for further research and also to analyze outcomes. Now, I'll just take a small scenario whereby, how to manage a patient with diabetes. So just walk through the various steps. A patient with diabetes, he is 75. Imagine he is 75 and not able to go to his health care provider. His city is in severe lockdown, under restrictions. He's not able to go out of the room of his house. Well, he has this My Sugar app, and he's got this glucometer. So he takes his blood sugar and enters a value in the My Sugar app on his mobile. This gets transmitted to his diabetologist, who then suggests he start metformin. The prescription goes to the neighborhood pharmacy, and the pharmacist, the friendly neighborhood pharmacist, delivers the drugs to his doorstep. So home delivery of drugs, this is something that we did in Health City when we had the lockdown, and a lot of our cancer patients are on oral drugs, not chemotherapy. So these got home delivered to them during the lockdown. So the pharmacy could home deliver these medications to the patient. Suppose the diabetologist then orders further tests, like he wants to see a cholesterol panel. We can have a neighborhood lab do a home specimen collection and email the reports to the doctor. And there are several home testing kits for various measures. Like, for example, we can check the INR, we can check hemoglobin A1C, cholesterol and ketones and everything. There are testing kits that are available. The patient checks that at that point. And you just imagine the scenario when he checks his, one day he tests his sugars and finds them to be 400. That's very, very high. So he enters a value on the app, and the diabetologist tells him, just check your urine for ketone. So he has got this home testing kit for ketones, and he tests them, and that's positive. What does he do then? He contacts again the doctor through the app. The doctor sends a rapid response team with insulin for him. And the insulin gets administered at his home, and that brings the blood sugar straight down to normal. And the doctor then gives him a wearable device, a continuous glucose monitoring device that he sticks on to his arm, and then that provides the doctor with a continuous measure of what his sugars are. So this is how a patient with diabetes who is not able to go to his doctor could overcome a critical or life-threatening or potentially life-threatening situation with the help of our various technologies that are available right now. And so the digital legacy of COVID-19, I think, is consumer-friendly digital healthcare system. There's been a steady rise of on-demand healthcare. So patients are telling, I want to teleconsult. I don't really want to come and see you. And that is easily managed through teleconsults. And thankfully, the obstacle to more widespread adaptation of digital technologies in healthcare system was the lack of payment. So Medicare and various other insurance forums would not reimburse a physician for using technology, but thankfully the COVID pandemic situation has changed it, and so now the hospitals and healthcare providers are being paid for all the telemedicine and telehealth that they are providing to patients. So I think that's an important legacy that COVID-19 will leave us with. But there are definitely limitations to how much it can be adapted. It may not suit certain categories of patients. So patients who do not have insight. They are demented, they are confused, they may not be living alone, and they cannot manage all these devices. You need a certain degree of technological, literacy, digital literacy, or you have to be tech savvy to understand how these devices work. Many people do not have smartphones or devices. Large parts of the world, people do not have these devices to support these apps. And it's interesting to know that only 50% of the world's population have access to broadband internet. So we are blessed, but we do not realize that some countries, less than 10% have access to internet. So these would not work there. And of course, there are privacy concerns like HIPAA compliance, which is very important. But the healthcare providers have tried to improve those compliance issues. Then, of course, we cannot forget the limited manpower resources that we have in healthcare. So, we need plenty of GPs, we need more nurse managers and allied physicians to man these platforms, to monitor these platforms. And we may not simply have enough. The lack of physical examination deters many patients, so patient satisfaction levels may not be normal, and even physicians, sometimes, I myself as an oncologist, I would really want to do a physical examination of a patient because, sometimes imaging results are just not enough. Of course, we spoke about the payment and reimbursement issues. In several parts of the world, that's still the case. And of course, certain specialties, you do need a hybrid physician-patient relationships. Mental health and oncology being one of them because the patients are being so vulnerable. I'm not saying other disorders or chronic illnesses, they are not vulnerable, but sometimes you do need to be seen by a physician. So maybe COVID will leave us with this digital legacy, and after many years, we may be able to say that the world's largest healthcare provider has no beds. It's all technology. But on top of all this, I really like this slide. I would say, along with everything else, these are 10 commandments for anybody with a chronic illness who's trying to survive or move forward in this pandemic. I shall not be afraid to wear a mask. I shall listen only to the experts, not Dr. Google, for sure. Yeah, only to Dr. Lee. I shall take excellent care of myself. I shall wait as long as it takes for the pandemic to pass. I shall travel when I am ready. I will accept my FOMO, the fear of missing out. I'm not going to do anything crazy to impress people on the social media. I shall use my time wisely. I shall not go anywhere I do that does not make me feel comfortable. I shall not accept marginalization of the disabled or sick. I will be my own advocate and take my health in my own hands. And I shall be prepared for the second wave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Benoit. That was very informative, and indeed, the statistics were quite staggering when you mentioned that globally 1 in 3 persons actually suffer from multiple chronic illnesses. Now we have time for a few questions before our next segment, and we've received questions from the audience, and the first one is, with the knowledge that we have now, what screening could have safely continued in spite of the pandemic?
Question. But at that point, I would say the pandemic hit us with a surprise. We did not know what we are dealing with, and seeing the situation, what happened in Cayman, it was like a lockdown within 24 hours, right? And at that point of time, we did not know how the virus is going to behave, how it's being transmitted. There were talk of fomites and all those sort of things, and there was a lot of panic among the public. So at that point of time, we did not think that, the screenings were necessary. And this was a guideline issued by a lot of the, I am talking about my specialty, oncology, and they said, withhold screenings for a while because we do not want patients crowding into a facility, which could be overwhelmed by the pandemic. Do only diagnostic mammograms. And, but looking back, we did not have time to assess the situation well. Because if it was a condition, then we could have, I believe, continued maybe in a graded manner with enough social distancing and spacing between appointments to have those mammograms continue. I mean, all the cancer screening could have continued, but at that point, we did not know, we did not have the testing capabilities in the massive scale that we had. So we were not really sure at that point, but I believe all the screening programs could have continued, but this is wisdom that comes late.
Thank you very much. Another question. Given all of these virtual apps and the telehealth that we had in place, do you think that the conditions of persons living with chronic illnesses actually worsened during the shutdown here in the Cayman Islands because persons were fearful to go to their physicians and access care?
I definitely feel there has been an impact because I myself have come across at least 2, I'm talking about new illnesses, individuals with chronic illnesses who did not come for follow-up for fear of, catching the infection. And despite multiple phone calls, they were not ready to step out of their house. And as a result, their condition has worsened. I personally know of at least 2 or 3 instances for a similar case. It's a fear factor that made them not step out.
Right. So following on from that, then, have you actually seen an increase in the numbers coming into the hospital now as a result of them not having access care during the shutdown?
Definitely. There has been a rebound increase in our executive health checkups. People really want to know what's wrong with their body now, and they have not done their annual physicals or anything that was due during the time of the lockdown. And I've had the misfortune to diagnose a few advanced cancers too. After the restrictions were lifted, because they had the symptoms when the lockdown just set in, and they did not want to seek help or health or go to a hospital. They just sat there, and then by the time they came to us, it's advanced.
A couple of final questions. So you mentioned that due to the demand on healthcare providers, a number of persons actually had to be redeployed from their areas of specialty to other areas in order to be able to cope with the crises. Going forward, do you think that in general, clinicians should continue to have that general experience in order to be able to cope with critical illnesses in the future to be able to rotate to another general area to be able to assist?
Yeah, we have all gone through training, a regular, what you call a medical school training before we became specialists. And hopefully, I know we were hoping that those experiences will come to our rescue if we ever had to deal with a critical illness. But, medical professionals are extremely resilient, I must say, and we are always learning new things with a passion, and I'm sure we can, stand up and face that if needed. In fact, we had multiple drills on, CPR. We have all those drills all the time. And we had to go back and learn more about infectious diseases and all the time when we were preparing for the pandemic. So I believe we can step up to that if the need arises.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've really learnt quite a bit from your discussion this afternoon, Dr. Benoit. We want to say again a very special thank you to you and also to Health City Cayman Islands for once again stepping up as a major sponsor of this event. We will now take a short break and we'll leave you with another video featuring voices from our community, and we will be back at 4 p.m.
Which means it is double the strength of a 1.5 Tesla magnet. When a patient arrives, we have them choose what kind of music they would like to listen to, the color of their room that they would like to have, any of the virtual windows, which could be an aquarium or a nice wilderness. Everything is focused on patient care and patient comfort. Why come to 3T? Because we care. We care about the patients. They're our focus. They're why we're here and why we love what we do.
I am the one who steps forward when others step back. The doctor who remembers that there is compassion in medicine as well as science. I am always here for you, from the most routine care to the frontiers of medicine. My doors are always open because your family is my family. I am your health system. I am Jackson.
the rhythm, it calls out to me.
learned during this pandemic, being on a small island, is that we are invaluable as healthcare professionals, not just in the Cayman Islands, but across the world. It is something that we live and breathe on a regular basis, but when a situation like this happens, it really has a dramatic impact on the way that we look at our professions, the way that we care for other people, and the ultimate outcome that we want to see happen. Healthcare's role in the new world is certainly going to be related to education. I think the education of our population is crucial. The amount of friends and family members alone that I would speak to, just the sheer fear of the unknown. So sharing as much clinical information that we can that are from legit resources and studies. I think that's what is that's going to be a major goal for healthcare in the future.
For what I thought that should have been done, and this is later into the pandemic, I realized that I wasn't hearing from no one because I'm the one that was always going out visiting. And then I realized that my phone don't ring. No one calls me. And I thought, okay, then Alex, you would do it. So I started calling people. And it made me feel good that I could hear their voice. And then they would come back and tell me, oh my God, it's so good to hear from you. And I think that more and more people, if they had concentrated on your neighbor, or even people from your church or wherever, just concentrate on calling someone, because they're going through the same thing we're going through. We are all going through the same thing. So I feel that if we ever, God forbid, if it ever comes to this again, that we must be our neighbor's keeper. We must be able to talk and call and, just say, how are you doing today? Don't take much.
I think that if a similar situation to lockdown happens again, the government should encourage and support online communities to create events such as online concerts that cater to people who may not have the network of support they need over online school.
I think going forward, we certainly need to take a look at our multi-agency approach and how we work through those things. I think we were always used to, as I stated in the previous question, working with hurricanes and minor natural disasters, but there was, I think, some level of synergy between the departments, but I think that is one area that could certainly be improved upon, and how we communicate with each other. I think the big thing was everyone has their remit and their portfolio as to what their objective is, and at times we don't often look at international crisis or when those teams need to work together. I think it then becomes recognizable how those objectives clash. I think it's quite important for us to have tabletops on a regular basis outside of the scope of pandemics, just on a normal basis, for us to say this is what the RCIPS objective is, this is what the other departments' objectives are, and we then work together to ensure that there is no overlay or any conflict of our objectives in order to achieve the objective for the greater good of the Cayman Islands community.
I would say that the pandemic has definitely been an adjustment. Even now, leaving a COVID-free country to go back into the UK for school, it is quite an adjustment because now I have to go back to what I was kind of used to, which was wearing the mask, social distancing. And I will say that before I came back here for the new school year, I did have a bit of anxiety because I am back in a COVID country, considering that I left a COVID-free country. So now I have to deal with people who aren't as cooperative, people who won't social distance, wear masks. It is kind of, it is a lot. It's very frustrating because I miss the luxury of not having to do that. So now having to do that, it's a lot. So yeah, I will say that it has been an interesting year for university students like myself.
So one of the things I think we could improve on is seeing how patients have gravitated towards the telepractice as a modality. I think investing more in technology, investing in online-based services, online-based assessments, as well as the actual hardware. So having access to more video cameras and microphones and headphones and those sort of things that will really just allow us to continue offering telepractice while ensuring that it is high quality service provision without compromising. And so So I think that's something we can improve on for future planning.
No doubt, policing is tough at the best of times, and we have all been under incredible pressure. Fortunately, we have not lost anyone locally to COVID 19. No doubt, the impact from recent months will affect us in different ways. Hence, no more than ever, we must continue to look after and support each other.
What I learned from it was that I can at least find something to do when I'm bored and I have no way of leaving the house. So I got pretty creative. I started writing in one of my journals and stuff and learning about different things. I even have like a whole pouch with things that I should look up and search.
I learned that you should not put all your eggs in one basket. I'm in the tourism business now for a long time. And when that went down, everything went down. But I got chance now to repair the shop because the termites was eating up. And business will come back. And I'm with agreement with the government, they got to bring it back time that they can make anybody push them to bring in these people and bring the virus here. We got to take our time and build this thing back up. Might not be in my lifetime where it could come back where it was, because it could take a long, long time.
Hi, my name is Andrew Wells. I'm a pump engineer at Cayman Islands Fire Service. My experience during the pandemic wasn't as bad as people thought it was. My motion wasn't as restricted as other people. I got the opportunity to work with the Cayman Islands Coast Guard for the past 4 months and during the height of the pandemic. So my experience was quite good. Wasn't nothing to really complain about. Of course, the lack of communication with people, the lack of social interactions was quite challenging, but at the same time, it was for our benefit. And I've learned a lot during this pandemic. I've learned that people, once we come together as one, we tend to be able to get things done quite good.
Hi, my name is Martika Williams, and I'm a nurse working at the Health Services Authority. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I worked in the respiratory care unit. My experience during the time I had to be isolated from my family for 3 months at a government provided facility. Even though I missed my family, I had to put aside my feelings and provide the best patient care for those patients.
My experience during the pandemic has been an interesting one. As a first responder, we're used to working together. However, during this pandemic, it brought all agencies together, not just say fire or police, but you had the health services, and we're all working together for one common cause, which is for the greater good of the island.
I think one of the things that I learned coming out of this pandemic was just how resilient we can be when we choose to be, that is. I chose not to take the complaining approach and rather take the grateful approach and try to find the silver lining throughout much of the experience, whether it was focusing on making new dishes, my physical well-being, my son's homeschooling, and at the same time staying productive with work. And the flexibility of being able to work remotely was an incredible asset to increasing my productivity. It afforded me the opportunity to work with a diversity of clients who I otherwise would not have been able to engage with.
What we say is evidence-based practice, so by now we know what and how to do and how to take care of a COVID positive or suspected COVID case. So by now, I have developed quite a good experience, and I'm very confident. Like in next future, I can definitely work, being a frontline worker for COVID.
And of course, members of the audience here. We know that at this time it's very difficult to maintain one's concentration when you are really sitting in the cyber world. At that time, one is tempted to multitask, and you may miss something very important. I wish to congratulate the organizers for putting together this particularly important forum at this time. And I'm particularly grateful to share this platform with the expertise from CTCA. This afternoon, I will just discuss in broad fashion who are the persons with cancer who are at specific risk with COVID disease, look at what are the general guidelines and recommendations regarding treatment decision, what are the principles regarding how do we prioritize cancer patients for treatment, and look at a specific example, breast cancer, as for prioritization for treatment. From all the presentations today and from what we have learned in the past, we know there are significant health concerns. Some are short-term, medium, and long-term. We know that there are true economic impact, yet it is still to be quantified in my belief, but we know it's going to be significant. There is a lot of debate regarding science, politics, and policy, and we know that this condition has caused some governments to fail and some people to continue to rule. When it comes on to the information regarding COVID-19, we know it is still evolving. Even this morning, I think Dr. Cummings when in his presentation, there was something regarding the use of remdesivir. So we know that science continues to evolve. However, we in the scientific world, with anything, COVID or other conditions, we establish guidelines or we adapt guidelines because it's important to maximize on patient safety. It's very, very important to recognize that we need to use our resources rationally, protect our staff, and really to align capacity of cancer treatment services with the patient needs within the context of the limitations caused by this particular pandemic. There are several guidelines which I won't get into, but this is just an example of those related to the more frequent cancers. There is really limited data regarding the actual prevalence of death among persons with cancer, but from the data we have, it does still appear to be high, and the research continues. We know that patients present with varied symptoms from none to mild to severe to respiratory to multi-organ failure. We also know that there are groups of persons who are at risk for greater morbidity and mortality. These include older patients, male sex, those with comorbidities, and those include the more frequent ones in our population: hypertension, cardiovascular disease, chronic lung disease, diabetes, and of course, cancer. When we look at one research coming out of the United Kingdom, this was the UK's coronavirus cancer monitoring project that looked at 1,044 adult patients between March 18 and May 8. And they did a comparative parallel study taken from the registry. What was discovered was that 295, or rather over 300 patients died, that's 30%, and of that 295 were due to COVID. The other important factor, if you look to the graph on the right, we recognize that there's a linear progression showing that there is higher mortality among those as you get older, certainly over 80 years old. I mentioned before that the clinical course may vary, and that also depends on cancer types. What was found is that those with hematological malignancies, such as leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, those were more susceptible to harm from COVID-19 when compared to other types of cancers. Within that particular group, those who had acute leukemia were still more susceptible. Also found that patients with hematological malignancies who had recent chemotherapy were at especially high risk. It's important to identify at-risk persons living with cancer. Therefore, those who are actively receiving chemotherapy or had chemotherapy in the past 3 months, those are at particular high risk. Those who are receiving especially expansive radiation therapy, post-bone marrow transplant, and of course, I mentioned before, hematological malignancies. Other patients who present with leukopenia, immune paresis, or on immunosuppressive agents such as high-dose steroids and monoclonal antibodies, those two are also at high risk. According to the European Society of Medical Oncology, there are really two large groups of at-risk oncology patients. Those who are off treatment, meaning those who have either completed their treatment plan, they may be in remission, or they tend to have stable disease. And those who need active treatment, whether it's neoadjuvant, adjuvant, or metastatic disease. The recommendations are simple and have not changed. Regardless of whether we're dealing with cancer or other conditions, it's important to minimize the risk of transmission within the population, and these are the basic guidelines which we have seen, which is physical distancing, avoiding crowded places, appropriate use of PPEs, of course includes masks, hand hygiene, hand hygiene, hand hygiene, and where we know that there are persons who may have active conditions, then they should be avoided as much as possible. What have we done at the HSA? We implemented a system where we reduced the numbers of outpatient visits. This is to minimize patient-patient contact. We did pre-registration, and we did appropriate scheduling to support the whole notion of minimizing patient-to-patient contact, and of course that would therefore minimize the risk of transmission. Where possible, we transferred patients to oral therapy, which is usually less immunosuppressive than IV therapy. Within the institution, on a wide scale, we continued with the process of hand hygiene, appropriate use of PPE, early screening and isolation has become necessary. We were especially vigilant among certain group of patients who had comorbidities and, for example, prior lung conditions. We paid special attention and implemented early testing and isolation where necessary. We looked out for symptoms like fever, cough, difficulty breathing, sore throat, muscle pain, difficulty smelling, and so on. So the real question is, when do we decide to treat? What are the processes? What did we do? What were the basic recommendations? At the HSA, we established a tumor board, which continues to function and will continue to function, which is a group of multidisciplinary personnel where we conducted the necessary risk analysis for both infected and uninfected patients. We had several discussions, which we had to look at the paradigm of the pandemic. What were the prognosis, the comorbidities? What were the probabilities and the risk of infection? We adopted at times a wait-and-see attitude, whether we're going to decide if we're going to go with a local treatment, such as radiation or surgery, as guided by patient stage and biology. And of course, we prioritize based on risk. Where appropriate, as mentioned before, we switched from intravenous to oral antineoplastic regimen. And where we could, we actually lengthened the time between cycles of treatment to minimize the period of immunosuppression. Patients on receiving palliative care and were stable, we considered a drug holiday. I know Dr. Jeff presented on telemedicine this morning, and we actually implemented a telemedicine monitoring to make sure that our patients did not decompensate through toxicity. We don't offer radiation therapy here, but radiation oncologists all over the world, they would have considered shorter radiation cycles where possible. However, the final decision to initiate or continue antineoplastic therapy is that of an informed patient. And this must be preceded by a risk-benefit analysis that is done in plain language that a patient could clearly understand and make that decision. As we look at prioritization, it's important, and this particular slide is adapted from the European Society of Medical Oncology. We look at prioritizing patients to high, medium, and low. And the high priority patients are those who present with conditions which are immediately life-threatening, or they are clinically unstable, right? Where one has to weigh the benefits and risks. While we look at the low priority, those would be those patients who may just need screening. And medium priority are those in which you would look at the biology and look at what can some of these patients, can we delay their treatment, or can we use another kind of treatment? This particular slide is adapted from a group out of Canada. Actually, they're from Kingston, Ontario, where I last worked. And it really looks at a framework. If we look at this particular picture, we will see the high priority on the right, and those are the very high priorities. And we notice that patients, again with hematological malignancies such as acute leukemia and lymphoma, those are the ones who are at highest risk, and we want to treat them immediately. And just to quickly look at this is regarding to our patients with breast cancer, whether they're an outpatient, whether they're for surgical oncology, medical oncology, or they're for radiation. It's important to again assess those patients who will be at highest risk would be those with triple negative breast cancer, those with HER2 positive breast cancer. You'd want to start neoadjuvant adjuvant therapy as quickly as possible. While again, as I mentioned before, those patients who have who are just for screening, you may want to delay them a bit. And there are those patients, for example, those who need bone therapy, such as zoledronic acid. Instead of every month, we would give them that every 3 months. Therefore, in summary, I would like us to look at 3 main takeaways. 1, the final decision regarding cancer care. It is really based on a clearly informed patient understanding and decision. Secondly, where cancer treatment may impact overall quality of life, definitive treatment should really not be discontinued or delayed. and patient prioritization based on risk analysis assessment is golden. I want to thank you for listening, and of course, the next session will have a broader understanding of cancer care in the in the era of COVID.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today at the conference. The purpose of my talk will be to discuss about COVID-19 and cancer care perspectives from the United States and the experience at CTCA, at Cancer Treatment Centers of America. Thank you so much for your time. Currently the Vice Chairman of the Department of Medical Oncology, Enterprise Director of Research at CTCA. And also you can follow me on Twitter. We can have follow-up conversations, and hopefully we can continue to engage during and after the meeting. So let's get started. This is my description here, my disclosures as usual. All right, so COVID-19 has been a dramatic event for all of us involved. We all felt it in our daily lives, in our daily experiences, and as oncologists, we are facing it as well with our cancer patients, with a multitude of problems and issues that can happen with this. Hopefully, you at the Cayman Islands actually are in a much better place than other locations around the United States and beyond. And hopefully we can learn from those lessons to help our patients to get the best treatments amid the pandemic. So what are the biggest logistical challenges that could potentially inhibit delivery of optimal care for our patients with cancer amid COVID-19 pandemic? So the first one is, check on the house and look for potential shortages closely. So medications, cleaning supplies, PPE, make sure that you calculate the reuse of any, sterilization techniques. Then you go to testing. So in testing, you want to look for the nasopharyngeal swabs for the COVID-19 testing, viral transport media, pipette tips, whom to test, make sure that you know how to handle those patients when positive. Every country has their own approach, and of course we follow the advice of those public health specialists. And also for patients who have overcome COVID-19, should we do antibody testing? And that's going to be important as well as we start putting patients on vaccines. We can discuss that a little bit later. Blood products is an important thing because, COVID-19 closures of facilities, business and events jeopardizing the blood supply. And ensuring adequate staffing is a priority as well. So make sure that you have a multi-layer coverage to address potential staff shortages. Be aware of school closings. Right now we're opening certain places, but depending on the level of activity of the pandemic, things can close or open. So just be mindful of that. And make sure that staff members being quarantined or stay at home on short notice can affect the workflow of patient care. And make sure that you cross-train staff and prepare for any absences as needed. So in cancer patients, there have been a number of understanding developments about who is a major risk for COVID-19 complications amid the pandemic. So those have been categorized in patients receiving chemotherapy or who have received chemotherapy in the last 3 months prior to the infection, patients receiving extensive radiotherapy, those who have bone marrow or stem cell transplants in the last 6 months or still taking immunosuppressive drugs, folks who have some leukemias or lymphomas that haven't been treated yet and they're hence immunosuppressed, and patients who have leukopenia, neutropenia, of course, low IgG or immunoglobulin levels, and long-lasting immune suppressions because of steroids or any form of monoclonal antibody that suppress the immune system to be used. And special attention should be considered, of course, based on the symptoms that we all know, fever, coughing, sore throat, difficulty breathing, sense, smell loss, or sense of taste loss. Anosmia and dysgeusia are very prominent, particularly in the younger patients. So when you look at the COVID-19 high-risk patient population, so first of all, test for confirmation of being already done. Test those patients who are symptomatic, who are undergoing surgery, radiation, or chemotherapy, immune therapy as well as a consideration, ideally. But what's been clear and understood by many stakeholders is that there could be limited capacity for testing, and that's not only relevant to a specific country, but it could be a specific region of where it is being done, or certain institutions that don't have the rapid testing, or they have testing capacity limited based on a number of patients per day. So if that's limited, then you can scope the framework to the patients who are at the higher risk or the highest concern for exposure, or not only to the patients, but also to the staffing. So folks who are getting colonoscopies or getting anything that aerosolizes that could be of risk. Assess severity of calls by radiological function and evaluate the needs for patients who need to be hospitalized in designated units so you can prevent cross infection. So screening questions is something that, so you know, these are pretty standard currently, but we check them within the last 48 hours. We do that very often with our patients coming to CTCA. We have a nurse dedicated calling those patients before they come into our centers. Also ask them about the contact about 14 days prior, and any recent travel. Nowadays the pandemic is global, so any zone unfortunately is now high risk unless you're in New Zealand or in a small island. So maybe Cayman Islands, I think probably one that has the least amount of cases, and that's great. So you need to keep that in your current environment. In terms of different approaches, you know, every single country has their own approach. You can do the approach of you know, China or New Zealand, where there were strict lockdowns and were able to contain it, or there's a model of Sweden, which basically allowed for folks to take care of themselves, wearing masks and exercising you know, social distancing, but they had extensive testing, they have extensive capabilities for them to be treated. There is a system of healthcare that allows everyone to get you know, diagnosis and treatment options, and not only that, but the population is also dispersed throughout the country, so much different than other places around the world. But what they found, for example, in the case of China, as you'll know, they were able to contain the pandemic certainly to the site of origin. And what they did is they reduced visitors to the hospitals. They use only on registration, and they offer online consultations for medication and symptom management. So they use telehealth a lot. And they found, based on these results, this was presented in JAMA Oncology, basically, if they're able to pursue strong measures against you know, contact and having contact tracing and testing, they were very successful, and not a single member of the staff or patient was able to be was reported when they followed these very strict assessments. But of course, everyone got a CAT scan in those hospitals, and so that could be challenging in places where there's no such capability. So every country has their own you know, way to handle this based on the resources. Case fatality rate is something that we've been talking about for many months now, and it's very relevant depending on the population that we're talking about. But mostly we know that this is a disease that affects everyone, but the role in the infection chain is very variable based on the ages. So very young folks or younger middle age may not be as affected in terms of morbidity and need to be hospitalized, but extensive carriers of the disease in an asymptomatic fashion. And that can lead to the widespread to more vulnerable populations, which have a significant higher case fatality rates. So how are we handling this from the oncology community? So First started with meetings. Everyone got together, and the first thing was an ASCO webinar about COVID-19 that was started in March of this year. Basically, there was a gathering discussing all the potential recommendations, which I will try to outline, and also try to give you some updates on other organizations of how they're approaching it as well, so you can get that input for your reference. So the first thing was about clinic or center preparedness. So how should my practice prepare for a local outbreak of COVID-19? So first of all, make sure that you have enough personal protective equipment for everyone, or PPE. Everyone's following precautions. Not only, I mean, at that time with the standard precautions, now we're doing airborne precautions because we know it could be aerosolized as well, and could remain not only as droplets, but also as aerosols for a significant number of time in the air. So that's why universal masking is absolutely essential. Even for those folks who may think that they're younger and whatnot, it should be pretty much across the board to prevent significant outbreaks. Make sure that provide clinical staff on training how to do testing and based on the current guidelines, and also identify telephone-based services not only for treatment and management of folks, but also for mental health referrals and manage appropriate continuity of care as patients get hospitalized and may not have access to multiple family members because they're limiting access to patients. So limit access to the facility to one point of entry is possible. Facility access should exclude any vendors or folks who are not directly involved in patient care. Also for patients or visitors less than 18 years of age. Of course, if it's a pediatric hospital, they have a caregiver. Consider remote or virtual support services. Do triage stations outside the clinic. Make sure that at least they have 6 feet apart between patients and visitors, and check for fever as they enter, even though it's not a very prominent way to find patients with COVID-19. It's still worth considering a few folks who may have fever and may not be realizing it. Convert waiting areas to allow for distancing for at least 6 feet. In some places in the United States, we have COVID-19 parking waiting. So using technology such as an app or using cell phones, they can stay at their cars, and then once they are ready to be taken care of, then they can come in. And try to move everything that it was to be, group activities, particularly indoors to outdoors, and socially distance or virtual. Patient scheduling. Postpone routine follow-ups for non-active cancer treatments. However, I want to be mindful of what we call the shadow curve, which is patients who have colonoscopies, mammograms, etc. They are missing a lot of those appointments these days because of COVID-19. So once you establish the patient safety in your facilities, encourage them to get screening if it's necessary, because where the pandemic is not going away anytime soon. It's going to be at least for 6 months to a year, and they have already gone through the whole year of getting missing screenings. We don't want those patients to show up with advanced cancer in the next few months, and even with COVID-19 will be even worse. So something that we want to emphasize and should be important as well for early detection. For survivorship, of course, do remote check-ins. Home collection of routine lab samples. So you can do home phlebotomy. You can work with local labs, so you can review those results before the patient coming in, or to manage them remotely. Telemedicine has been a major game changer in the way we deliver care to our patients in the United States and beyond. I'm hopeful that in the Cayman Islands doing the same. Happy to collaborate with you as well if you want to have any of the discussions of how we implemented our services, and as well if you wish to talk to us about what we do. But overall, we have been able to expand dramatically the access to our patients and kind of use them as a screening if they really need to come to our facilities. We can do a hybrid approach where the patients get screened by telehealth first, and then they get actually seen in clinic once it's appropriate. And this is just based on telehealth expansion. So as you can notice on this table, it was pretty dramatic, quick removal of all the barriers that were put before in terms of ability to deliver care to our patients through telehealth, and now is reimbursed as well by insurances. So this is something that hopefully is here to stay for the years to come, as it has really been helpful in get our patients quick access to services and to their physicians. So in terms of infection prevention and control, what screening and infection prevention control should do in my practice? As we mentioned, do the same screening for staff the same way you do it for patients. Provide universal face mask for everyone involved, and do a local plan of action in care in case of outbreak within the hospital or different units. How can we overcome this if there's anyone who's immunocompromised or older in our healthcare professionals? So, of course, we need to protect anyone, including all the healthcare professionals in our practices. So use all the precautions as well in terms of social, or we call physical distancing. Make sure that you quarantine those who are affected as well. They should not come to the hospital if they present with any symptoms. I know we all believe we're superhumans because we're physicians or nurses, but we also have families to tend to and patients to take care of. So we need to be very mindful of that as well. And make sure you follow the local guidance on how we handle those outbreaks in your own hospitals. Be mindful as well of drug shortages, as the worldwide supply chain has been disrupted by lockdowns and by the pandemic itself. Make sure that you follow the drugs that are in inventory and replace them as needed. The use of biosimilars, for example, other things will be helpful for certain drugs, and make sure that the same way we do for the United States with the FDA, the same regulatory facilities in any other country, they should follow the same guidelines as well. So now let's move to what the European model also recommended. There's significant overlap between them, but they have a different approach from the United States pandemic in terms of servicing to medical oncology patients. So ESMO had a cancer patient prioritization model, a little bit different from ASCO, where they have a tier approach based on criteria by Cancer Care Ontario and the magnitude of clinical benefit scale, where based on value-based prioritization, they made assessments of the highest needs patients to be treated. So high priority patients who have immediate life-threatening or clinical unstable, of course, or the magnitude of benefit qualifies for intervention as a high priority. So for example, a surgery or curative intent procedures of substantial quality of life. Medium priority patients who are non-critical and you can delay beyond 6 weeks any potential impact if there's any issues with access to care. And low priority, of course, patients who are on survivorship or patients who you're not going to change management. You can manage them through telehealth and other measures. So they also put these patients on different risks based on treatment. So group A were patients who were off therapy, had completed treatment, or were under maintenance. And patients under treatment with neoadjuvant and curative intent were classified as group B. So for everyone, had to have the same recommendations in terms of social distancing, wear protective personal equipment, etc. But make sure that they prioritize the visits for those patients. So for those receiving active treatment, which is the group B, living in epidemic zones or not, they specify pathways to guarantee timing of treatment for those patients and establish local teams to determine that. They also make sure that they establish cancer hubs for those patients in checkpoint areas so they could do early detection of infection outbreaks, and also to make appropriate isolation for those patients. The framework is pretty standard, so communication is essential. They wanted to make sure to prioritize adjuvant treatments. If intravenous treatment was ongoing, if there was any oral treatment available, they could switch to that and manage through telehealth. If there was any opportunity for maintenance or treatment holidays was also offered. and continually using technologies to make sure the patients were served across the board. So they have a few case studies that were highlighted as part of their initiatives. The first one is looking at Singapore. So they split healthcare teams to help reduce disruption in healthcare. So amid the pandemic, what they did is they split the teams in two. And basically they were coming as a backup in case of need. So in case there was a local outbreak in any of those team members, then there was another group ready to take over as needed. And that was something that they found very helpful to control the pandemic and to prevent staff shortages across their facilities. In Germany, the question was always about should cancer treatment be continued during the pandemic or no, and they you know, as I think is rational and normal, they decided to pursue a case-by-case discussion. So as we expected the pandemic to increase over, you know, different waves, then they decided to do a case-by-case scenario, making individual risk assessment benefits. The idea here is that in many cases, the risk of the patients to undergo some anti-cancer treatments when they didn't have appropriate, you know, PPE or measures of control outweigh the risk of benefit of exposing the patient to the viruses. So that's when they use telehealth much more often. But they also wanted to contrast it with the Italian mode. So Italy and Germany have two different models, and because they have different healthcare systems, as we all understand. So in Germany, like many other countries, all hospital-based cancer treatments are integrated into general hospitals. And because of that, it was difficult to create a cancer hub for all patients. So the solution is more feasible where standalone cancer hospitals are available. And that's a model that worked pretty well for us in the United States for CTCA, because we're a cancer hospital only. So we were able to divert patients who were COVID-19 positive to those centers that were taking care of COVID-19 patients, and keep patients who were only on cancer care and they had no issues with infection to continue their care as we follow those criteria very closely. In Italy, they decided to create two major hubs. One was the European Institute of Oncology and the Milan National Cancer Institute, and they made it basically into COVID-free cancer hubs, and they were able to treat them. In Germany, what they did is they put different units within the hospitals themselves to be COVID-19 positive or negative, and make sure that they were separating those patients appropriately. And in Poland, they focus mostly on telehealth. And they found it as a significant benefit. As I mentioned, that has been very, very helpful to continue care. They also had the opportunity to send treatments for oral drugs to the patient's home and manage them closely as well. So they found it as a very positive development. So now that we spoke about the routines and how different hospitals and different places are using this, get prepared for a new routine, as you probably have been prepared already for the last, 8 months. What we did is make sure that you do previous day telephone triage to make sure every patient gets screened for concerns. We establish a dedicated line for patients to call us if they have any issues as well in terms of concerns with COVID-19. Reevaluate the regimen schedules for all those patients, and make sure that you have appropriate allocation of staff and prepare for those eventualities. Protect yourself and to protect your patients. So as I mentioned earlier, we have to exert universal masking. We have to make sure that everyone is wearing appropriate PPE, and that if any of us get infected, then we take care of ourselves first, so we don't bring it to our patients or someone else who's trying to take care of them. Reinforce support to patients, so the impact is not only at the cancer level, but also emotional, financial. So make sure that you have consulting with your mental health providers and help overcome some issues that may come also with anxiety from the well-being of the patient as a whole. Okay, so this slide is just mentioning the model of the universal healthcare in the United Kingdom. So this is from NHS England. You probably have access to these resources as well, but they did individual patient decisions based on multidisciplinary teams. They established priority groups based on surgery, based on the systemic anti-cancer treatments and also radiation treatments, and they established 6 different priority levels. Patients who are in line for curative treatment, for example, with a greater than 50% chance of success were the highest level, and then they put them on tiers so they can get them seen at better intervals for prioritization. For radiation treatments, they did 5 levels of prioritization as well. Patients with rapidly proliferating tumors with little scope for delay were the highest group of priority. In terms of radiation oncology, the European and the American Society of Radiation Oncology website contains a large section of COVID-19, which is open access for everyone. They put together recommendations based on findings of dedicated work groups and has frequently asked questions, several of them based on decision-making discussions. And just as a quick summary, basically, this is what's seen here. They encourage non-N95 surgical masking for radiation therapies for all patients, encourage minimum of droplet precautions. The goal was to reduce the risk of transmission to allow cancer care. Patients under treatment should be screened prior to each fraction, and also those who are screen positive should isolate themselves, get tested, and follow the local recommendations. And symptomatic visitors should not accompany the patients to clinic. And of course, clean all the facilities in, after each patient coming in their way. Another thing that they found important was potential changes in the fractions for some patients as well. They scheduled patients with highest priority. So for example, non-urgent cases that were asked to be potentially delayed for patients with prostate cancer, the breast cancer patients on adjuvant chemotherapy, or benign CNS tumors such as meningiomas or schwannomas were also given a different priority level. And in terms of scheduling, they recommended following NCCN guidelines by using the shortest possible course of radiation, using, for example, single fraction for bone pain or hypofractionation when appropriate for breast and prostate cancers. In terms of surgery, the Society of Surgical Oncology website actually has also very well documented resources as well. With information sheets based on different malignancies, and they have resources for each tumor type for your reference as well. Very good resource, I strongly recommend it. And that was also followed by the European Society of Surgical Oncology. They, for example, advise against seeing patients older than 70 years old in clinic unless it's urgent. And also emphasize the importance of ensuring workforce doesn't burn out. Surgeons are also helping patients with COVID-19. Make sure that the staffing is also well taken care of as part of these recommendations. For patients who are undergoing transplant, there's also recommendations from the American and European Society for Transplantation and Cell Therapy. They have very specific details of how to overcome issues related with, supply chain, access to care, etc. Because we know that it's difficult, for example, to schedule transplant procedures and make sure that blood products and stem cells get transported appropriately. So very helpful resource as well for your reference. A few highlights here. Due to a rapidly changing situation, access to a stem cell donor may be restricted due to donor becoming ill, logistical reasons at the harvest centers, or travel restriction across international borders. So it's recommended to have secure stem cell product access by freezing the product before the start of conditioning. And in situation where it's not possible, find an alternative donor as a backup as well. So a very proactive approach in this end. So as a Director of Research, of course, this is an issue very close to my heart. Trials, what should clinical trial investigators respond to the COVID-19 pandemic? You may have heard, we did actually a very good podcast about COVID-19, and Dr. Pat Basu from CTCA, the CEO, actually gave podcasts about this topic. So always invite you to review this. But something that we noticed is that the shift was now for clinical trials to be done mostly for COVID-19 patients and vaccines, and number of clinical trials would put on a hold for cancer. That's started to improve, but everyone was affected, and that's going to have an impact for the years to come. So there's a number of guidelines that you can follow for your research programs that have been highlighted by ASCO, FDA, and also the National Cancer Institute. So there's some guidance for your reference, and I have just listed them here. You can certainly review them at your own opportunity. And lastly, participate in registries. So we are participants of the COVID-19 and Cancer Consortium. This slide is actually outdated. Now it's 125 institutions, including international centers as well. We already published our first experience of patients with COVID-19 and cancer in Lancet, and there's many more coming your way. So significant effort has been done to help how to help our patients with cancer amid the pandemic, and what are the outcomes that have been reported based on observational data. Some of your recommendations in terms of ethics, this is a time when things get complicated with decreased resources. Then make sure that you have an ethics committee in your hospital. Also, make sure you have mental health resources for your oncologists, because of isolation, risk of infection, competing demands, clinical challenges, all of them impact us all very closely. So just be mindful of that as well. And make sure that we avoid burnout, because we're here for our patients and they're not well served if we are not in our best shape. So make sure that there are appropriate guidelines and policies for staffing issues, and make sure that we have engagement from the community and understanding that everyone is in this together. So how to enhance coping, physical and mental health. So maintain social support. Avoid information overload these days with social media and being in lockdowns or being at home more often. It's making it difficult, so be mindful of that. Trust reputable sources of information. There's a lot of disinformation these days. So, masks actually work. The vaccine is coming, but we need to wait for phase 3 data, which is coming soon. Hydroxychloroquine does not work. And the new treatments that are very effective, hopefully, are those monoclonal antibodies, but we're waiting for more results from Regeneron and Eli Lilly, which are a potential temporary replacement for vaccine for patients who are at high risk, but it's not for everyone. They could be expensive, less amount of patients can get access to them, and it's mostly for hospitalized patients unless there's a clinical trial. And other things is the use of remdesivir, which is this drug that decreases the viral replication, and the use of dexamethasone, which is also being used to help patients with pneumonia to prevent death as well. So those are the things that right now we know work. More to follow, and we're waiting for the results on very big studies from the WHO and others. But we know as of now that those are the resources that we can rely on. And take it from there. So there's no cure yet, and I don't think will ever be. What will be the cure is prevention. All of us working on this together, and once the vaccine comes and everyone's available to get it, then we may be able to turn the corner on this. But as of now, just make sure that we remain healthy, that exercise, you take time to unwind, and social distancing, and also do sometimes Twitter and Facebook distancing, because sometimes we get this information overload that is not helpful. And focus on you and your health. Most common changes in managing patients with COVID-19 with cancer, we're using telehealth a lot, as I mentioned. We transition patients to oral drugs when appropriate. We're using liquid biopsies and home phlebotomy services frequently for genomic testing and for regular labs. And we found a way to collaborate closely with local providers, something that we didn't have the chance to do before, and find logistical issues such as travel issues and COVID-19 travel zone issues. So it has at least helped us to become more mindful and more collaborative with each other. We also set up a website for our patients, so I strongly recommend that for your institutions, that you have your frequently asked questions, so folks know what to expect from their visits and things to do. Things that we found important as well is other changes that can prepare and mitigate for adversity. So education for patients and caregivers about not only COVID-19 but cancer care. Create a web page with resources, as I mentioned. Reduce potential of COVID-19 exposure and reduce PPE consumption. We modified the visitor policy because of that. We established the nurse triage line for patients to call for their COVID-19 related concerns, and asking patients to call in advance before they come in, and training our nurses to provide guidance about the appropriate use of technologies, because that's the other challenge, right? So we may have the tools, but some folks don't know how to use them. So that's another piece of education that is important. So take-home points: flatten the curve. We're trying in the United States to flatten it. Hopefully you have already accomplished that in the Cayman Islands. Protect yourself, your loved ones, and others. Make sure our institutions are ready to face COVID-19 surges. Prepare for contingency until the vaccine is available, potentially the second quarter next year, and beyond. And until then, we need to remain very vigilant in coordination between all stakeholders and work together. For my perspective at CTCA, we welcome the opportunity to collaborate with all folks in the Cayman Islands and beyond, for telehealth, for visits, for clinical trials, as we are going back to normal and have designated hub centers in our hospitals. We have that opportunity to collaborate and work with you to hopefully get the best care we can. And looking forward to seeing you again, hopefully next year, and future iterations of this conference, hopefully in person, and we can exchange and think about this as something in the past. So I appreciate the time and looking forward to the rest of the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richards and Dr. Luisa Bonilla. Those were both very extremely informative and relevant presentations. There is a few minutes where we can ask questions, and we have one question from the audience for Dr. Richards. We heard from Dr. Benoit earlier that during the lockdown, there were a number of persons with chronic illnesses that did not access the health services as often as they should have, out of fear and other restrictions. I'm wondering if you can tell us if you had a similar experience with the oncology patients. Were you concerned at any point in time that some of those did not have the access to care because they did not reach out and were fearful to do so?
Thank you for that question. Good question. Yes, we're concerned, but we had implemented a mechanism in which we were able to reach out to patients, and I think perhaps all our patients were able to follow them up very closely. And so we didn't really, as far as I recall, have any patients really falling through the cracks.
That's excellent. Do you find that in general the inability for cancer patients to access care overseas in any way impeded their recovery?
Again, our patients were still able to access care overseas. There were a few patients whom, not because of the flights from Cayman, because we were able to establish flights going especially to Florida. However, in the peak in Florida, there were not sufficient ICU spaces. And so there were some patients who were delayed in going. However, at the same time, and these were not a lot of patients, and at the same time, between our institution and at Health City, we do believe that those patients were managed appropriately.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dr. Richards. And once again, thank you very much for being here with us this evening and certainly for your very informative presentation.
Thank you.
Well, this affected me in my personal life where I couldn't basically be around my daughter for 2 months. I couldn't even touch her. I could only see her from a basically 15 foot to say hi to her, or if I was dropping something, dropping it, sanitizing it. And it became very hard going home in the evening by myself. Basically having to do a whole routine of sanitizing what I touch when I walk through the door, washing. It was a complete whole new protocol of life to learn. It was not easy, but it was adaptable as I followed the guidelines instructed to me by the doctors here in Health City.
The COVID was bad for me and my husband. I was in the States and I couldn't get home for months and months. I was worried about him here. He's 86 years old. And I needed to be home taking care of him, and yet I couldn't come home because there wasn't any flights and they weren't letting anybody in. So I was worrying about him, and he was home worrying about me, and it was real heartbreaking. And he had told me he had got stuck in the bathtub one day and couldn't get out, and I was just real upset that I wasn't here, but there weren't any flights. So it was really hard for us. But I'm glad things are opening little by little, not too fast like they did in the States. But I'm glad to be back, and I stayed through the quarantine at the hotel when I got back, and I'm very glad to be back.
I think it has personally affected everyone to some extent. For me, it was a matter of family separation, so being separated from my wife, from my kids, who were supposed to join me here much earlier than it is actually happening, because they're about to arrive now, but so far we've been separated for a number of months.
So when the pandemic first broke worldwide, I didn't really expect it to come to the Cayman Islands. I thought we were going to be quite safe. But as it progressed, it was quite a worrying time for anybody that was working in healthcare, and we've seen that around the hospital and within the EMS team. But we all pulled together, and I think we've become closer. Even out in the community, we've all become closer. We've supported each other during the lockdown. On a personal level, it's affected me that my family is still in the UK, and I haven't been able to travel back, and it's been almost 10, 11 months now. So I'm just hoping that something might change there soon.
Personal and emotional, well, personally it's been a life-changing experience for me, for the simple fact that, I mean, throughout all my youthful days, I have never experienced anything like this, where I've had to basically shut down and just see what's out there and can't go out there. So it was a life-changing experience for me, personally. I guess one word can sum it up, traumatic. In that, you know, prior to actually contracting the virus, I read about it in the news and what it was doing to all these so-called big countries and the death toll and everything, and I was like, there's no way I can afford for this thing to catch me, to reach me. Now, after contracting it, it was a surreal experience, and then things just pretty much went downhill, because unfortunately I was one of the symptomatic. Right, so it pretty much went downhill for me, and the sad thing for me was that I was alone at the time, because I had actually sent my daughter overseas because I live with her, and so I was alone and I was quarantined and was getting sicker and sicker by the day, and I just couldn't recover. 5, 6, it took me several weeks to recover almost, so it was traumatic for me, and just all I went through. And I had to just pray, I guess, prayer, discipline, teaching myself how to survive, all the various apparatus to survive. I went through it all, so I'm giving thanks, but it's still traumatic.
For me as a journalist, the pandemic was just an incredible reminder of the importance of community and the way that that defines and guides the work that we do. At the Compass, we had a surge of people reaching out and calling us, people that I'd never met before, people I had met, and they were all looking to us to reassure them, to inform them, to tell them what was going on. And at times it was overwhelming, but it was also beautiful in a sense to reconnect with the community in that way and remember that they're turning to us to give them the most accurate information, and information that will guide their lives, will guide the choices that they make for their families.
I'm sure you will all agree that today's event has been very informative, and the issues that have been discussed have been incredibly compelling. The journey to this point here in the Cayman Islands has been a long and tough one. And at one point, we weren't even sure whether we were going to have a conference this year, but the conference planning committee and myself were determined to make it happen, even if it was remotely possible. I want to thank the Ministry of Health this evening for their unwavering support, along with all of our sponsors that made today possible. Health City Cayman Islands, the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority, Compass Media, Kelly Holden's Events and Communications, Doctors Hospital, Baptist Health International, Infinite Mind Care, 3T MRI, Cancer Care Treatment Centers of America, Ocean Med, Jackson International, and Logic for ensuring that we had the capacity and speed to live stream on so many platforms here today. Thank you so much for all of your support. Now, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our final presenter, someone who has become the face and voice of Cayman's response to the pandemic, our own Chief Medical Officer, Uncle Dr. John Lee. Dr. Lee will take us on the journey of working through a pandemic, a backstage pass. Please send all of your questions or comments to the online chat for Dr. Lee, and he will be happy to answer them after the presentation. Thank you.
Welcome everybody to the Healthcare Conference. It's really great that we've been able to pull this together despite all the challenges we've been facing over the last few months. So my thanks goes to the organizing committee. What I hope to give you today is a bit of a backstage pass, a look into the world that led to the organization of the COVID effort from the government's point of view. And it wasn't just a government effort, it was quite a big effort from a lot of different parties, as you're going to find out. But you'll see as we go along, which I'm going to take you through more or less the timeline of our experiences through COVID, different places around the government building, as well as my experience, my personal experience of the whole pandemic up to this point, and also a little insight into how government itself organizes such a national emergency as this. Having said that, this is a national emergency like there's been no other national emergency like it ever around the world. This will be the defining event of the 21st century, there is no doubt. I've moved away from giving PowerPoints. I've sat through a lot of PowerPoints on Zoom presentations, and I know that we drift off, we go and get a cup of coffee, we don't concentrate, and so I'm going to try and keep you engaged by looking at you. And I have some notes in front of me which you'll see me glance down at, but you know, people can sometimes drift off in these Zoom meetings, so I always try and turn my camera on and make sure that I behave and I pay attention. And I also think it's polite for the assembled crowd. I mean, we would normally be present in a room with people. So with Zoom meetings, we're all having to learn a different etiquette of the way we manage, sorry, not just Zoom, but you know, all of the different options, but in government we're using Zoom. So we have to learn a new etiquette of how to behave. In February, pressures were really mounting in the Ministry of Health, and they were focused largely around myself as the Chief Medical Officer. There are a lot of questions being asked from a number of different government agencies, including my minister, the Cabinet. The press were increasingly asking how we were going to respond, what we were going to do, at the same time as we were getting reports of the novel coronavirus, as it was known then, gradually working its way from China across the world to the West. It was largely to the West. That's largely where the planes fly. There was the spread to the east of China, which is basically to the States, happened later on. But it was moving to Europe and around Asia pretty quickly. And at the same time, cruise ships were coming all the time to Cayman. You know, we have all of those boats hold thousands of people, and sometimes we have 5, 6, up to 8, even more cruise ships per day, disgorging a lot of people who come from a number of different countries around the world, and the public concerns were mounting day by day. To be honest, I didn't know what to do. You all know that I was early into the job as Chief Medical Officer. There has not been a full-time Chief Medical Officer until I took up this post in May last year, May 2019. And I don't think anybody would have known what to do in any different country, but there's certainly in some countries there would have been a structure that they would have understood, which, me being new to the job, I needed to find my way into. So that was a bit of a learning experience for me. Thank goodness, however, I had an ally, and I'll be forever grateful to Daniel Coleman, because I joined Cayman Hospice Care as a director on the board in 2013, and so I knew Danny for a long period of time. We already had a good working relationship. She was always jolly, always happy, always a delight to be with, but I didn't really appreciate what a sharp mind she had as well until I began to work very closely with her on a day-to-day basis. So as the Director of Hazard Management, I could see that COVID-19 was going to be a national threat to the country, and so I thought she was the right person to garner support from. She pretty soon explained to me how the National Emergency Operations Committee, or NEOC, worked, and began to talk to people, the governor, who she already had close working relationships with, Matthew Forbes, the chief of the governor's office at the time, and said that that was what we needed to do. We needed to get NEOC partially activated in order that we could use the government's response to begin to work towards a solution, or multiple solutions for the different issues that were going to challenge us. Pretty soon after that, I began meeting a lot of people who I knew by title only. Chief officers on all sorts of different ministries, Cabinet Secretary, the Commissioner of Police, the Leader of the Opposition, the Attorney General, the Governor himself, the Premier. A lot of these people I knew by title. I knew their faces. I had seen them in a newspaper article or on Facebook or wherever. But they probably didn't know who I was when I met them in the lift. And now we're in the Cabinet Office, where a lot of meetings took place, whether by Zoom or often I was face-to-face with people in this room. And I feel like I can count the number of chairs around this table in my sleep, so it's quite a difference and a change to my working life, having been very much desk-bound in the ministry and suddenly having to having free roam of government and needing to speak to a lot of different people in order to get the job done. So I was thrust into a world of legal drafting. What does that mean? It means whenever there is a change in the regulations, there needs to be a cabinet paper that is sent to Cabinet for them to consider. They will change it and adjust it in order that it suits, better suits the needs of the country as Cabinet sees. So legal drafting, urgent Cabinet papers that need to be done, within a few hours. Normally a Cabinet paper will be something that a ministry will sit on for a few days, if not weeks, and make sure that they get the language correct, they get the background correct. All of the information needs to be presented to Cabinet so they can make an informed decision without any additional information. So all of the background and the homework must be done and must be correct and accurate. You can't present something which you can understand. It must be a good and quality piece of work. There were meetings that ran for hours and hours that I thought would never end. I know now that behind the door over there, there's a little cafe where there are peanuts and biscuits and things in order to sustain you through these long meetings, and they were required quite often in order to keep us going. And during many of those meetings, I felt almost like the unwilling person from which colleagues would and my bosses would extract information from me in order to force me to make a decision on every different nuance of what they felt was needed so that we had a safe path forward for the country. I'll just go back to Danny for a minute, and I think we're going to change rooms, and I'm going to take you somewhere else in the government administration building. But, Danny helped me through my darkest hours. She would read my face in morning meetings. She would see where I was. She's a very touchy-feely person. She was often desperate to give me a hug to keep me going. And it was those sorts of relationships that existed in different ways with lots of different people. But Danny was a close working colleague that keep everybody going. And she was really a power of good for NEOC, and in the dark times of March, April, and May. I'd go to her with problems I didn't know what to do with, and she would either she'd know the right person to go to in government, or she would say, I know the person who will know the right person. So it could have been that the police was the solution, it could have been the Department of Children and Family Services, the Needs Assessment Unit, the Facilities Department, wherever. In fact, at the end of the day, we actually did a full activation of NEOC rather than just a partial activation of the National Emergency Operations Committee, because this was such a big problem involving so many different agencies that the Deputy Governor, who is the chair of NEOC, felt that the right way forward was to pool the resources of the civil service. The whole process of managing it from the government's perspective started with the activation of the National Emergency Operations Committee, usually called NEOC, and almost immediately after that, the following morning, was a National Emergency Executive Council meeting, which is chaired by the Governor. I was pleased that there were at least a few friendly faces in many of these meetings, so my colleagues from healthcare, who I've known obviously for many years, were there. There were a lot of figures and data to crunch and to digest, which is a good thing. Some of you will know from an article that was in one of the papers that I like figures and I like spreadsheets, slightly strangely. And if I had my life again, I might actually want to be an accountant, which many of you would think is a bit strange, but I sufficiently like figures that I'm interested in how they work. And so I was not unhappy to be having to use spreadsheets to create models around possible scenarios of how many people might be affected by COVID if we were to do nothing in the Cayman Islands. A lot of the information that went into those models came out of a paper from Imperial College London, which was provided in March, and that paper gave the basis for many countries planning around how much resource COVID-19 was going to consume. That was really staggering for many people. So when we realized that hundreds of people could become sick, or thousands really, and hundreds of those might die should we do nothing. All governments around the world were chilled, clearly, to the core by that sort of information. But I needed to work those figures for Cayman in order to present them to increasing wider audiences. It took a while for people, I feel, from where I was sitting to ramp up to the sense of urgency I had, but once the system got going, by golly, it moved fast. And I'll be forever grateful to the people who moved the system fast, because it really helped Cayman's response to this crisis. You'll have heard of agencies like PHE, Public Health England, PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization, and CARPHA, the Caribbean Public Health Authority. All of these agencies were really helpful to me in different ways. CARPHA were able to help doing testing for COVID initially, and also when we were setting up our testing processes here to provide advice to our laboratories, as well as constantly, and this is an ongoing matter, giving public health advice which is relevant for the region. We also have a separate office of PAHO that covers Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, and that office have been there providing information, pushing out information, and highlighting papers of particular significance, which is very helpful. Public Health England, also in the United Kingdom, there is a doctor there by the name of Ottilia Newton, who heads up the UK Overseas Territories outreach program, which is funded through the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. So that Dr. Newton, who heads up the team at Public Health England, were immensely helpful to us. And all of those people helped to drive what we were doing, and also be a sense check, because very often the UK Overseas Territory, Cayman being no different, needs to do things that are specific to their own country. It's different to how another country might approach something. And yet at the same time, sometimes you want to run ideas by. Also, you know, there were times that I had to call with real urgency, needing an answer for help. So there was an issue related to a cruise ship where I needed to have guidance from Public Health England, and so I rang up their emergency helpline, and it was 2 in the morning in the United Kingdom, yet within 5 minutes I was talking to the right person with the right expertise to give me clinical microbiological advice on how to manage a particular situation. So I really appreciate all of these agencies' support. Our first big worry was a field hospital. I mentioned just now staggering figures and maybe hundreds dead, or at least needing critical care. And even the field hospital that I first suggested tentatively needed 70 to 100 beds was a huge ask. Would we put it in a hotel? Would we put it in a church? We had no idea what sort of place might we be able to use. And at the same time, a lot of these places, these spaces which were currently empty because COVID had caused a lockdown across the country, might not want to have sick people there. So that was a challenge itself. We also thought about buildings that were under construction or near completion, school halls, and so on. The first building that we proposed for this was going to be the new sports hall at John Gray High School. Unfortunately, for various reasons, largely due to the very specialized flooring they had, it wasn't a suitable building, and we are very grateful to the Family Life Center that we were able to use their facility. And we all now know we have a 70-bedded field hospital there, ready and waiting to move into action should we need it, and hopefully we never will, but we really needed to rely on that. It's a pretty amazing structure itself. You know, we needed to source the beds, drip stands, cleaning station, you know, hand sanitization, sink stations and sinks and so on. It was all done in rapid time. And to set up a hospital like that, it was great that it happened so quickly. Every way I cut those figures from the Excel spreadsheet said that there would be an unmitigated explosion of disease in Cayman. It was really difficult times, exceedingly long days, hard decisions. There were clashes of opinion. You know, I had daily meetings with the Premier, with His Excellency the Governor, Minister of Health. A lot of firm views were shared forcibly, and there were a lot of challenging conversations in weeks that had no end, where meetings ran into each other constantly throughout the day until 9 or 10 o'clock at night. During that time, you really can't help but to learn more about people's characters. I'm a huge people watcher, and I love watching people. You might not notice that I'm doing it, but I am. I'm trying to gauge people's characters. When I see them in group settings, when I watch their body language, when I watch the nuancing on their faces, I'm trying to figure out what makes them tick. It's something that my brain likes to occupy itself with. But it helps. I mean, the more you get to know somebody, as we all know, the better working relations you have with people, the better the results are, the easier it is to communicate with them. And with that ease of communication means you can get to an answer faster, or at least work with people through a problem and not feel the tension of the relationship because you're already fairly relaxed in their company. So there was a lot of norming and storming for a lot of different groups of people around this time, groups that were forced together, needed to work together in order to produce the results. NEOC, the National Emergency Operations Committee, is a big gathering. It's a huge concern. And you've seen the room here. We'll have a few shots of it. It's quite a big room, but it was largely empty. There were, I would think, maybe 10 or 12 people here because of the requirement for distancing and because many people did not need to come in to government in order to work. They could do their jobs from home, or in fact there were lots of different offices and meeting rooms around government being used, and they were coming in by teleconference to this meeting being held in this room. We had a lot of people from the Health Services Authority, senior managers, the chief executive, always in attendance, always an exceedingly hard worker. But this issue was definitely bigger than the Health Services Authority, and gone are the days when the Health Service Authority is the principal and only provider on the island. We have 3 substantially sized hospitals in Grand Cayman, hospital in Cayman Brac, the Faith Hospital, and some of these hospitals bring particular expertise. So at Health City, they have the ability to ventilate 21 people in their high dependency and ventilator beds, as well as having what's called ECMO, extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, which is a system by which you can exchange oxygen with somebody's body without the need for lungs. They have 4 ECMO machines that can provide that, which you sometimes need when people are having complex cardiac surgery, or their heart needs a break for a period of time for some reason, or you're doing something where the heart is not able to provide the body's function. The ECMO machine can go on oxygenating the body for quite some time. So in our little island, or islands, we had a phenomenal resource across the board for the amount of cardiorespiratory support that we could provide. And COVID-19 is obviously largely a cardiorespiratory pathogen, although it can have multi-organ effects, as we know, affecting kidneys and the brain and so on, from the fact that it causes microvascular problems as well, problems with the small vessels. Not only that, the Doctors Hospital gives Georgetown a great extra capacity, and later on through the PCR testing they were further able to bring their skills to bear. So this is a view you'll recognize, a view that I've known to grow and love, but we're just in this room together. We don't have a whole panel to my right watching me all the time. The PCR testing that the country did was really an amazing feat. The skills already existed to do the polymerase chain reaction testing within the forensic laboratory of the Health Services Authority. And at the Health Services Authority, they have two highly accredited laboratories. There is the ISO accredited forensic laboratory and the JCI accredited general laboratory for the hospital, which also does public health testing. But through those PCR skills at the forensic laboratory, the country was able to begin to provide its own service almost immediately after the crisis began. And that really was a game changer for Cayman. Soon after that, the Doctors Hospital, I was delighted to hear that they were able to assist through various skills that were on island through the Special Enterprise Zone and a company that was working there, and enabled them to also bring to bear their resources to add more PCR testing for the island. Part of that issue with the Doctors Hospital is really about relationships. So I already knew Dr. Rado, the Chairman, Chief Executive, Senior Person, Doctor at the Doctors Hospital, from my existing relationship as a doctor on the island. So it was very easy for me to work with him. We already had a high degree of trust between us, and we knew that when we said what we said, we meant when we spoke. There was a lot of pressure from Cabinet in order to improve the testing and ramp up our capability, at the same time as we were being challenged hugely by the supply lines for the different parts of the testing process. You'll remember we were gifted and with an additional government injection of funds, a lot of the PCR testing reagents for the HSA. In the end, we really produced a best-in-class service. We were, I think, at best ranked number 2 in the numbers of tests we did per capita in the population. So, I mean, amazing results for a small country. But what was also really interesting for me to see that actually the other UK overseas territories were ranked up there too. And that was a real testament to the amount of stimulus from Public Health England had given, I think, to the other UK overseas territories. Talking about trust, when I started this job, in my mind, I understood that I needed to be the Chief Medical Officer of the Cayman Islands, not the Chief Medical Officer of the Health Service Authority, as many people originally saw the post, and it's where historically the post came from. But I had already been working across the board on developing strong relationships with Health City, with Doctors Hospital, and with the private sector. The post was there because the ministry, the health ministry, were investing in the development of healthcare. Healthcare is growing across the Cayman Islands, and with that, the ministry and the government resources that needs to provide oversight needs to grow alongside that. And so there's a lot of multi-sectoral work, for example, that has been going on into standards, which has already started before COVID. Unfortunately, a lot of the routine work that we have been doing, the developmental work, has needed to take a backstage whilst we manage this emergency. But clinical standards are absolutely core of my being and of what I want to bring to the post in the Ministry of Health. We mentioned primary care. I mean, we couldn't have done it without all of the support we received from primary care too, through helping us to test, through treating patients through the lockdown. I know that doctors would have desks outside of their offices, under a canopy or under a tent, providing ingenious ways of how to provide care for patients through this crisis and support the community. And do you remember that first plane that came from British Airways when we started to repatriate our people? How worried they must have felt, you know, coming back to a country, the spotlight well and truly on them, almost feeling, I'm sure, like prisoners being taken to a place of safety in a bus, not being allowed to mix with anybody, family and friends told to stay away from the arrivals. I mean, it's all worked out in the end, but they must have been really scared, and it was thanks to all of the people around them, the managers of the facilities, and the patience of the public too, and the public support, as well as very much the people, especially those first people who were put into isolation, to understand that what we were doing was for the health and welfare of all of the people in the islands. Throughout this, I've been able to reflect with my friends and colleagues, and clearly I've got the Health Service Authority know me very well, having worked there for a number of years. Throughout the day or the night, and very often it would have been at the night, because it's only when at the end of the day, when the meetings have stopped, that you can actually start to think about your next day, think about the things you need to do, to make plans, to reflect with people through. So with Lizette Yearwood, with Dr. Williams, with Dr. Jefferson, Chief Nurse Hazel Brown, CFO Dawn Cummings, all hugely important to how we responded at a national level to manage the threat of the coronavirus. But not only did we receive help from the people that I knew, we also received a lot of information from other clinical people in the islands. There was public opinion as well, which needs to be taken into account, because it's important. Not only do you need to have scientific advice, but you also need to have public support, and you will only achieve that if you remember to take public opinion very much into account when you're developing your plans. Many of you won't know, but through the crisis, there was also a council set up to advise me. So the CMO Council is a council of 7 doctors from across different sectors of the island's healthcare providers, who I have regularly called upon over the last few months to reflect with, saying, do you feel this is the right approach? Do you feel we should be doing something differently? Is there anything else we should be considering? And they've been in the background all the while as a support. So although you might see this person standing here speaking to you, in fact, it was really a collaborative effort. So welcome to my office. I have a great view of one of my ministry's other issues, which is Mount Trashmore behind me, which is looking increasingly tidier as they top it off. So that's nice to see. This office is on the 5th floor of the Government Administration Building, and it's where the Ministry of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing resides. Chief Officer Pucci's office is next door, and then Chief Financial Officer is on the other side. And there are other people from the ministry in desks around me. Emotionally, this has been incredibly tough. I have broken down a number of times, and by breakdown I mean, unable to hold myself together, crying, just not knowing what to do with myself because it's been too stressful. I've talked with other CARICOM chief medical officers, and they've all been having a tough time too, especially through the darkest hours, as you might call them, of March, April and May. One of the times I broke down, I was at my desk. It was caused by someone's behavior towards me. The staff weren't really sure what to do, because I'm a bit older than them. They'll see me as somebody that's more senior. It's always difficult to know if you're not very close to somebody, and through COVID, you couldn't hug anybody, so weren't sure what to do. Another time was in the fire escape over a very trivial, silly matter, but it just triggered, me to sit on the stairs and just need 5 minutes to pull myself together again. And lastly was on my way home, driving in the car, and it was about a PCR machine of all things. But there we are. It's normally the tip of the iceberg, isn't it, when you get upset? So everyone has really struggled through this. We've all had our own struggles. That there is no question about that, and nobody is exempt from the pressures and the stresses related to that. What's good, I feel, is I can name those times. And I have focused on my cooking, on eating well. I cook. I don't buy anything that's pre-made. Everything I make from scratch, as the Americans like to say. And so I've enjoyed doing that, as I always have done. But I have to say, when the restaurant started delivering, I was also pleased to be treated by several restaurants who were very kind to me and cooked up some special things just for me in one or two cases. It was really great to see the numbers of people out exercising. I mean, there must have been thousands and thousands of people out exercising, because even in my stretch of South Church Street, South Sound Road, there were hundreds that I would pass that I didn't normally see. I am disappointed I don't see them anymore. I really, being somebody that's interested in health, I really enjoyed seeing them, but we've all got to go back to work. There are pressures that mean that exercise doesn't always get the priority, but I'm always delighted when I see people, especially young people. I've seen quite a few kids actually out now exercising where I didn't see that before, going out with their parents and so on. We all enjoyed the bird song in the quiet roads, the lack of the traffic. So there are, and I know a lot of people actually enjoyed spending time with their family, time that they weren't able to spend before, and will look back, and that's what they'll see. They'll see pictures of meals around family tables or playing games together. So we need to focus on the real positives that have come out of this. There are other positives too. Reduction in emissions from fossil fuels and so on. So, but then back to work. Cabinet Secretary has more regulations he wants to draw up and wants us to focus on and work on. More questions in front of the camera. Every morning there was reading of the scientific papers going through the newspapers from around the world, and many of those newspaper articles would quote something which would lead to scientific reading, which would lead to something else, and to garner information from all sources in order to make sure that the right policies were set for our individual circumstances in Cayman. And then there was the processing of thousands and thousands of results. I know people think that there's this big team that does a lot of this work, but I've tried to explain a few times that the team is not actually that large. So the results come to myself and to Dr. Williams, and we process them. So there isn't a big machine behind that. It's a question of changing the formats of the data that are received, putting into a spreadsheet, using that spreadsheet to create graphs to analyze the data in order to help assist in the decision making, which is how we've tried to use the testing to advise what we've done, the different levels of suppression we've worked through in order to find our way to where we are today. I have to say there were some silly highs, like, you know, being stopped by the police in the curfew, and then saluting and saying, "Oh, Dr. Lee, off you go." That was pretty cool for me. I've got a lot of toots from the toots go on, toots from the public when I'm out walking with my dog. They recognize me. That's always very nice. At one point, I was in the queue at Foster's Airport, and a CBC officer, having recognized me standing in the queue, pulled me out and put me to the front of the queue. Another special treat, which I don't particularly like, because I don't really like being put in front of the camera. You might think that odd, but I don't. But it was much appreciated. And then I was at Macabuca on the day we all were allowed out to dine, and I'd pre-booked my favorite table there. And as I left the restaurant, I was clapped by the whole restaurant, and that was special. All the time we've been humbled, because we have to remember that one person that died, that really terrible thing that happened, and that's what we've been working all the time to prevent any more deaths and suffering as a result of this disease. We may not be out of the woods yet, but we will work as hard as we can in order to achieve that. I don't really tend to focus on my family and friends, because I feel that family and friends should be separate from your work life, and in particular in a position like mine where I'm currently quite a public figure, I try and keep that side of my life separate. But I thank all of my friends and loved ones. You know who you are. And of course my four-legged constant companion, Jasper. I've been rambling a bit today. I apologize if you haven't felt a degree of focus, but I hope that taking you through the timeline of where we've come you've been able to feel a bit more part of the story of the organization and management of this pandemic in Cayman. And I hope it's also shown you that what really works is the relationships that you make, whether you have to make them quickly or whether they've existed for a long period of time. Having strong relationships has really helped the government and the country to pull together as one to produce an excellent result. There were also a number of other people that I had begun working to as part of my work with the ministry in the wider government sector. So working with people from the aviation and the ports, whilst we've been trying to improve how Cayman approaches something called the International Health Regulations, the IHR, which is something that governs how people move around the world and health security in relation to ports, airports, and the like. So I've met many of these people in tabletop exercises when we have been working through emergencies of health, also working with other UK overseas territories and other parties throughout the government. There's a lot more work to be done with related to COVID. There's also, of course, unending work to improve how we manage healthcare in the country, and this time has been a time of huge learning for us all. Many countries around the world will have appreciated that the things they had set in place to manage emergencies need to be revised, revisited, and there'll be a lot of after the action reviews of how a lot of different aspects of healthcare have been managed. In medicine at the moment, it really is a ripe time for us to develop things in Cayman. The health community has been growing hugely and will continue to grow. The government have said that they wish this to be one of the driving forces of the economy of Cayman. And with that, I believe that we need to enhance our ability to monitor and regulate healthcare in the country. With that, we need to, as I've mentioned earlier, confirm our commitment to healthcare standards, because all of that will produce a more transparent system of managing health. The transparency, when I mention that, is really for public. I believe it's the public who should be able to see that the standards of healthcare that are being provided by their different providers. At the same time, having standards helps us to regulate ever-rising costs in healthcare, because without that, we have an unsustainable future for the cost basis. I thank very much the organisers for the opportunity to talk, and I thank you for your attention today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. That, I'm sure, gave many of the viewers goosebumps as we reflected with you on Cayman's COVID journey. At the same time, it was very informative and insightful to some of the others who perhaps didn't know what went on behind the scenes as we journeyed through the COVID pandemic here in Cayman. So thank you very much. We now have a few questions and comments from members of the audience that I will ask you. There's one question from the audience. Where do we go from here? How long do we wait for the rest of the world to get it together?
Gosh, I think that everybody is having their own journey. I don't think we need to wait. We need to get on with our lives. And that's a big message that I hope has come out of the healthcare conference. We have to re-envision our life as it is now, because time is marching on and it does not stand still. The vaccine is definitely going to help us, but we're going to have to adjust what we do when the borders fully open with free flights and a vaccine. A lot of thought needs to go into that, but that'll be thought that all other countries will need to do, and we're already working on the ideas around that with the other UCOTs, or at least we've started, the discussion around that. I heard today, I think Dr. Joshi said that we are going to remain with COVID for several years to come. We probably are. I think she also mentioned we might be going to lockdowns repeatedly. That would be disappointing. Premier will be unhappy. I can't see the future. I do see it as being bright. I think that we are no longer frightened of this thing, and that's a great thing. The whole world was frightened in March, April, and we're not frightened anymore. We feel much more robust as a species, and we need to now work on how to get us out of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Another question from the audience, who obviously, is scientific thinking. As a novel virus, I know it's hard to know, but based on science and knowledge accumulated to date, what does the medical community anticipate may come from the long-term effects of COVID for patients?
It's tricky. I mean, we've seen, certainly there's a lot of stuff in the UK papers, at least, about long COVID, and that's been a discussion that's increasingly come to the fore. Some of the issues that, to my mind, some of the issues related to long COVID are actually people who've suffered the insult of having a lot of medical attention, going through intensive care units, getting post-traumatic stress, having lung injury, whether that's lung injury related to the treatment they had to have or whatever. Some of it may be specific to this disease. We'll learn a lot more as we go along. I know there are cohort studies already now being developed in order to watch these people and to help support them. I have heard it said that the costs of long COVID may outweigh the costs of COVID itself. I don't quite understand where that came from, but certainly it's a significant issue, and it is a question of watching this space. Medicine is becoming so ingenious, and the drugs that it uses, that it could well be that actually is something that will help some of the long COVID symptoms. For example, the damage to tissues. That's another hope that may be on the horizon.
Good, thank you. And going on from that, does the medical community believe this virus may mutate again and possibly come back worse?
There's a lot of talk of mutation. So far, the information, the advice that we've been given, the scientific evidence is that there are minor mutations, but there hasn't been any major shift in the virus itself, which is fairly good for us because it means you're more likely to develop a vaccine that's competent, that will do its job. There's always the possibility for mutation of any virus. Any of the existing viruses we've already experienced as a species over the last several hundred centuries, also the ones that are going to come in the future. And the more closely we live together, the more demands we make on nature, the more mankind encroaches upon nature, the more these things are going to be pushed out and are going to come and affect us. So we really need to think as a whole, our approach to life as the whole world really
has changed. Dr. Lee, if there is a second wave of the COVID virus here in the Cayman Islands, do you feel that the Cayman Islands is much more prepared and resilient as we have gone through the preparation phase earlier?
I think there's no question about that. We've had a lot of clinical experience, certainly the HSA, a little bit more experience more widely, that's helped us a great deal. We're very prepared. We have the field hospital ready to go. We also know how to lock down fairly quickly and have safe procedures for letting people pass through healthcare institutions, which is really important. So if we were to have a significant outbreak, I'm confident that we would rise to the challenge it won't be easy, but well, I think we'd rise to the challenge well.
Yeah, thank you very much. As you heard from one of the earlier presenters, other countries have been faced with, lack of resources in the clinical community, and they've had to retool general doctors to care for COVID patients. How concerned were you about the number of COVID patients increasing here in the Cayman Islands to an extent where we were overwhelmed in the medical community?
Not particularly. We do have an awful lot of healthcare professionals here, so in terms of hands. And I think also the training of the doctors in Cayman, especially the training from those from University of the West Indies, is very good and very broad, so a very strong basis of training. So I feel I think we actually might do rather better than many countries might in that regard.
Excellent. And there was a comment, really, not a question, from one of the members of the viewing audience. Speaking really, I think, in regards to the statistics that were generated from the testing. And the individual indicated that they feel that the way that the tests were reported should have been more number of persons tested as opposed to tests completed. And the person makes reference to the fact that, you know, with 42,000 tests completed, it gives somewhat of a false sense of security or false information in that, you know, persons may think there may have been 42,000 persons tested, but indeed the frontline workers had been repeatedly tested in order to ensure that, you know, they are safe. So I think you mentioned a point in your presentation that I think maybe, you know, we can ask you to extrapolate on, in that the information that was coming into a very small group, even though you had a number of advisors on behind the scenes that were helping you. The fact is that here in the Cayman Islands, we don't actually have an epidemiologist that will go through and analyze those data. So maybe you can just expand on that for the viewer, please.
Yeah, I think for all countries, they're reporting the number of tests they do rather than the number of individuals they've tested. For almost every test, if you're testing somebody for more than once, the next time you do the test, for example, a healthcare worker, if you're doing them 2 weeks again, you have to see that as another unique opportunity to pick something up, because during the time that 2 weeks has elapsed, they haven't been static. They've been meeting new people, going to new places, visiting different restaurants. So it always becomes another unique event. So every time you test somebody, it's valuable information that you're obtaining. I very much take your point about the strength of epidemiology. It would be great to strengthen that area. I think across the world, people have seen the value of it, that epidemiology allows you to better address your problems and answer questions around the data and interpret that data. And you've seen from time to time over the last few months that I've struggled to keep up with that. So I think that would be having a national epidemiologist would be a great move.
And one that's a little bit more lighthearted. Is there any science behind hugging someone as long as the head is turned away from the huggee's face? Obviously, there are persons who are appreciating the fact that we're able to embrace people and wondering if there's any safe way to hug persons without spreading the infection.
Yeah, I think that's a question for Dr. Williams, really.
All right. Okay, well, once again, Dr. Lee, we really want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts, not just for the very informative session that you've had here this afternoon, but for the pivotal role that you've played in keeping us safe here in the Cayman Islands, and as some persons from the panel mentioned earlier this morning, keeping us informed and reassured. And repeatedly, we keep hearing people say that the information that you gave and the way it was delivered was one that, you know, ensured that we kind of left that session not just with the information to face the week ahead, but also our anxieties were lessened just by the way that you delivered that information. This was certainly one of the most challenging periods here in the Cayman Islands, and we are definitely blessed to have you as our Chief Medical Officer and as a member of our healthcare team. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite back to the podium Ms. Nelly, who is going to share a few words to wrap up the conference today. Ms. Nelly.
So first, I'd like to thank my co-host Lizette for sharing the day with me. I really enjoyed sharing it together. And then I'd like to give a couple of special thank yous. So a special thank you to His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, our Honorable Premier Alden McLaughlin for his written contributions, and the Honourable Minister of Health, Dwayne Seymour, for joining us and showing your very inspiring remarks. Thank you as well to all of our speakers and panelists who have enlightened and empowered us today with your very useful and important presentations. Thank you to everyone for joining us across the various platforms, Zoom, CIGTV YouTube channel, and the Cayman Compass Facebook page. We really value your participation today. I truly hope that this has been an informative and useful conference for everyone. To all of our sponsors, Health City Cayman Islands Health Services Authority, Compass Media, Kelly Holding Events and Communications, Doctors Hospital, Baptist Health International, Infinite Mind Care, 3T MRI, Cancer Treatment Centers of America, Ocean Med, Jackson International, and Logic. Thank you, thank you. Without you, this conference could not be possible. Thank you to the Ritz-Carlton Grand Cayman for hosting us so well as always. Thank you to our hardworking organizing committee and to our event managers for delivering another great conference. For those of you seeking CME certificates, you will receive a link to download these in your post-Zoom conference email, which will be sent to you on Monday, the 19th of October. A reminder as well that all content from the healthcare conference will be available on the CIG YouTube channel following the conference. Last but certainly not least, to the hardworking team at Government Information Services. You have worked tirelessly to make sure we had access to information when we were in the thick of it during the pandemic, and you continue to do so today. We acknowledge and appreciate your hard work and dedication. Thank you, GIS. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, it has been somewhat of a long day, but I hope that you will agree that it was well worth it. So with that, I wish you a good evening, and God's willing, we will see you again next year for another fantastic healthcare conference. Good evening.